Sigmund Freud. The Wolfman and Other Cases. Contents. Analysis of a phobia in a 5-year-old boy Little Hans. 2 Case history and analysis. 3 Epicrasis. 4 Postscript to the analysis of Little Hans. Some remarks on a case of obsessive-compulsive neurosis the Ratman. I Case history. 2 Theoretical remarks. From the history of an infantile neurosis the Wolfman. I Preliminary remarks. 2 Survey of the patient's milieu and medical history. 3 Seduction and its immediate consequences. 4 The dream and the primal scene. Some matters for discussion. 6 Obsessive-compulsive neurosis. 7 Anal eroticism and the castration complex. 8 Supplementary material from earliest childhood, solution. 9 Recapitulations and problems. Some character types encountered in psychoanalytic work. 2 Those who founder on success. 3 Criminals who act out of a consciousness of guilt. Introduction. There is often a great deal more of the past in the future than there was in the past itself at the time. One learns little by little that a thing is not over because it is not happening with noise and shape or outward sign. And Thackeray Ritchie, Chapters from Some Memoirs, 1894. Ritchie's modest formulation is suggestive, particularly published as it was at just the period, around 1895, that Freud realized that buried memories are active in present disquiets and that this insight can have therapeutic significance. Ritchie perceives that the surplus of meaning, and the potential for meaning, carried in any moment is realizable only in the future and that the past persists, implicit in every present moment though not happening with noise and shape or outward sign. Silent, unformed, distorted in its representation, the thing that is not over remains. Like Freud, Ritchie was fascinated by the individuality of people's lives and by their symptomatic behaviors. Unlike him, she did not theorize out from the example to a system. Her several volumes of memoirs are content with fragments, what she calls her witch's cauldron of the great. Her biographical accounts are partial, fugitive, evocative, and often very funny. As a child she watched the procession of adult grandeur to her father's house. Like Little Hans she was skeptical of the truth claims of the adult world. Freud, though, believed in the possibility of completing the story, ironing out the ellipses in behavior, and mining the foreign and embedded minerals in the striations of the past. His heroic confidence that totality can be achieved in the recreation of a person's experience for that same person is at the core of his achievement. Yet it is achieved through a method that acknowledges that there is always more than one story being told and that interpretation must always include more than one voice. In his case histories Freud shows himself listening, delaying, overlaying meanings one on another while the person who is his subject tells and withdraws, shares and refuses to share glimpses of the past, of which there is now a great deal more, in the future. The spaciousness of Freud's narrative method, as well as the claustrophobia often produced in the reader wrestling with these contested accounts, gives a grandeur of scale to these histories of ordinary lives. It may seem odd to start with so little regarded a figure as Ritchie to set alongside Freud at the beginning of an introduction to some of the case histories. However, the setting of Freud and Ritchie momentarily side by side does serve to remind us of how animated and widespread in the latter part of the 19th century was the discussion of personhood, of reflex actions and of the hidden self, self in the depths, as Aeneas Sweetland Dallas called it in The Gay Science, 1866. Moreover, Freud acknowledged how valuable had been his reading of fiction writers such as George Eliot in coming to assess his own experience. George Eliot, in particular, with her refined mixture of homily and empathy in her investigation of inner experience offered an expansive reading for Freud to ruminate on. The techniques of production in 19th-century fiction, particularly serialization, also helped to shape Freud's account of his working method, and perhaps the method itself with its series of encounters. In serialization may be found the same suspension of the action at a point of uncertainty, the revision of meaning in the next installment, the use of repetition and of nicknames and catchphrases to sustain narrative continuity, that the reader meets in Freud's case histories. And Freud was remarkably free in his assimilation of fictional examples to the activities of his patients and his own interpretative processes. Not only was this true of such major and underpinning articulations as the Oedipus complex, but throughout his work are scattered examples indicating the degree to which literature, and its characters, lay flush with everyday encounter for him. This is not to say that a person's surface character, the amalgam of presence, behavior, and opinions by which others judge, was Freud's preoccupation. He specifically denied as much in the opening sentence of his essay concerned with those who suffer collapse in the face of success, some character types encountered in psychoanalytic work, where his principal examples are from characters in two plays, Shakespeare's Macbeth and Lady Macbeth, and Rebecca West from Ibsen's Rosmersholm. The essay opens. When the physician undertakes the psychoanalytic treatment of someone suffering from a nervous disorder, there is no sense in which his interest is engaged first and foremost by his patient's character. He is far more interested in the meaning of his symptoms. p. 323. However, Freud continues at the end of that same paragraph. He observes that his investigation is threatened by resistances with which the patient counters his efforts and may attribute such resistances to his patient's character. Character now has the first claim on his interest. Freud views the outward manifestations of character as a coherent self-representation that must be questioned, or as a carapace that shields a pulpier inner being. Character both resists and provides a pathway to hidden story. In his analysis of Macbeth, Freud vacillates between viewing Macbeth and Lady Macbeth as actual persons displaying certain neurotic symptoms and as the creatures of a playwright of great insight who has split one person into an n-doubled figuration. That is to say, after a long discussion in thoroughly historical terms of the theme of childlessness in the play, Freud ends his discussion by following the German critic Ludwig Jekyll in considering Macbeth and Lady Macbeth as aspects of a single being, providing a new explanation for the transfer of guilt and remorse from the one to the other. He shifts levels between character analysis and dramaturgy with no sign of intellectual unease. In all his responses to literary works, Freud is aware of the needful obscurity or indirection with which motive is there presented and understood. At the same time, he is quite robust in casting off the occluded surface when he wishes. So, on the one hand, he comments on Macbeth. I think we must abandon the possibility of penetrating the triple layer of obscurity into which the poor state of preservation of the text, the unknown intentions of the poet and the mysterious meaning of the saga have settled. p. 336. But toward the end of the essay he disturbs the boundary between a universal sense of guilt and the actual play of Oedipus in the phrase "the two great criminal intentions." In the play, the intentionlessness of Oedipus is crucial to the tragedy. Oedipus simply does not know that he is killing his father and marrying his mother. The situation is different, it seems, in the Oedipus complex. The results of analytic work regularly lead us to the conclusion that this obscure sense of guilt is derived from the Oedipus complex and is a reaction to those two great criminal intentions, killing the father and engaging in sexual intercourse with the mother. p. 347. Intentions may be symbolic and fictive but none the less powerful for that. Freud's appropriation of literary figures and texts demonstrates how freely he can dispose the materials of the psyche and how strongly he can bring to bear the imagined within the realm of the everyday. The realm of the everyday was hazardous for Freud as he wrote up his case histories. In the social and intellectual world of early 20th century Vienna, it was only too likely that gossips would recognize the persons described. How could he avoid this and yet give a true account of the case? He had to balance a thorough account of the individual and his symptoms. In the cases collected in this volume, the three individuals are all male, with pseudonyms and changed circumstances that would avoid identity being unlocked. Moreover, he was wary of what he calls in the preamble to the Ratman the irksome attentions of a city that focuses quite particularly on my activities as a physician, p. 125. This importunate fascination with his practice Freud reads, probably quite correctly, as threatening. It may be significant that all Freud's case histories, of which there are really very few written up publicly over a long professional life, occur in the earlier part of his career. but his alarm concerning privacy found a particularly revealing solution in the paradoxical state of affairs whereby one may far more readily divulge to the public a patient's most intimate secrets, than the most harmless and banal features that distinguish his personality, p. 126. The personality is immediately recognizable, the secret life is entirely concealed and its expression is distorted before it reaches the surface of appearance. The extraordinary distance between day-to-day social encounter and the fullness of revelation from within allowed Freud to be both circumspect and thorough. It also served to reinforce the justice of his account, which itself relied on demonstrating how much that cannot be guessed is held beneath the surface of personality. Of the three cases being considered here, that of little Hans probably caused the least trouble about secrecy, since children's rights to privacy are ordinarily disregarded, both then and now. As it happens, this is also the case with the greatest surface brio, since the young boy Hans persistently asks questions that will not conform to adult categories. Moreover, when, as frequently occurs, he is lied to by his parents, he shows himself to be no fool, continuing to inquire in the face of their false stories and denials. This intrepid 5-year-old child suffers from agonizing terrors. These are what have brought him to the attention of Freud. But there is a sense in which he is not so much a patient as an offering to Freud from his father, who was an early acolyte. The text is distributed here not as dialogue only but as a several-tiered set of relationships. Hans asks questions and converses with his parents. His father interprets his conversation in Freudian style and sometimes presses on Hans an interpretation way beyond the scope of his inquiries, interpretation that may forestall Hans's search or even sharpen his anxiety. The mother's individual conversations with the child are reported to the father and glossed by him before they are handed on to Freud. The father offers a coherent written record of the family conversations to Freud in installments, who comments, sometimes with approval but sometimes with a warning against over-intervention. A father-son relationship of mentor and pupil is generated between Freud and the father, a relationship that also activates anxieties within the marriage, which then bear back on the unhappy Hans. Or the happy Hans, since the child displays remarkable resilience, despite the dread of horses that is his main symptom of anxiety. Freud met the child face to face once only. The account of Hans's conversation begins when he is not yet quite 3 years old, and the first exchange is between Hans and his mother about whether both male and female have whittlers. In the very next paragraph he is 3½ and his mother is threatening him that if he touches his penis she will call the doctor to cut it off. What will you do then when you need to whittle? Hans: I'll use my body. p. 5. The child's insouciance is set against the mother's zealousness. Her threat here, and the parents' insistence that a stork is coming to bring the baby at the time of the birth of his little sister, both demonstrate how historically and culturally conditioned are adult truths and lies. When the baby is born and Hans sees, taken aback, the bloody bedpan, his father observes. Everything he says shows that he connects the unusual circumstances with the arrival of the stork. He is on tenterhooks, looks askance at everything, and there is no doubt that the first stirrings of doubt about the stork are gaining a foothold. p. 6. Paradoxically, as the emphasis shows, the father feels pleasure at the child's resistance to the false tales being fed him, even while propriety demands that the parents continue to enforce this account in the face of the groans and blood that the child has encountered. Hans is interested by the manifest function of his penis, to allow him to pass water, and intrigued that neither his mother nor sister have much to show and yet succeed in passing water perfectly. He uses the whittler at first to create the categories of organic and inorganic. Creatures whittle, machines don't, but he wonders about the engine being drained of water at the station. So his interest in the penises of giraffes and horses is mainly at this stage to do with their size, commensurate with such big animals, and he begins to be concerned because of the very small size, the invisibility, of both his sisters and his mother's whittlers. From the outset for Hans, epistemological and sexual investigations are inseparable, and he is struggling in a world where he is required to accept information as true that he senses to be false, and known by his parents to be false. His trust for his parents, and his passionate attachment to his mother, are therefore stained with the possibility that he is being comprehensively deceived. In his extensive footnotes to this first chapter, Freud acknowledges, with a little condescension in the humor, that Hans, in his attempts to make sense of the animate and inanimate world by the marker of the Whittler, is behaving no worse than a philosopher of the Wundt school, who insists on consciousness as such a marker, note 5, p. 15. And as Freud remarks in section 2, Hans also has the inner confidence to tease his father. Hans's audacity in recounting his fantasy and the countless fantastic lies woven into it are far from nonsensical. It is all intended to enable him to take revenge on his father, whose attempts to mislead him with the stork fairy tale have filled him with fury. p. 105. That confidence alternates with anxiety. The parents use a kind of teasing that pitches over abruptly into threat. The mother threatens to leave him and not come home any more. He had probably been naughty, and she threatened to go away and leave him, p. 34. The father, in a throwaway remark, records, "There is an imperial guard who stands at the entrance to Schönbrunn, and I once told Hans that he arrests naughty children." p. 31. The child comes to grief. He begins to display a fear of horses so hampering that he cannot venture into the street. He dreads being bitten by a horse, and he is terrified by a horse that collapses. And since horses, carts and carriages were at that period the principal means of transport in Vienna streets, the boy is in a parlous dilemma. Strikingly, the father immediately begins to interpret the problem in a sentence singed by jealousy thus: "Sexual overexcitement caused by his mother's caresses is no doubt at the root of the problem." p. 17. Although Freud accepts this motivation in general, a sudden increase in affection for his mother, he points out that anxiety, then, corresponds to repressed longing, but it is not entirely the same thing as the longing. The repression also stands for something, p. 20. Unlike the father who rushes to judgment, Freud uses delay to open out the significations of the child's words and actions. I do not share the view, much favored at present, that what children say is entirely arbitrary and unreliable. Nothing is arbitrary when it comes to the psyche, p. 85. Moreover, he comments in a style poised between lawyer and novelist on the role of the mother who has persistently urged the child not to touch his penis, telling him that's dirty. The husband blames her, as Freud puts it, not without some semblance of justice for her all too frequent willingness to take the child into her bed, a bed seemingly intermittently shared with her husband, though described by him as her bed, but Freud asserts that we could equally well reproach her with having precipitated his feelings of repression by her energetic rejection of his attempts at seduction. That's dirty, p. 12. He ends the paragraph with the Vedic comment: "But she plays the part fate intended for her, and hers is a difficult role." Suddenly, the reader is moved from the realm of social negotiation and custom to an enforced naturalized generalized role for the mother. She cannot help but act it out, a tragic figure fixed as a point on the Oedipal triangle. The father, understandably, presents the dialogues between himself and Hans as the fulcrum of meaning, although, as Freud points out, the father quite frequently intervenes too fast to hear the full meaning of what Hans is telling him. So, some of Hans's fantasies must wait for further Father Freud to elucidate. In the background we can just make out the struggle between the two men for possession of the child's story. Freud is always scrupulously polite about the insight and capacity of Hans's father, but nevertheless there is a strong sense of a devoir, an exercise, duty, and offering, in the texts generated by the father for Freud's survey. Hans's father is both the child's teacher and Freud's bright pupil, kept in his place by Freud's enjoyment of the fact that little Hans gets ahead of his dad. Previously his father was able to predict what was coming and Hans, following his hints, trotted along behind. Now it is Hans who hurries confidently on ahead, while his father has trouble keeping up. p. 103. Perhaps, more generously, there is delight for Freud in identification with the robust invention and intelligence of Hans himself. Hans, like Freud, trammeled by the half-lies of his society but persistently breaking through them to the insight born in fantasy. Freud hears with the ears of a child, enjoying the oral consonants between words that have no manifest semantic connection. So Wegen means because of in German, but in Viennese pronunciation also sounds like wagon or cart, wagon. Playing with other children at horses and carts, Hans is often the horse and hears their talk about the cart as fixing responsibility on him, the horse, Wegen dem Pferd, because of the horse, CP 46 and note 19, p 81. Freud picks up Hans's alarm at his seeming responsibility and his phobic response to both horse and cart as an outcome. We must never lose sight of the fact that children treat words much more concretely than adults do and consequently find great significance in words that sound the same, note 20, p 82. With nice honesty, Freud then acknowledges that this particular example of verbal association yielded nothing more for the analyst, though readers now, accustomed to Freud's methods, may fancy they can see connections onwards when Hans later asserts that buses, furniture vans, and coal carts are all stork box carts. Like Lewis Carroll, Freud was alert to the ways in which words convert themselves into things, and things into words. Like Wordsworth, he knew that adults could press children into exasperated and seemingly captious invention by too zealous questioning. The 5-year-old in Wordsworth's poem Anecdote for Fathers replies in careless mood to his father's question as to whether he would rather be at Kilva, or where he is now at Leswin Farm. The father relentlessly presses the question why. At this, my boy hung down his head. He blushed with shame, nor made reply. And 5 times to the child I said, "Why, Edward, tell me why." His head he raised, there was insight. It caught his eye, he saw it plain. Upon the housetop, glittering bright. A broad and gilded vein. Then did the boy his tongue unlock. And thus to me he made reply. At Kilva there is no weathercock. And that's the reason why. The contingent triumphs. Yet, had Freud been listening to that conversation, he would no doubt have observed again that in the psyche nothing is arbitrary and that the absence of the weathercock is an interesting preference for the little boy. The shape of the story that Freud has unfolded out of the materials, sometimes crabbed, offered by Hans's father, and out of the inventiveness of Hans himself, is one of heartening comedy, a comedy that at once reverses the fixities of fate and affirms the Oedipus complex. The father writes, April 30th. Hans is again playing with his imaginary children, and so I say to him, how can your children still be alive? After all, you know that a boy can't have children. Hans, I know that. Before I was the mummy, but now I'm the daddy. And who is the children's mummy? Hans, mummy of course, and you're their grandpa. I see, you'd like to be as tall as me, married to mummy, and then she would have children. Hans, yes, I would like that, and Lane's grandmama, my mother, could be the grandma. p. 77. Freud comments on this happy farrago of generation and gender. All's well that ends well. Our young Oedipus has found a happier solution than that prescribed by fate. Instead of eliminating his father, he bestows upon him the same good fortune that he desires for himself, he instates him as grandfather, and marries him to his own mother too. p. 77. Freud was never deluded about one important reason that sexual material was so consistently highlighted by his patients in their approach to him. As he remarks in his reflections on this case. At the same time we must remind ourselves that it was his parents who, out of all the relevant pathogenic material, brought the topic of Hans's preoccupation with his whittler into the foreground. p. 98. At his first encounter with the Ratman, Freud asked him what caused him to put particular emphasis on information about his sexual life. The man replied that is what he knows about my theories, p. 128, however, it turns out that what then particularly drew him to Freud was Freud's work on puns and word association. When leafing through one of my books recently, he came across an explanation of bizarre associations of words that reminded him so much of his own mental efforts with regard to his own ideas that he resolved to entrust himself to me for treatment. p. 128. Other than this leafing through of the psychopathology of everyday life, 1901, he had read none of Freud's writing. Freud's capacity to need language and to probe the significance of nonsense was of particular value in this case of obsessive-compulsive disorder. The one condition he placed on his patient was that he should tell everything that came into his mind, even if the thought seemed unimportant, irrelevant, or nonsensical, Freud's emphasis, p. 129, or even if they were unpleasant to him. The young chatter of Hans, even when its topic was prompted by his parents, gave Freud access to a field of thought more open than he could rely on entering with an adult patient, hence his emphasis, above, on complete disclosure. The analysis of Little Hans concluded in May 1908 and the case was published in the following year. Already in 1907 Freud had published an essay on the sexual enlightenment of children invoking some of the earliest material about Hans, there called Little Herbert, a less fairy tale hero name. In that same year, 1907, Freud began his analysis of the youngish man with a university education, now stuck with the grim name the Ratman, in endless memorial of what the unfortunate man himself most wished to forget ever having heard about. Again, as with Little Hans, there is the suggestion of folktale or Märchen in the naming that accords with the sense that these people are our driven or totemic representatives. Freud suggested that in obsessional neurosis we encounter a symbolic language that is closer to conscious linguistic processes than is that of hysteria. Indeed, the patient himself, describing his obsessional idea as a child that his parents could hear his thoughts, explained it to himself at the time by supposing that he must have spoken his thoughts aloud without hearing them himself. That notion he sees as the onset of his illness. The form of the illness was his dread that harm would befall people he loved if he countenanced certain compulsive ideas and desires. The first of them, quite early in his childhood, was to see girls, particularly his nurses and carers, naked. Specifically, he feared that such wishes would bring about the death of his father. The two love objects he presented in his recital of his life story were his father and a certain lady. Freud was astonished to discover, a little way into the analysis, that the father of whom the Ratman spoke with such immediacy and whose welfare so absorbed him had in fact been dead for a number of years. The lady he had wooed, but had been rebuffed. The temporal order of disclosure by the patient, and of life events, is particularly complicated in this case. It brings out the degree to which time is inherently kaleidoscopic in recall. Memory comes unbidden and is not stacked in orderly receding units. In the case of a person with obsessional thoughts, that effect of imminence, of a limitless presence of past events in this moment now, is exaggerated and threatening. It is barely controllable. In the case of this young man it could be controlled only by making a bargain with performative language. He must at all costs keep to the exact terms of an agreement he has made. Read from the outside there appears to be a mismatch between content and enactment. And both are at a curious angle to the episode that precipitated the bargain he must keep. The frame narrative is of an inconvenient but relatively trivial loss. The young man has left behind his pince-nez and must send for another pair. The pince-nez are picked up from the post office and brought to him and he owes a small amount of money for their collection. We will return to that level of the story. The inner and appalling episode, as it occurs in this narrative, has become also a difficult and fragmented dialogue between the young man and Freud. The young man recounts an experience just after the loss of the pince-nez, during his time as a military officer. This is not an episode of battle trauma or of neurasthenia brought on by the sights of war. Indeed, there is no record of any military engagement whatsoever within the case history itself. The experience is that of listening to a story. The story is told by a particularly disagreeable captain who, the young man recounts, obviously took pleasure in cruelty, Freud's emphasis here and below. He tells the appalled listener of a particularly terrible form of punishment practiced in the Orient, p. 134. Excess and a kind of fictionality are indicated by that term, the Orient. The punishment involves rats. It is still painful to read the struggles by the young man to disclose to Freud, at Freud's urging, the nature of this punishment. The punishment is disgusting indeed. Rats bore into the anus of the victim. What makes the episode still scarified to the reader is not only the murmured hesitations of the speaker reluctant to communicate a pornographic anecdote he cannot be rid of, but Freud's description of the young man's expression as he tells it. A very strange compound expression is visible on his face, which I can only interpret as horror at the pleasure he does not even know he feels. p. 134. Coupled with this is the young man's acknowledgement that the idea flashed through my mind that this might happen to someone who was dear to me, p. 134. More, it turns out that he is thinking not only of a threat to his lady but to his father, despite his being already dead. To ward off this threat, which has been conjured by himself, he proposes to himself a vow that he must repay Lieutenant A for having picked up his pince-nez and paid the fee. This might seem a small matter to accomplish. But a fugue of events and mistaken identities sets in that gives a certain light operatic flourish to the ensuing picaresque story. Trivial, absurd, and desperate are his attempts, which founder when he discovers that neither of his fellow officers paid the fee but the young woman at the post office herself. All that matters to him is the strict wording of his vow and its performance. The tight and distorted plotting he has manufactured has, in fact, produced a vow that was from the start incapable of being properly fulfilled. But it takes months of telling and retelling before he can bring himself to know, let alone acknowledge, the whirl of contradiction by whose means he has sought to shield himself from perversity within. Words in a vow have an obdurate performativity, they must be fulfilled. For this patient, they have also acted as bulwarks against chaos, and Freud has much work to overcome the resistances that have both imprisoned and held together the ratman. The patient himself comes to feel that nothing short of disintegration and reintegration of his personality is needed to gain his freedom. Could he succeed in reintegrating his personality? If so, he was confident that he could achieve a great deal, perhaps more than other people. p. 142. Freud clearly enjoyed the intelligence of his patient and the opportunity to open out with him the theoretical implications of his personal dilemmas. They talked together quite discursively, even, on Freud's part too, unguardedly. When he records their conversation about the wicked unconscious and its relation to the infantile, and about splits in the personality, Freud feels obliged to add a footnote later. All this is admittedly only very roughly correct, but will do in the first instance as an introduction. p. 173. The ingenuity of patient and analyst is well matched, and, in the later phases of Freud's account, a return is made to the impulse that first drew the young man to him, namely, the fascination with wordplay and allusion. For example, the word rat is secreted in the German for to marry, heiraten, and together Freud and his patient draw in the figure of the rat wife in Ibsen's Little Eyolf, herself a figure, as Freud notes, based on the Pied Piper of Hamelin who frees the town of rats but lures away the children. The association of rats with children is established. When, in Goethe's Faust, Mephistopheles needs to get through a door guarded by a magic pentagram, he conjures up a rat to help him cross the threshold into the forbidden zone, p. 177. The rat breaks through magically. Other associations are with syphilis, with anal eroticism, and with childhood intestinal worms. Whatever the subject matter, the pleasure of intellectual work in common thrives between Freud and the young man, particularly through the pursuit of allusion and punning signification. The young man's compulsion to understand here takes a benign role, p. 152. These varying perceptions help to solve the rat idea and to restore the patient to psychic health. The partial form of the narrative Some Remarks on a Case also gave Freud the chance to explore a variety of as yet incomplete insights, such as his discussion of how smell forms part of erotic experience and of memory gained in childhood. The subtle explorations and the emergence into lucidity recorded in this case history make the footnote at the end, added by Freud in 1923, extraordinarily poignant. The patient, who had recovered his psychic health as a result of the analysis described here, was, like so many other promising and estimable young men, killed in the Great War. p. 202. That fate also affirmed Freud's analysis as an ungainsayable success. he had recovered his psychic health as a result of the analysis described here. No loose ends or setbacks in a long life remain to be recorded. In this way, the Ratman differs from two other of Freud's most famous patients, Dora, who broke off the analysis, and the Wolfman, who suffered further bouts of mental ill health at intervals after his analysis was completed. By June 1914, just before the opening of the First World War, the Wolfman felt himself restored to health after an analysis of 4.5 years, and by November of that year Freud had written the case history. But he held back publication until after the war had ended. In 1919 the Wolfman had become a refugee from Russia and had lost his family fortune. He then briefly re-entered analysis with Freud and, wrote Freud in a final footnote to the 1924 edition. Since then the patient, deprived by the war of his home, his fortune, and all his family relations, had felt normal and conducted himself impeccably. Perhaps the very misery he felt had contributed to the stability of his recovery by providing some satisfaction for his sense of guilt. p. 320. Perhaps also, a worldly predicament that put him on a level with the circumstances suffered by so many others of his generation stabilized for a time the Wolfman's sense of normality. He was later to experience further analysis and further trials, outward and inward, and in several chapters of autobiography offered his own assessment, The Wolfman and Sigmund Freud, ed. Muriel Gardner, London, Hogarth Press, 1971. Most surprising is the realization that through the years of his first analysis he was totally preoccupied by his love for Therese and then their difficult marriage, matters that do not enter Freud's account. The Wolfman, by sheer longevity, raises in an acute form the question of what success can mean in analysis when individual lives are the site of such vicissitudes over time. Although the Wolfman seemed stabilized by world events after the First World War, he was shattered by the oncoming of the Second. Therese killed herself shortly after the entry of Hitler into Austria in 1938. In the essay Some Character Types Freud brilliantly pinpoints the wishful belief of each person that she or he is an exception to ordinary rules. For this very reason, however, it is necessary for an individual to produce a special justification, one not available to everyone, if he announces himself to be a genuine exception and behaves accordingly. There may be more than one such justification, but in the cases I have investigated it was possible to prove that they had one characteristic in common, namely the fate which had befallen them early in life. p. 325. The example he offers in the essay is of physical disability ratifying exceptional behavior. Shakespeare's Richard III is quoted, cheated of feature by dissembling nature. Freud comments on the secret background of sympathy, p. 327, created for this villain hero, and his point is not just that we are to feel sorry for a cripple, however badly he behaves, but rather that the claim to be exceptional is a universal one. It is normal and inordinate at once. In that sense, the people he studies are both ordinary and aberrant. They are at once odd and like us. It is crucial for him to explore this paradox because of the need to work across from the single example, the peculiar formation of each particular life, with which he so deeply empathizes, and his claim to uncover the general principles that govern the growth of consciousness and its roots in the unconscious. The single case will not suffice for argument unless he can unfold generative conditions common to all. In The Wolfman, with its extreme and sometimes vertiginous reversals of meaning, Freud brings into play a further argument, one derived from views then common but not at present much countenanced. He calls on the correspondence between ontogeny and phylogeny, the growth of the single organism and the growth of the species, that had been popularized in the wake of Darwin and that supplied the vocabulary for Victorian discussions of survivals. Remote tribes were held to be survivals from a primitive phase of human experience, and the symptoms of neurotics, Freud argued, called on buried strata of communal primitive recollections. Totem and Taboo, 1912-13, is subtitled Some Points of Agreement Between the Mental Lives of Savages and Neurotics. Above all, childhood was seen as briefly giving access to such phylogenetic resources, through what Freud calls in the Wolfman the prehistory of the patient's childhood, p. 215. The development of civilizations could be paralleled to the development of the single life. The unconscious could be assigned a temporal as well as a geological description, that is, it is present not only in the depths of each present life but constituted from materials generated in a common proto-history of the race. This case history is entitled From the History of an Infantile Neurosis and, as that from indicates, is deliberately incomplete, concentrating exclusively on the infantile neurosis and, despite the patient's own request, setting aside a complete history of his illness, treatment, and recovery, p. 205. The emphasis on childhood has also to do with the extraordinarily complex web of temporalities with which Freud must engage both in his encounter with the stories told by his patients and in his own structuring and telling of the process of analysis. In the Wolfman case, moreover, dreams play a central role. These are dreams and thoughts recounted by an adult to an adult but dating from the experiences of a child of 4.5 or 5. Any night's experience reminds us how much material is lost from a dream at the point of waking, how branching episodes and images drop away, how much confusion is falsely stabilized if we recount the dream to another, its clutter confined and pointed in the interests of narrating. It is no wonder then that Freud feels tonic disbelief at the time of his first encounters with the patient's version of his early experiences and dreams. Freud's description of his initial disbelief is also in itself tactical in convincing the reader to stay by his side as the account unfolds. He acknowledges ruefully at the outset that no way has yet been found to embed the convictions that are gained through analysis within any account of the analysis itself, p. 211. There remains an experiential, even magical, residue that cannot be represented by the narrative. That residue is the actual encounter, its length, its silences, its timelessness, here curtailed into a slow-moving but progressively unfolding story. And there is more, even that difficulty of describing is concerned only with the dialogue between patient and analyst, and then with the analyst's communication to a reader. Beyond, within, beneath, and behind that are the experiences, half understood, half recalled, distorted in their passage from unconscious to consciousness, deflected as well as condensed by obsession, childhood experiences that generated the belated encounter between these two grown men. The case history of the Wolfman, perhaps most of all the case histories, communicates to the reader the perturbing intricacy of all these interactions across time and interpretation. That is also its strength as a record of what analysis can mean, and perhaps accounts for the degree to which it has become the chosen site of further interpretation by a host of commentators analytic and literary. The boy is represented as subject to seduction by his older sister in their earliest infancy, a girl whose later sad history is recounted in summary by Freud with a bleak and disquieting composure, a brilliant young woman gifted in both the study of natural sciences and as a poet. She falls into depression in her early 20s and on a second journey which took place soon afterwards she poisoned herself and died a long way from home, p. 219. Freud diagnoses this as probably the onset of dementia praecox, not a diagnosis with which anyone now can be content. This narrative niche does uncover the ethical problems generated by intense concentration on the single life, all others must give way before it and yield up their meaning to it. The girl child who had played with the boy's penis in their infancy rejects his advances in adolescence, he turns from her to a little peasant girl who is a servant in the house. The story belongs to the boy becoming young man, not to either of these young women, each of whom is jettisoned from the story save in so far as they enter the constitution of his neurosis. The story takes as its central motif the 4-year-old's dream of the white wolf sitting quite still in the walnut tree, the dream and the primal scene. Section 4. Freud recognized, and had already written on, the extent of fairy tale materials in this dream, which left the child afraid of seeing something terrible when dreaming right up to his 11th or 12th year. The analysis of the dream was prolonged over several years and in the course of it emerged materials that caused Freud himself to demur at the probability of his own interpretation and, at least rhetorically, to fear that the reader would desert him, p. 234. The dream preserved and muffled, Freud came to think, long-forgotten memory traces of the child's observing his parents in the act of coitus, the primal scene. Freud emphasizes that though the position the young couple adopted might be now unusual, though the phylogenetically older form, p. 238, the act was quite ordinary, and tender, and that they had simply forgotten the presence in the room of an 18-month-old child. He asserts, however, that for the child it acted as a second seduction with the threat of castration in it. Freud, in this case history, is above all seeking to demonstrate that postponed understanding draws on the events of early childhood and is repudiating the view that all neuroses are the products of later conflicts and that the significance of childhood is simply a sham created in analysis by the neurotic's tendency to express present interests by means of involuntary memories and symbols drawn from his infant past. p. 248. Yet he was always alert to the discordance between inner and outer events and declared that previously unconscious memories do not even have to be true, they may be true, but their truth is often distorted and interspersed with fantasized elements, p. 250. Patience is Freud's tool for understanding and for helping his patient to understand. It is also his method for convincing his reader. He remains alert and responsive to difficulties in his theory, as throughout this section some matters for discussion. He jokes at times about the improbability of the transformations he is observing. He listens again, and then again, to his patient's account. He reads the dreams and reflects on them. To dream is, after all, to remember. He reaches by slow process a state in which he can both observe and share the memories that generate dream formation. He explicates, unpleats, hidden folds in the fan of recollection. He explores annexes to the patient's own knowledge of his story. He waits. He makes the reader wait. In the Wolfman it is only late on that we come fully to know the third element in the child's seduction, religion and its homosexual imagery. And only after that long discussion are we given the simple imputed event through which the child interrupted his parents, he passed a stool. How can Freud refute the charge that the analyst supplies both unremembered events and their interpretation to further the coherence of his story? In the section of this case history on supplementary material from earliest childhood, Freud produces an example that helps him counter the suggestion that it is the analyst's own fantasies that control interpretation. It is also a beautiful example of his method of reading materials, unreeling more and more effulgent memory lore from the association made by his patient between butterflies and women, pp. 288-90. I shall not attempt to summarize it here. Each reader needs to read it for herself or himself, rather than in summary, gradually disclosing as it does both the vivid intimacy of a single life recalled and the associative processes common across time to the human mind and its emotions. What makes the case histories so engrossing is the way they combine attention to a particular irreplaceable exceptional person and yet reveal the lives of others, through theory. Gillian Beer, 2002. Translator's Preface. All translation is to some extent misrepresentation, and translating Freud is no exception. Any new attempt to make Freud's work accessible to an English-speaking audience must inevitably stand in the shadow of Strachey's monolithic accomplishment, the standard edition and authorized translation of Freud's collected works. It is fashionable to deprecate Strachey's achievement, and in some respects such criticism is justified, but it would be churlish and inappropriate to dismiss out of hand a translation which remains an invaluable source of reference. The sheer magnitude of the undertaking commands our respect, as does the fact that Strachey was able to refer problems of interpretation to Freud himself. Like the authorized version of the Bible, though, Strachey's translation of Freud has enshrined certain inaccuracies that only determined iconoclasm can now dispel. And, unlike the authorized version, Strachey's translation does not have rolling and majestic periods to recommend it. Indeed, it dismantles Freud's elegant, dignified German prose and replaces it with something very workaday indeed. In order to convey the sense of what Freud has written, Strachey cuts, simplifies and interprets, sometimes using a number of short sentences to render a single sentence of Freud's. I have attempted to reflect the internal structure of Freud's writing, even where there is a risk of appearing convoluted, and to mirror his careful use of balance and repetition in my translation. The key to Freud's writing lies in his subtle manipulation of everyday German, his sustained deployment of familiar metaphors to convey unfamiliar and remarkable ideas. Freud was not the father of psychobabble. Very few of the terms he coined require a dictionary to make them comprehensible to the ordinarily educated reader. To take a well-known example, in the original German, those three continents in Freud's map of the mind for which Strachey coined the terms the ID, the ego and the superego, are simply the id, the I and the above I. One, a delineation which is readily accessible to any thoughtful reader. The great distortion of Freud's terminology for which Strachey is responsible is the second reason why a new translation of Freud is urgently necessary, a point of view that Bruno Bettelheim argues eloquently in Freud and Man's Soul, 1982. In the remainder of this preface I shall sketch out the main areas in which I have revised Strachey's terminology, explaining on what grounds I have done so. Freud does occasionally use abstruse, scholarly terminology, and when this occurs I have made no attempt to simplify it. Endopsychic, phylogenetic, affectivity all render the equivalent German terms. Affect, however, I have translated in accordance with its usual sense of strong emotion. The last section in the case history of Little Hans is headed Epicris in the German. The term is a specifically medical one, only to be found in loanword dictionaries at the end of the 19th century, and means critical evaluation of the course of an illness. After some thought I have retained the heading epicrisis in English, where Strachey has simply discussion. More usually, however, we find that Freud's terms are deceptively simple, and the difficulty faced by the translator is that of finding an equally simple, and grammatical, equivalent, which can be deployed in the same wide variety of contexts and which retains at least something of the metaphorical range of meanings that adhere to the German term. Freud is remarkable for the consistency with which he manipulates a relatively small set of key terms, most of which carry the directness of everyday language. This no doubt contributes to the density and vividness of his writing. At the same time, he is able to introduce distinctions and variations that are quite possible and normal in German but that occasionally stretch the English language to its limits. A useful example of this is provided by the German word Trieb, which Strachey invariably translates as instinct but which in fact means drive. Its root sense is that of driving sheep or cattle, or of being driven to do something. Hence the individual drives, the forces which motivate us, the energy with which they do so is their Triebkraft, but collectively they might be referred to as the Triebkraft, driving forces, or as the Triebelben, literally, drive life, of the individual. Still more problematic is the adjective Triebhaft, for which there is no single satisfactory English equivalent. For this and for the compound noun Triebregung, literally an impulse or stirring of the drive, I have opted to use the adjective involuntary. Closely related to the concept of drive is that of compulsion, which looms large in the case histories of both the Ratman and the Wolfman. Here the term Zwang, compulsion, from zwingen, to force, and its compound forms recur frequently. Its translation poses problems only in the compound term Zwangsneurose, which Strachey renders as obsessional neurosis. This term has passed into common usage, yet to translate it in this way is not only a mistranslation, but also obscures the connection with the element of compulsion present in all the related terms. For this reason I have opted for obsessive-compulsive neurosis, which reflects both the correct sense and the commonly accepted one, and at the same time echoes the designation now in general use, obsessive-compulsive disorder, OCD. Freud confronts the translator with a further series of problems by using a number of near synonyms which are nevertheless clearly used in contradistinction to one another. One example is provided by the names he gave to the process on which he was engaged, which he calls variously analyze, analysis, Behandlung, treatment, and cure. Cure, a word which is clearly related to the English word cure, was commonly used to designate the spa treatments that were so fashionable across Europe from the mid-19th century until the Great War. The modern equivalent would probably be a health farm. Its broad sense is thus something like restoration, but as this would be somewhat recondite in the context, I have chosen instead to use the term therapy, since to a present-day reader this has the same breadth of scope and familiarity as the notion of taking the waters to a contemporary of Freud's. Equally central in any description of psychoanalysis are the various terms pertaining to the analysis of the soul. Nowadays we readily overlook the fact that psyche is the Greek word for soul and that psychoanalysis is, as it were, an oxymoron, but this root sense persists in the cognate German term Seelenkunde, knowledge of the soul. Freud normally uses psychoanalyze and psychoanalytisch, but refers as often to the individual Seelenleben, literally, soul life, as to his psyche. Where Strachey consistently translates seal and its cognates in a very narrow sense as mind or mental, I have opted for the adjective inner, translating Seelenleben, for example, as inner life. Freud makes a further distinction between psychisch, pertaining to the psyche, and psychologisch, pertaining to psychology, i.e. the theory of the psyche, the former I translate psychic, the latter psychological. A further cluster of terms centers, unsurprisingly, on the concept of memory. The usual word is Erinnerung, but Freud also uses the terms Eindruck, impression, and Reminiszenz, reminiscence, one of a number of words found in his writing which has a strong Austrian coloring. In certain contexts, see pages 234, 247, 249, 301, Eindruck seems to acquire the highly specific sense of what I have called a memory imprint, that is, a powerful impression that is retained but not processed, like a land of internal snapshot. Reminiszenz I have translated, after discussion with Dr. Nicola Luckhurst, as involuntary memory. The term Deckerinnerung, misleadingly rendered by Strachey as screen memory, I have translated literally as cover memory, by analogy with such concepts as a covering letter. For the recovery in analysis of what may or may not be memories, Freud uses the term konstruieren, meaning to construct. My own rendering, to reconstruct, modifies the sense of the original German in the interests of intelligibility. In most contexts construct/construction was felt to be ambiguous. A final area in which one must treat Freud's near synonyms with caution is that of psychic defenses. The notion of defense mechanisms has passed into current usage, but in fact Freud only occasionally uses a term such as Schutzmaßregeln, defensive measures. Much more common is the word Abwehr, used either on its own or in compounds. This indicates fending off, or more exactly parrying, and I have translated it accordingly, even though its use is sometimes a little clumsy. There are a number of single terms used by Freud that merit closer examination. One that is of central importance to the essay Some Character Types Encountered in Psychoanalytic Work is that of Veräugerung. In a key work on Freudian terminology, Laplanche and Pontalis discuss the word at some length before concluding somewhat lamely that Strachey's frustration will probably have to do. This is wrong, however. The German term points rather to a withholding of services, a refusal to oblige. I am indebted to Professor John Reddick, incidentally, for pointing out that intransitive use of the verb is a linguistic development which postdates Freud. Veräugerung thus implies that one part of the psyche, the I, is refusing to oblige another part, the id, so that refusal, though imperfect, is probably the best way to translate the term. The term fixation, beloved of psychobabble, is Strachey's rendering of the perfectly common German word Fixierung. Fixieren means to stare at someone or something, to fix one's gaze upon them. It is admittedly difficult to find a single translation that will fit all the contexts, but the word is a striking example of the way in which we have jargonized Freud out of all recognition. In this particular case, I have opted for a variety of renderings, but, where possible, I have retained the key sense of the fixed gaze. Ich-gerecht, a Freudian coinage which Strachey renders with the hair-raising neologism egosyntonic, can be translated straightforwardly enough acceptable to the eye. Schaulust, translated by Strachey as scopophilia, means simply the sexual pleasure derived from looking or watching. Besetzen, too, is a common German term which Strachey mangles to produce cathexis. The German Besitzen has a variety of meanings including occupy, in all senses, possess and fill. It has been suggested that Freud's particular sense of the term could be rendered as invest or charge with energy. I have followed Professor Joyce Crick in opting for the latter, as it seems to me to accord well with Freud's overall concept of psychic energy. It is a guiding principle of this new translation of Freud that each translator should respond to Freud's writing in his or her own way, and that there should be no party line on the translation of technical terms. While this obviously has considerable advantages as regards freshness and accuracy, it inevitably obscures the fact that, throughout his work, Freud is remarkably consistent in his choice of terms. Moreover, some readers who are already familiar with psychoanalytic jargon may wish to know how particular key terms have been translated. For this reason, where my translation of such terms differs from the standard terminology, the German term will be found in square brackets after its first occurrence in each essay. The names of people and some places have also been left in German, with an explanatory gloss where appropriate. I acknowledge a debt to D.J. Smith, whose book Discovering Horse-Drawn Vehicles, 1994, helped me out of some tricky vehicular corners with regard to the case history of Little Hans, and to Dr. Almut Suerbaum and Mrs. Regina Prince for their assistance with certain impenetrable words and phrases. Forschung, as Freud himself makes clear, is an activity that combines notions of research, inquiry, and exploration in more or less equal measure. I am particularly grateful to my husband Ian Hewish for his critical scrutiny of my typescript. Any errors or infelicities that remain are my own responsibility. Note 1. The simplicity of the terminology has been retained in all the other major European languages. Analysis of a phobia in a 5-year-old boy Little Hans. Introduction. The history of illness and recovery in a very young patient that will be recounted in the following pages is not, strictly speaking, the product of my own observation. While I myself supervised the overall plan of treatment and also intervened personally on one occasion by talking to the lad myself, the treatment itself was carried out by the little boy's father, and I wish to express my profound gratitude to him for allowing me access to his notes for the purposes of this publication. The father's contribution goes further than this, however, in my view. No one else could have persuaded the child to admit so freely to his feelings, and nothing could replace the expertise with which the father was able to interpret the utterances of his 5-year-old son. The technical difficulties of carrying out the psychoanalysis of so young a patient would have been insurmountable. Only by uniting in one person the authority of the father and that of the doctor, only because affectionate interests coincided with scientific ones, was it possible in this one case to apply a method that would normally have been quite unsuitable. The particular value of observing this patient may be explained as follows. The physician who treats an adult suffering from neurosis by means of psychoanalysis, by painstakingly uncovering psychic formations layer by layer, eventually arrives at certain assumptions about infantile sexuality, in whose components he believes he has found the driving force behind all neurotic symptoms in later life. I have presented these assumptions in my 3 essays on the theory of sexuality, Pub 1905. I know that to anyone less familiar with such matters they appear as distasteful as they appear irrefutable to the psychoanalyst. But even the psychoanalyst may admit to the desire for more direct, more immediate proof of these fundamental principles. Is it really so impossible to gain direct evidence from the child in all the freshness of youth of those sexual stirrings and fantasies, which in the case of an older person we must excavate so assiduously from the earthworks thrown up to conceal them, particularly since we assert that they are common to the constitution of all human beings and occur in the neurotic individual only in a more pronounced or distorted form? To this end I have for years encouraged my pupils and friends to collect observations on the sexual life of children, which is normally either skillfully overlooked or deliberately denied. Among the material which came into my hands as a result of this request, pride of place was soon taken by the continuing story of Little Hans. His parents, who were both among my closest followers, had agreed to bring up their first child with no more constraint than proved necessary to maintain decent behavior, and as the child developed into a cheerful, good-natured, and bright little boy, they proceeded quite happily with their attempt to let him grow and express himself without intimidation. I reproduce here the father's jottings on little Hans just as they were given to me, and I shall naturally refrain from any attempt to pervert and misrepresent the naivete and straightforwardness of the nursery, merely for the sake of convention. The first information about Hans dates back to a time when he was not quite 3 years old. At that time he expressed in various remarks and questions a particularly lively interest in that part of his anatomy which he called his whittler. Thus he once asked his mother, "Hans, Mummy, have you got a whittler too?" "Mummy, of course I have." "Why?" "Hans, I just wondered." At the same age he once went into a cowshed and saw a cow being milked. "Look, milk comes out of the cow's whittler." These very first observations arouse the expectation that a great deal, if not most, of what little Hans shows us will prove typical of the sexual development of children. I have argued elsewhere that we should not be too horrified if we encounter in a female the fantasy of sucking on the male organ. This shocking impulse is harmless in origin, for it is derived from sucking at the mother's breast. The cow's udder performs a useful mediating function here, for it is mammary in nature, but in form and position a penis. Little Hans's discovery confirms the last part of my theory. At the same time his interest in whittlers is not just theoretical, as we might surmise, it stimulates him to touch that organ as well. At the age of 3-1-2 his mother catches him with his hand on his penis. She threatens him, "If you do that, I'll tell Dr. A to come and he'll cut off your whittler." "What will you do then when you need to whittle?" "Hans, I'll use my body." He responds without any sense of guilt as yet, but acquires on this occasion the castration complex that is so often to be inferred from the analysis of neurotics, even though without exception they strenuously resist any acknowledgement of it. There is much of importance that could be said about the significance of this element of child development. The castration complex has left conspicuous traces in mythology, not just in Greek mythology. Moreover, I have touched on the part it plays in a passage in Die Traumdeutung, the interpretation of dreams, 2nd edition, p. 385, 7th edition, p. 456, and elsewhere. Point 2 At about the same age, 312, standing in front of the lion's cage at Schönbrunn, he cries out with joyful excitement, "I saw the lion's whittler." The importance of animals in myth and fairy tale is due in no small measure to the openness with which they display their genitalia and their sexual functions to the curious young child. There is no doubt as to Hans's sexual curiosity, but it also makes a research scientist of him, allows him to make real conceptual discoveries. At 3:34 he watches water being drained off from an engine at the station. "Look, the engine's doing a whittle. But where's its whittler?" After a while he goes on thoughtfully, "Dogs and horses have whittlers, tables and chairs don't." Thus he has discovered a crucial characteristic that allows him to distinguish animate from inanimate. Intellectual curiosity and sexual curiosity appear to be inextricably linked. Hans's curiosity is directed towards his parents in particular. Hans, aged 3-4, "Daddy, have you got a whittler too?" "Father, of course I have." "Hans, but I've never seen it when you get undressed." On another occasion he watches with fascination while his mother undresses at bedtime. She asks, "Whatever are you looking at?" "Hans, I'm just looking to see if you've got a whittler too." "Mummy, of course I have." "Didn't you know that?" "Hans, no, I thought because you're so big you must have a whittler like a horse's." We must bear in mind little Hans's expectation. Its significance will become apparent later on. The great event in Hans's life was the birth of his little sister Hannah when he was exactly 3-2 years old, April 1903 to October 1906. His behavior on this occasion was noted down at the time by his father. When labor begins at 5 a.m. Hans's bed is moved next door. He wakes up there at 7 a.m. and hears the groans of his mother in labor, whereupon he asks, "Why is Mummy coughing?" After a pause, "I expect the stork is coming today." Over the last little while we have often told him, of course, that the stork will be bringing a baby girl or boy, and so he quite correctly associates the unfamiliar groaning with the arrival of the stork. Later he is taken into the kitchen. In the hall he sees the doctor's bag and asks what's that, to which we reply a bag. Quite convinced now, he says the stork's coming today. After the birth the midwife comes into the kitchen and Hans hears her give orders for a cup of tea, then he says, "Oh, I see, Mummy's got a cough and so they're making her tea." He is then called into the bedroom, but doesn't look at his mummy, only at the bowls of bloody water still standing in the room, and pointing at the bloody bedpan he remarks, taken aback, "My Whittler doesn't make blood come out." Everything he says shows that he connects the unusual circumstances with the arrival of the stork. He is on tenterhooks, looks askance at everything, and there is no doubt that the first stirrings of doubt about the stork are gaining a foothold. Hans is very jealous of the new arrival, and as soon as anyone praises her, finds her pretty, etc., he replies scornfully, "But she hasn't got any teeth yet." 3 For when he saw her for the first time he was astonished that she was unable to speak and assumed that the reason she could not speak was because she did not have any teeth. In the early days after the birth he finds himself having to play second fiddle, of course, and suddenly comes down with a very sore throat. In his fever he is heard to say, "But I don't want a little sister." It takes about 6 months for him to get over his jealousy, after which he becomes as affectionate towards Hannah as he is conscious of his own superiority. 4. Shortly after this Hans watches his week-old sister being given a bath. He remarks, "Goodness, her Whittler is really tiny still," and adds, by way of consolation, "When she grows up it's bound to get bigger." 5. At the same age, 4 years old, Hans relates a dream for the first time. "When I was asleep today I thought I was in Gmunden with Mariedl." Mariedl is the landlord's 13-year-old daughter, who often played with him. When Hans's father tells his mother the dream in his presence, Hans corrects him, "Not with Mariedl, on my own with Mariedl." Some background information. Hans spent the summer of 1906 in Gmunden, where he used to spend the whole day in the company of the landlord's children. When we left Gmunden we thought he would find it hard to say goodbye and go back to town. To our surprise this was not the case. He obviously enjoyed the change and for several weeks said very little about Gmunden. Only weeks later did animated memories quite frequently come to the surface of the time he had spent in Gmunden. For about the last 4 weeks he has been transforming these memories into fantasies. He fantasizes that he is playing with the children, Berta, Olga, and Fritzlo, talks to them as if they were there with him and is capable of amusing himself for hours in this fashion. Now that he has a sister and is obviously preoccupied with the problem of where babies come from, he calls Berta and Olga his children and adds on one occasion, "My children, Berta and Olga, were brought by the stork too." It is now 6 months since we left Gmunden, and the dream is obviously to be understood as the expression of his yearning to go back again. This is what his father has to say. I will anticipate myself by observing that with his last remark about the children the stork is supposed to have brought him, Hans consciously contradicts a feeling of doubt lurking inside him. Luckily his father noted down quite a number of things that acquire an unexpected value later on. I draw a giraffe for Hans, who has recently quite often been to Schönbrunn. He says to me, "You must draw his Whittler." I reply, "Draw it on yourself." At this he adds a new line to the picture of the giraffe, see the accompanying drawing, which at first he leaves short but then adds another line to it, remarking, "His Whittler is longer than that." Fig. Hans and I walk past a horse which is urinating. He says, "The horse's Whittler is down below, like mine." He watches his 3-month-old sister being bathed and says pityingly, "Her Whittler is really really tiny." He is given a doll to play with, and undresses her. He looks at her carefully and says, "Her Whittler is only really tiny." We already know that this formula makes it possible for him to maintain the validity of his discovery, CFP 5. Every researcher runs the risk of getting something wrong now and again. It may be of some comfort to him if, like Hans in the next example, he is not alone in his mistake, but can look to linguistic usage to excuse himself. Point 6 For in his picture book he sees a monkey and points to its upward curling tail. Look daddy, there's his whittler. In his fascination for whittlers he has thought up a very special game. Off the hall are the WC and a dark storeroom for wood. For some time Hans has been going into the storeroom, saying, I'm going to use my lavatory. One day I look in to see what he is doing in the dark storeroom. He is exposing himself and says, I'm having a whittle. That is to say, he is playing lavatories. It is clear that he is playing, not only because he is merely pretending to whittle, and not actually doing so, but also because he does not go to the lavatory, which would actually be a great deal easier, but prefers the wood store, which he refers to as his lavatory. It would be unfair to Hans to pursue only the autoerotic aspects of his sexual life. His father offers detailed observations concerning his relationships with other children, which point to an object choice such as we find with adults. Also, admittedly, to a quite remarkable changeableness and a polygamous disposition. In the winter, he is 3-3-4, I take Hans with me to the skating rink and introduce him to my colleague N's little daughters, who are both about 10 years old. Hans sits down next to them. They, conscious of their greater maturity, look down with some contempt on the little squirt, while he gazes at them reverentially, which has next to no effect on them. Nevertheless, Hans refers to them now only as his girls. Where have my girls gone? When are my girls coming? And for several weeks at home pesters me continually with when can I go skating with my girls again. Hans's 5-year-old cousin is here on a visit. Hans, now 4, embraces him continually and during one of these tender embraces says, "Oh, I do love you." This is the first instance of homosexuality that we shall encounter in Hans, but certainly not the last. Our little Hans is apparently the epitome of all the vices. We have moved to a new apartment. Hans is 4. A door leads from our kitchen to a narrow balcony, from which one can see into the apartment on the opposite side of the courtyard. Here Hans has discovered a little girl of 7 or 8. Now he sits on the step leading to the balcony waiting to adore her, and will sit there for hours. At 4 o'clock in particular, when the little girl comes home from school, we cannot keep him in the room, nor stop him from taking up his observation post. On one occasion, when the little girl does not appear at the window at the usual time, Hans becomes very agitated and plagues the servants with questions, when is the little girl coming home? Where is she, etc. When she finally appears he is ecstatic and cannot take his eyes off the apartment opposite. The passion with which Hans embarked on this love at a distance 7 can be explained by the fact that Hans has no little playmate, boy or girl. Frequent contact with other children is obviously a necessary part of a child's normal development. Shortly afterwards we leave to spend the summer in Gmunden and Hans, 412, now has company. His playmates are our landlord's children, Franz Loh, about 12, Fritz Loh, 8, Olga, 7, Berta, 5, as well as the next door children, Anna, 10, and 2 other little girls whose names I cannot recall, who are about 9 and 7. His favorite is Fritz Loh, whom he often embraces and assures of his love. On one occasion he is asked, "Which of the little girls do you like best?" and answers Fritz Loh. At the same time he is very aggressive towards the girls, swaggers and acts the man, embraces them and smothers them with kisses, which Berta for one very much enjoys. One evening, as Berta is coming out of the room he puts his arms round her neck and says in the sweetest of voices, "You're so lovely, Berta." However, this does not stop him from kissing the others and assuring them of his love too. He is also very fond of Mariedl, another of the landlord's daughters who plays with him. She is about 14, and one evening as he is being put to bed he says, "I want Mariedl to sleep with me." When he is told, "She can't do that," he says, "I want her to sleep with mummy or daddy." Then he is told, "She can't do that either, Mariedl must sleep downstairs with her parents," and the following dialogue ensues. "Hans, I'll go downstairs and sleep with Mariedl, Then, Mummy, do you really want to leave Mummy and sleep downstairs? Hans, well, I'll come back up again in the morning, to have breakfast, and to do a wee. Mummy, all right then, if you really want to leave Daddy and Mummy, don't forget your jacket and trousers, bye-bye. Hans really does pick up his clothes and starts towards the stairs to go and sleep with Mariedl, but of course is fetched back. Behind the words "I want Mariedl to sleep with us" there lies the other wish, of course, that Mariedl, whose company he so enjoys, should become a part of our family. No doubt the fact that his mother and father allowed Hans to come into their bed, albeit only occasionally, awakened erotic feelings in him, and the desire to sleep with Mariedl can also be taken in an erotic sense. For Hans, as for all children, lying in bed with his father or mother is a source of erotic excitement. When challenged by his mother, little Hans behaved like a real man despite his homosexual leanings. On the following occasion, too, Hans said to his mummy, "You know, I should so like to sleep with that little girl." The occasion gives rise to great amusement, for Hans behaves just like a grown-up in love. For some days a pretty little girl, about 8 years old, has been coming into the restaurant where we have lunch, and Hans has of course immediately fallen in love with her. He is constantly turning round on his chair to look at her out of the corner of his eye. He goes over to stand near her and flirt as soon as he has eaten, but goes bright scarlet if anyone catches him at it. If the little girl returns his glance, he immediately looks in the opposite direction, covered in shame. His behavior occasions hilarity, of course, in all the restaurant guests. Every day when we take him into the restaurant he asks, "Do you think the little girl will be here today?" When she finally comes he goes as red as any adult in the same situation. On one occasion he comes over to me, quite blissful, and whispers in my ear, "I know where the little girl lives. I've seen her go up the steps in such and such a place." While he may behave aggressively towards the little girls at home, here he is altogether the platonically languishing beau. This may have something to do with the fact that the girls at home are village children, while this one is a lady of refinement. I have already mentioned that he once said he would like to sleep with her. As I have no wish to prolong the state of emotional distress into which Hans has been thrown by his love for the little girl, I have effected an introduction and invited her to come and play in the garden one afternoon after Hans's nap. Hans is so excited by the thought that the little girl is coming to see him that for the first time he cannot get to sleep, but tosses and turns restlessly. His mummy asks him, "Why can't you sleep? Is it because you are thinking about the little girl?" To which he replies happily, "Yes." When we left the restaurant after lunch he told everyone at home, "Listen, my girlfriend's coming today," and 14-year-old Mariedl reports that he asked her again and again, "Do you think she'll be nice to me? Do you think she'll give me a kiss if I kiss her?" and so on and so forth. But that afternoon it rained and so the visit was put off, and Hans had to be content with Berta and Olga for company. Further observations made during the summer spent in Gmunden suggest that there are all sorts of new developments in the little boy's world. Hans, 4 years old. This morning his mummy gives Hans a bath, as she does every day, then dries him and pats him with talcum powder. As she puts talcum powder around his penis, taking care not to touch it, Hans says, "Why don't you touch me there?" "Mummy, because that's dirty." Hans, "What? Dirty? Why?" "Mummy, because it's not decent." Hans, laughing, "It's fun, though it." There is a striking contrast between the boldness Hans showed here towards his mother and a dream dating from around the same time. It is the first occasion when the content has been disguised by distortion, but the solution did not elude his father's quick wits. Hans, 414. Dream. This morning Hans came in and said, "Daddy, I thought something in the night. Someone says, 'Who wants to come to me?' Then someone says, 'Me,' then he has to make him have a whittle." Further questions made it clear that there was no visual element in this dream, which falls into the category of type auditif. For the past few days Hans has been playing parlor games, including forfeit games, with the caretaker's children, among them his friends Olga, 7, and Berta, 5. A. Whose is this forfeit I hold in my hand? B. Mine. Then they decide what B has to do. The dream follows the model of the forfeit game, except that Hans doesn't want the person with the forfeit sentenced to the usual kiss, or box on the ears, but to a whittle. More precisely, someone has to make him do a whittle. I get him to tell me the dream again. He uses the same words but replaces then someone says with then she says. Translated, then, the dream goes as follows: I am playing forfeits with the girls. I ask, who wants to come to me? She, Berta or Olga, answers, me. Then she must make me do a whittle, i.e. help me urinate, something which Hans clearly finds agreeable. Being helped to do a whittle, which involves unfastening the child's trousers and taking out his penis, is obviously a pleasurable activity for Hans. When they are out on a walk, it is of course mainly his father who helps Hans in this way, which provides an opportunity for his homosexual tendencies to become fixierung on his father. 2 days earlier, as noted, when his mother was washing and putting talcum powder on the genital area, he asked her, why don't you touch me there? Yesterday, when I took Hans for a wee, he asked me for the first time to take him behind the house so that no one could see, and added, last year, when I did a whittle, Berta and Olga watched me. I take this to mean that last year he enjoyed it when the girls watched him, but doesn't anymore. The pleasure of exhibitionism is now being repressed. The repression in real life of his desire to be seen, or helped, by Berta and Olga when he is doing a whittle, explains why it has turned up in his dreams, in the charming guise of a forfeit game. Since then I have repeatedly observed that he does not wish to be seen when doing a whittle. I remark here merely that this dream conforms to the rule formulated in Die Traumdeutung, the interpretation of dreams, p. 283f, 7th edition, namely that speech which occurs in dreams can be traced back to speech uttered or heard in the days immediately preceding the dream. A further observation was noted by Hans's father in the weeks immediately following their return to Vienna. Hans, 412, is again watching his little sister being bathed and starts to laugh. Asked, why are you laughing? He replies, I'm laughing at Hannes Widler. Why? Because her Widler's so lovely. Obviously this is not what he means. Hannes Widler actually struck him as funny. This is incidentally the first time he acknowledges the difference between male and female genitals, instead of denying it. 2. Case History and Analysis. Esteemed Professor Freud, I am sending you another installment of Hans, but this time, alas, notes for a case history. As you will gather, he has been suffering recently from a nervous disorder, which greatly concerns my wife and myself as we can see no way of dealing with it. I beg leave to call on you tomorrow, but enclose written notes on the available material. Sexual overexcitement caused by his mother's caresses is no doubt at the root of the problem, but I am at a loss to identify the immediate cause of the disorder. The fear that a horse will bite him on the street seems connected in some way to fear of a large penis. You will recall from my earlier notes that he was aware at a very early stage of the horse's large penis and came to the conclusion that, as she is so big, his mother must have a Widler like a horse's. I cannot make any useful sense of this. Has he perhaps seen someone expose himself? Or is it all to do with his mother? We are not at all happy to find that he is already posing us problems. Incidentally, apart from his fear of going out in the street and his evening moods, he has not changed, and remains as cheerful and good-humored as ever. Let us leave on one side both the understandable concern expressed by Hans's father and his first attempts at explanation, and contemplate first of all the material he has provided. There is no sense in which our task is to understand a medical case straight away. This can only happen later, once we have formed sufficiently clear impressions of the subject. We must suspend judgment for the time being and consider all the relevant material with the same degree of attention. The first information dates from early January this year, 1908. This morning Hans, 434, comes into our room crying, and when his mother asks why he is crying he says, "When I was asleep I thought you'd gone away and I didn't have a mummy anymore to nuzzle," equals cuddle. An anxiety dream, then. I had already noticed something similar in Gmunden this summer. At bedtime he tended to be rather tearful and once said something along the lines of, "If I didn't have a mummy, if you went away," or something of the kind. I cannot remember the exact words. When he was in this elegiac mood his mummy unfortunately always took him into bed with her. On about January 5th he got into bed with his mother in the morning and said to her, "Do you know what Auntie M said? What a sweet little Willie he's got one. Aunt M stayed with us about 4 weeks ago, she was there once when my wife gave the boy his bath and did indeed make the aforementioned remark in a whisper to my wife." Hans heard and hoped to turn it to good account. On January 7th he sets off as usual with his nursery maid to the Stadtpark, public gardens, bursts into tears in the street and asks to be taken home, because he wants a nuzzle with his mummy. When asked at home why he did not want to go any further and why he was crying he will not reply. He is as cheerful as ever until the evening. At bedtime he becomes visibly anxious, cries, and cannot be persuaded to leave his mother. Again he wants to nuzzle. Then he cheers up again and has a good night's sleep. On January 8th my wife decides to take him for a walk herself to see what is going on. She plans to go to Schönbrunn, a favorite outing of his. Once again he starts to cry, refuses to leave the house, is frightened. In the end he does go but is visibly anxious when they are in the street. As they are coming back from Schönbrunn he says with great reluctance to his mother, "I was afraid a horse would bite me." He was indeed worried when they saw a horse at Schönbrunn. In the evening he apparently has a similar attack to the day before, and again demands nuzzles. When reassured he says, crying, "I know I shall have to go for a walk again tomorrow, and then later, the horse will come into my bedroom." The same day his mother asks, "Do you sometimes touch your whittler with your hand?" He replies, "Yes, every night when I'm in bed." The next day, January 9th, before his afternoon nap, he is told not to touch his whittler. Afterwards, when questioned, he says he did touch it for a little bit, actually. This, then, would constitute the beginning of the anxiety and the beginning of the phobia. It is clear that we have good reason to distinguish the one from the other. There appears to be quite enough material, moreover, to enable us to orientate ourselves, and no moment is more propitious to our understanding than this early stage, which is, alas, generally neglected or passed over. The disorder begins with anxious, loving thoughts and an anxiety dream. Content, losing the mother, so that he can no longer nuzzle. His affectionate feelings for his mother must therefore have increased enormously. This is the phenomenon underlying his state of mind. Let us confirm this by recalling the 2 attempts to seduce his mother that he undertakes, the first of which takes place in the summer, the second, just before his fear of going out into the street erupts, consisting merely in admiration of his genitals. It is the increase in affection for his mother, suddenly translated into anxiety, that, as we would say, underlies the repression. We do not yet know what is causing the repression. It may simply be the result of an intensity of emotion that the child is unable to control, or there may be other forces at work too, which we have not yet identified. This we shall discover in due course. Hans's anxiety, which corresponds to a repressed erotic yearning, is initially without an object. Like all childish anxiety, it is still anxiety rather than fear. The child cannot know at first what it is that he is afraid of, and if, on that first walk with his nursery maid, Hans refuses to say what he is afraid of, that is because he does not know. He says what he does know, that when he is out he misses his mummy and wants to nuzzle her, and that he doesn't want to leave mummy. Thus he is quite straightforward in revealing the primary reason for his dislike of outings. His state of mind before bedtime on 2 consecutive evenings, anxious and still clearly dominated by his loving feelings, demonstrates that at the beginning of his illness there is no question of a phobia of going out into the street or for a walk, or indeed of horses. In that case, his evening state of mind would be inexplicable. Who thinks about the street and going for a walk at bedtime? It is transparently obvious, on the other hand, that he becomes anxious in the evening because his libido overwhelms him more strongly at bedtime, a libido whose object is his mother and whose aim might be, say, to sleep in the mother's bed. It was his experience in Gmunden, after all, that his mother could be persuaded by such moods to take him into her bed, and he would dearly like to bring about the same result here in Vienna. Let us not forget, moreover, that at times in Gmunden he was alone with his mother, since his father was unable to spend the whole of the holiday there, and also that there he was able to spread his affections over a whole series of playmates, boys and girls, whom he must now dp without, so that his libido, now undivided, is focused entirely on his mother. Anxiety, then, corresponds to repressed longing, but it is not entirely the same thing as the longing. The repression also stands for something. Longing can be transformed entirely into satisfaction if the longed-for object is supplied, whereas in the case of anxiety this therapy no longer works. The anxiety remains even when the longing could be satisfied, and can no longer be transformed back entirely into libido. Something holds the libido back in the state of repression. Point 2. In Hans's case this is apparent when he next goes for a walk with his mother. He is now with his mother and yet still suffers from anxiety, that is, from an unsatisfied longing for her. Admittedly, the anxiety is less, he can be persuaded to go for a walk, whereas he forced the nursery maid to take him home. Moreover, the street is not the right place for nuzzling, or whatever the young lover has in mind. But the anxiety has stood the test and must now find itself an object. While they are on their walk, Hans expresses his fear that a horse will bite him for the first time. Where does the material for this phobia come from? Probably from those as yet unknown complexes that have contributed to the repression and that maintain his libidinal feelings towards his mother in a repressed state. This is another puzzling aspect of the case, the subsequent development of which we must now follow in order to find the solution. The father has already provided certain pointers, which we may take to be reliable. Hans had always taken a particular interest in horses because of their large whittlers, and assumed Mummy would have a whittler like a horse's, etc. But what does it mean when Hans expresses a bedtime fear that a horse will come into his room? A silly, childish anxiety, one might say. But neurosis does not express silly ideas, any more than a dream does. We criticize what we do not understand. And in doing so, we make things easy for ourselves. We must resist this temptation on another count as well. Hans has admitted to playing with his penis every night for pleasure, before he goes to sleep. Now this, the average family doctor likes to say, this explains everything. The child masturbates, and that is why he is anxious. Not so fast. The fact that the child gives himself pleasure by masturbating does nothing to explain his anxiety, but on the contrary makes it all the more puzzling. A state of anxiety is not created by masturbation, still less by satisfaction. At the same time we can assume that young Hans, now 4 years old, has indulged in this pleasure every night for at least a year, CFP 5, and we shall learn that it is precisely at this time that he is struggling to resist the habit, which is more in keeping with the advent of anxiety and repression. We must also speak out on behalf of that good lady, Hans's mother, doubtless very worried about her boy. His father, not without some semblance of justice, accuses her of bringing about the neurosis by her too great affection and all too frequent willingness to take the child into her bed. We could equally well reproach her with having precipitated his feelings of repression by her energetic rejection of his attempts at seduction. That's dirty. But she plays the part fate intended for her, and hers is a difficult role. Hans's father and I agree that he should say to Hans that the horse business was just silly, and there was an end to it. The truth was that he loved Mummy very much and wanted her to take him into bed with her. He was afraid of the horses now because he found the horse's whittler so interesting. He had said himself that it was wrong to be so preoccupied with whittlers, his own included, and that was quite right. I further suggested to Hans's father that we should choose the path of sexual enlightenment. Since we could assume, given the boy's past history, that his libido was attached to the desire to see Mummy's Whittler, he should remove this objective by telling him that Mummy, like all females, as he should know because of Hannah, doesn't have a Whittler. This last piece of information is to be imparted to Hans on an appropriate occasion in response to some question or remark. The next reports on Hans cover the time from 1 to March 17. An explanation of the month-long gap will soon be forthcoming. After his father has explained matters to him, there follows a less troubled period, during which Hans can be persuaded without undue difficulty to go for a daily walk in the Stadt Park. His fear of horses is gradually transformed into the compulsive desire to look at them. He says, "I have to look at the horses, and then I feel scared." After an attack of influenza, which obliges him to keep to his bed for 2 weeks, his phobia is again so strong that he cannot be persuaded to go out. At the very most he sits on the balcony. On Sundays he goes with me to Lanes 4 as there are only a few carriages to be seen in the streets then, and it is only a short distance to the station. In Lanes he refuses on one occasion to leave the garden and go for a walk because there is a carriage just outside the garden. After another week spent at home because he has had his tonsils out, his phobia gets even worse. He will go out onto the balcony but not for a walk, that is, as soon as he gets to the street door he turns round and goes straight back inside. On Sunday, March 1st, on the way to the station, the following conversation takes place. I try to explain to him again that horses don't bite. He says, "But white horses bite. In Gmunden there's a white horse that bites. If you hold out your finger, it bites you." I notice that he says finger rather than hand. He then tells me the following story, which I reproduce here in more coherent form. When Lizzie had to go away they had a carriage with a white horse outside their house to take the luggage to the station. He tells me that the little girl Lizzie had been living nearby. Her father was standing close to the horse and the horse turned its head, to touch him, and he said to Lizzie, "Don't touch the white horse or it will bite you." I reply, "Do you know, I don't think you're talking about horses really, but about whittlers that shouldn't be touched." He, "But whittlers don't bite." I, "Well perhaps they do," whereupon he tries emphatically to prove that it really was a white horse. 5. On March 2nd, when he gets frightened again, I say, "Do you know what? Your silly nonsense," this is how he describes his phobia, "will get better if you go out for a walk more often. It is so bad at the moment because you haven't been out of the house, because you've been ill." He, "Oh no, it's so bad because I keep on touching my whittler every night." Doctor and patient, father and son are unanimous, therefore, in ascribing the principal role in the pathogenesis of Hans's present state of mind to the habit of masturbation. 6. But there is also no lack of indication of other significant factors. On March 3rd a new girl came into service with us, whom he is particularly taken with. As she lets him climb up on her back when she is doing his room, he now refers to her only as my horsey and holds onto the back of her skirt shouting "G up." On about March 10th he says to this new nursery maid, "If you do such and such a thing then you'll have to take all your clothes off, even your chemise." He means, as a punishment, but it is easy to discern the wish behind the remark. She, and what of it? I just say to myself that I haven't any money for new clothes. He, "But it would be an absolute disgrace, everyone would see your whittler." The old curiosity, transferred to a new object, and appropriately enough in a phase of repression, disguised as an inclination to moralize. On the morning of March 13th I say to Hans, "Do you know, if you don't touch your whittler any more the silly nonsense will get better." Hans, "But I don't touch my whittler any more." I, "But you still want to." Hans, "Maybe, but wanting to isn't the same as doing and doing isn't the same as wanting to. I, "To stop you wanting to, you're going to have a bag to sleep in tonight." After this we go outside. Although he is scared, he says, visibly cheered by the prospect of something to make the struggle easier, "Now then, Tomorrow when I have the bag to sleep in, the silly nonsense will go away. And indeed he is much less scared of the horses and watches fairly calmly as the carriages go past. The next Sunday, March 15th, Hans had promised to go with me to Lanes. At first he is reluctant, but in the end he goes with me. As there are only a few carriages on the streets he is visibly at ease, saying, "Clever old God, sending the horses off early." On the way I explain to him that his sister doesn't have a whittler like his. Girls and women don't have whittlers. Mummy doesn't, Anna doesn't, etc. Hans, have you got a whittler? Of course I have, whatever did you think? Hans thinks for a moment, how do girls whittle if they haven't got a whittler? They don't have the same kind of whittler as you do. Haven't you noticed that when Hannah has her bath? All day long he is very cheerful, goes tobogganing, etc. Only towards evening does he seem out of sorts and appears to be frightened of horses. In the evening the attack of nerves and the need for nuzzling is less pronounced than on previous days. The next day his mummy takes him into town and in the street he is really scared. The next day he stays at home and is very cheerful. The following morning he comes upstairs at about 6 o'clock, very anxious. When we ask what is wrong, he tells us, "I touched my whittler just a teeny bit. Then I saw Mummy with no clothes on, she had her chemise on and you could see her whittler. I showed my Greet 7 what Mummy was doing and I showed her my whittler. Then I took my hand away from my whittler. When I object that it must be either, in her chemise, or with no clothes on, Hans says, she was in her chemise but the chemise was so short I could see her whittler. The whole thing is not a dream but a masturbation fantasy, the equivalent, incidentally, of a dream. What he makes Mummy do clearly justifies his actions. If Mummy shows her whittler, then it's all right for me to do the same thing. From this fantasy we can deduce two things: first, that his mother's reprimand has had a powerful effect on him, and, second, that initially he does not accept the explanation that women do not have a whittler. He regrets that this should be the case and will not let go of the idea in his fantasy life. Perhaps he has his own reasons, moreover, for declining to believe what his father says. Weekly report by Hans's father. Esteemed Professor, I enclose the next installment of Hans's story, an interesting little tale. Perhaps I might take the liberty of calling on you on Monday during consultation hours, and if possible I shall bring Hans with me, provided he will come. I asked him today, would you like to come with me on Monday to see the professor who can sort out the silly nonsense for you? No. But he has a very pretty little girl. Whereupon he agreed cheerfully and willingly. Sunday, March 22nd. To broaden the scope of our Sunday program, I suggest to Hans that we should go first to Schönbrunn and then go on to Lanes at lunchtime. In this way he has not only to cope with the walk from our apartment to the Stadtbahn Metropolitan Railway stop at the Central Customs House, but also the walk from Hietzing station to Schönbrunn and from there on to the steam tramway station at Hietzing, all of which he manages by looking away quickly if horses are coming, as he is clearly in an anxious mood. Looking away is Mummy's advice. In the park at Schönbrunn he appears frightened of animals which he is normally able to look at quite fearlessly. And so he absolutely refuses to enter the house where the giraffe is. The same goes for the elephant, which he usually finds great fun. He is afraid of all the large animals, but enjoys the little ones. As for the birds, this time he is afraid of the pelican, which was never the case before, clearly also because of its size. At this I say, do you know why you are afraid of the big animals? Big animals have big whittlers and it is the big whittlers you are really afraid of. Hans, but I've never seen the whittler on any of the big animals. But you've seen one on a horse, and horses are big animals too. Hans, oh, I've often seen one on a horse. Once in Gmunden, when the carriage stopped in front of the house, once in front of the Central Customs House. When you were little you probably went into a stable, in Gmunden. Hans, interrupting, yes, I went into the stables in Gmunden every day, when the horses came home. And you were probably frightened once when you saw the horse's great big whittler, but there's no need to be frightened. Big animals have big whittlers and little animals have little whittlers. Hans, and all human beings have whittlers, and when I get bigger my whittler will grow too. It's taken root, after all. The conversation ended here. In the days that follow his fear seems greater again, he scarcely dares go out of the main entrance to the house, where we take him after lunch. Hans's last words of reassurance to himself throw some light on the situation and allow us to correct some of his father's assertions. It is true that he is afraid of the big animals because he is thinking about their big whittlers, but one cannot actually say that he is afraid of the big whittlers themselves. Previously the thought of them had decidedly pleasurable associations and he had tried eagerly to catch a glimpse of them. But his enjoyment has since been spoiled by the general reversal of pleasure into its opposite, which, in a way that is not yet clear, has affected all aspects of his sexual exploration, spoiled, too, as we can see more clearly, by certain experiences and considerations which have had unhappy results. From the comforting remark, "When I get bigger my whittler will grow too," we may conclude that he has constantly made comparisons in the course of his observations and remains deeply dissatisfied with the size of his own whittler. He is reminded of this defect by the big animals, which he dislikes for that reason. Since he is probably unable to become fully conscious of this whole train of thought, the painful feeling is transformed into anxiety, so that his present anxiety builds as much on his earlier pleasure as on his present aversion. When once a state of anxiety has been created, anxiety devours all other feelings, as repression takes its course and those once conscious ideas to which strong feelings have become attached move more and more into the unconscious mind. All the associated emotions may be transformed into anxiety. As a way of reassuring himself, Hans's odd remark, "It's taken root," after all allows us to guess at much that he is unable to express, that he did not express even in this analysis. I am supplementing my account here with material acquired during the analysis of adults, but I hope that this interpolation will not be considered forced or arbitrary. It's taken root, after all. Given that this is intended to comfort and fortify, it calls to mind his mother's ancient threat to have his whittler cut off if he continues to play with it. At the time, at the age of 312, that threat had no effect. He replied, unconcerned, that he would whittle through his bottom. It would be entirely typical behavior if the threat of castration now took belated nachträglich effect, so that 15 months later Hans is living in fear of sacrificing that precious part of his own self. It is possible to observe the belated effect of childhood commandments and threats in other cases, where the time lapse extends to as many years and more. Indeed, I know of cases in which belated obedience to repression has been the major factor in determining the symptoms of illness. The enlightenment recently offered to Hans, that women really do not have whittlers, can only have had a devastating effect on his self-confidence, by awakening the castration complex. This is the reason why he resisted the information, and why it failed to have any therapeutic effect. Can there really be living creatures who don't possess a whittler? If so, it would no longer be so incredible if someone were to take away his whittler and turn him, as it were, into a woman. 9. In the night of the 27th to the 28th, Hans surprises us by leaving his own bed in the pitch dark and coming into our bed. His room is separated from our bedroom by a closet. We ask him what the matter is, if he was afraid, perhaps. He says, "No, I'll tell you in the morning," falls asleep in our bed and is carried back to his own. Later the next day I question him closely as to why he came in to us in the night, and after some reluctance the following conversation ensues, which I immediately note down in shorthand. In the night there were 2 giraffes in my room, a big one and a squished one, and the big one made a noise because I took the squished one away from it. Then it stopped making a noise and then I sat on the squished one's back. At a loss. What? A squished giraffe? What was it like? Yes. Quickly fetches a piece of paper, crumples it up and says to me, "Squished, like that." And you sat on the squished giraffe's back. How did you do that? Again he shows me, sits down on the ground. Why did you come into our room? I don't really know. Were you frightened? No, not at all. Were the giraffes in your dreams? Not in my dreams, no, I thought the whole thing, I'd already come up to your room. A squished giraffe, I wonder what that could be. You know you can't crumple up a giraffe as if it were a piece of paper. I know. In my head it was like that. There's not really anything like that in the whole wide world. Point 10 The squished one was lying on the floor and I picked it up in my hands and took it away. You mean you picked up a great big giraffe like that? I picked up the squished one. And where was the big one? The big one was standing a bit further away. What did you do with the squished one? I held it in my hands for a bit, until the big one had stopped making a noise, and when the big one had stopped making a noise I sat on its back. Why was the big one making a noise? Because I took the little one away from it. Notices that I am making notes and asks, why are you writing everything down? Because I send it to a professor who can take the silly nonsense away. Oh I see, so you wrote down that Mummy took her chemise off as well, and you'll give that to the professor too. Yes, but he won't understand how you can believe that there are such things as squished giraffes. Just tell him I don't know myself and then he won't ask, but if he asks what a squished giraffe is he can write to us, and we'll write back, or shall we write now, I don't know. But why did you come in to us in the night? I don't know. Tell me quickly what you are thinking about. Being funny, a glass of raspberry juice. His desires. What else? A gun to shoot people dead. 11. You didn't dream it? I'm sure I didn't, no, I know I didn't. He continues, Mummy kept asking me to tell her why I came into you in the night. Only I didn't want to, because at first I was ashamed of saying anything to Mummy. Why was that? I don't know. My wife had indeed questioned him all morning before he would tell her the giraffe story. Hans's father solves the giraffe fantasy the very same day. The big giraffe is me, or more precisely, my big penis, the long neck, the squished giraffe my wife, more precisely, her sexual member. This is the consequence of the sexual enlightenment I had offered Hans. Giraffe, see outing to Schönbrunn. Incidentally, he has a picture of a giraffe and an elephant above his bed. The whole thing reproduces a scene which has taken place virtually every morning for the last few days. Hans always comes in to us early in the morning and my wife cannot resist taking him into bed with her for a few minutes. At this I always begin to warn her against taking him in with her. The big one made a noise because I took the squished one away from it, and she interjects that this is nonsense, a couple of minutes will not make any difference, etc. Hans then stays in her bed for a little while, then the big giraffe stopped making a noise and then I sat on the squished one's back. This marital scene, transposed into the giraffe world, may therefore be interpreted as follows. In the night he is overcome with longing for his Mummy, for her caresses and her sexual member, and so he comes into our bedroom. The whole thing is the continuation of his fear of horses. To this perceptive interpretation I can only add, sitting on the giraffe's back is probably Hans's image of taking possession. The whole thing is a fantasy of defiance, linked to his satisfaction at having triumphed over paternal resistance. You can shout as much as you like, Mummy takes me into bed with her all the same and Mummy belongs to me. We are justified, then, in guessing that behind this, as his father suspects, lies Hans's fear that Mummy doesn't love him because his whittler will not stand comparison with his father's. The next morning Hans's father receives corroboration of his interpretation of the dream. On Sunday, March 29, I go to Lane's with Hans. On the doorstep I bid my wife a joking farewell, I do, big giraffe. Hans asks me, why do you say giraffe? I reply, Mummy is the big giraffe, to which Hans replies, yes, and Hannah is the squished giraffe, isn't she? On the train I explain the giraffe fantasy to him, and he tells me, yes, that is right, and when I say I am the big giraffe, because its long neck reminded him of a whittler, he says, Mummy has a neck like a giraffe's too, I saw that when she was washing her white neck. 12. On Monday, March 30th, early in the morning, Hans comes to me and says, Daddy, today I thought two things. The first one was that I was in Schönbrunn with you looking at the sheep, and then we crawled under the ropes, and then we told the policeman at the entrance to the park what we'd done, and he grabbed us. He has forgotten what the second thing was. I should mention here that on Sunday, when we wanted to go and look at the sheep, the area was closed off with a rope, and we could not get in. Hans was amazed that an area could be closed off simply with a rope, since, after all, one could easily duck underneath it. I told him that respectable people don't crawl underneath ropes. He remarked how easy it would be to do, to which I replied that if he did, a policeman might come and take him away. There is an imperial guard who stands at the entrance to Schönbrunn, and I once told Hans that he arrests naughty children. After we had returned from our visit to you, Professor, which occurred on the same day, Hans confessed another little desire to do what is forbidden. Daddy, this morning I had another thought. What was that? I went for a ride on a train with you and we smashed a window and the policeman took us away. The true continuation of the giraffe fantasy. He senses that it is forbidden to take possession of his mother, he has come up against the incest barrier. But in his view it is something which is forbidden by its very nature. When it comes to the forbidden pranks of his fantasy, his father is there too and is also taken away and locked up. In his view his father also does that mysterious and forbidden thing with his mother, for which he substitutes in his own mind something violent like smashing a window or penetrating a closed-off area. That afternoon father and son visited me during my consultation hours. I had already made the little chap's acquaintance and had always enjoyed seeing him, as for all his self-confidence he was a charming, funny little fellow. I do not know if he remembered me, but he behaved impeccably, like a perfectly reasonable member of human society. Our consultation was brief. The father began by remarking that despite all efforts at enlightenment Hans's fear of horses had not diminished. We were also obliged to admit that the connections between the horses which frightened him and the tender feelings towards his mother that we had identified were not actually very substantial. Such details as I now learned, things that particularly bothered him, what the horses had over their eyes and the black around their mouths, could certainly not be explained on the basis of what we knew. But watching the two of them sitting there and hearing the description of these anxiety horses, I had a further intimation of what the solution could be, and understood very well why it might elude Hans's father in particular. I asked Hans in a joking way whether his horses wore spectacles, to which he replied that they did not, and then whether his father wore spectacles, to which despite the evidence he also replied in the negative. I asked whether by black around the mouth he might mean a mustache, and then revealed to him that he was afraid of his father because he was so fond of his mother. He must think that his father was angry with him because of that, but that was not true. His father loved him, he need not be afraid to admit everything to him. I told him that for a very long time, even before he was born, I had known that a little Hans would come, who would love his mother so much that it would make him afraid of his father, and I had already told his father so. What makes you think that I am angry with you? His father interrupted at this point. Have I ever shouted at you or hit you? Oh yes, you have hit me, Hans corrected him. That isn't true. When? This morning the boy reminded him, and his father recalled that Hans had quite unexpectedly butted him in the stomach, whereupon he had smacked him almost as a reflex action. It was interesting that he had not registered this detail in the context of the boy's neurosis. Now, however, he understood it to be an expression of his hostility towards him, perhaps also as an expression of his need to be punished. 13. On the way home Hans asked his father, "Does the professor talk to the good Lord?" since he knows everything before he is told. I should have been extraordinarily proud of this accolade from a child's mouth if I had not provoked it myself with my playful bragging. After this consultation I received almost daily reports on the changes in our young patient's state. It was hardly to be expected that after what I had told him he would lose his fears at a single stroke, but it became apparent that he had now been given the possibility of bringing the products of his unconscious mind to the surface and unraveling his phobia. From this point onwards he was following a program that I was able to communicate to his father in advance. On April 2 we saw the first substantial improvement. Up until then he could never be persuaded to spend long at the street door, and if horses came past he would always run back into the house with every sign of terror. This time he stood for an hour at the street door, even when carts and carriages came past, which is a not infrequent occurrence where we live. Now and again, if he sees a carriage coming in the distance, he runs back into the house, but turns round again straight away, as if he thinks better of it. In any case there appears to be only a residual anxiety, and the improvement since your enlightening conversation with him is unmistakable. In the evening he says, if we can stand at the street door, we can go to the Stadtpark too. On April 3 he comes into my bed early in the morning, whereas for the past few days he has not come, appearing proud, indeed, of his self-restraint. I ask him, what made you come in this morning? Hans, I shan't come any more until I'm not scared. So you come in because you are scared. Hans, when I'm not with you I'm scared, when I'm not in bed with you, then I'm scared. I shan't come in until I'm not scared any more. So you love me and you're afraid when you are alone in bed in the morning, and that's why you come in to me. Hans, yes. Why did you say it's mummy that I love, when I'm afraid because it's you that I love? The level of clarity the boy demonstrates here is really quite sophisticated. He discloses that love for his father is battling inside him with hostility towards his father as a result of their rivalry for the mother, and he reproaches his father with not having made him aware of this power play, which must ultimately give rise to fear. The father does not yet fully understand him, for during this conversation he becomes convinced for the first time of the boy's hostility towards him, a hostility whose existence I asserted during our consultation. The following material, which I reproduce in unabridged form, is actually more significant in terms of the father's understanding than that of my young patient. Unfortunately I did not immediately grasp the significance of Hans's objection. Because of his love for his mother he obviously wants me out of the way, so that he can take his father's place. The repression of this hostile desire is transformed into anxiety about his father, and so he comes in early in the morning to see if I have gone away. Unfortunately I did not fully understand this at that moment and said, when you are on your own you are frightened and want me, and then you come in to me. Hans, when you aren't there I am afraid that you won't come home again. Have I ever threatened not to come home? Hans, you haven't, but Mummy has. Mummy said she wouldn't come home anymore. He had probably been naughty, and she threatened to go away and leave him. She said that because you were naughty. Hans, yes. So you are afraid that I will go away because you were naughty, and that's why you come in to me. At breakfast time I get up from the table, whereupon Hans says, Daddy, don't race off. I am struck by the fact that he says race rather than run, and I reply, aha, you're afraid of the horsey racing off. He laughs. We know that this instance of Hans's fear is double-edged. He feels both fear of his father and fear for his father. The former derives from hostility towards his father, the latter from the conflict between that hostility and his affection for him, which is exaggerated here in reaction. The father continues. This is without doubt the first sign of something important. The fact that he will go as far as the street door but will not leave the house, and that at the first attack of anxiety he goes halfway back home, is motivated by fear of not finding his parents at home because they have gone away. At home he sticks to his mother like glue. His hostile feelings towards me make him afraid of my going away, because then he would be the father. Last summer I had to leave Munden on numerous occasions to go back to Vienna, because of my work, and then he was the father. I remember that the horse phobia began with his experience in Gmunden when a horse came to fetch Lizzie's luggage and take it to the station. The repressed wish that I too should go to the station so that he could be alone with his mother, the horse should go away, is translated into fear at the horse going away, and indeed nothing creates a greater state of anxiety in him than a carriage leaving the courtyard of the Central Customs House opposite our apartment, when the horses start to move. This new information, hostile feelings towards the father, could only emerge once he knows that I am not angry with him because he is so fond of his mother. In the afternoon I again go with him to the street door. Once again he goes out onto the pavement and stays there even when carriages go past, only the occasional carriage makes him afraid so that he runs back into the entrance hall. He explains to me that not all white horses bite, i.e. as a result of the analysis some white horses have already been recognized as daddy, and they don't bite anymore, but there are still some that do bite. The situation outside our street door is as follows. Opposite us is the warehouse of the Office of Consumer Tax, where there is a loading ramp which carriages and carts drive up to all day to collect packing cases and the like. The courtyard is closed off with railings. Opposite our apartment is the main entrance to the courtyard, Fig 2. Fig 2. For some days now I have noticed that Hans is particularly anxious when carts and carriages drive in or out of the courtyard, for in doing so they have to swing round quite sharply. I asked him on one occasion why he was so anxious and he replied, "I'm afraid that the horses will fall over when the cart has to turn the corner, eh? He is equally frightened when carts standing by the loading ramp suddenly start up and move off, b. Moreover he is more afraid, c. of big cart horses than of small horses, and more afraid of farm horses than of smart horses, the kind that pull cabs, for example. He is also more frightened if a carriage goes past at speed, d. than if the horses are trotting along slowly. Of course it is only in the last few days that these distinctions have become clear. I am tempted to say that as a result of his analysis, not only the patient but his phobia too has become bolder and dares to be more visible. On April 5 Hans comes into the bedroom again and is sent back to his own bed. I say to him, as long as you carry on coming into our bedroom in the morning, your fear of horses won't get any better. He stands up to me, however, and replies, I'm going to come anyway, even if I am still afraid. So he will not be stopped from coming to see his mother. After breakfast we are to go down to the street. Hans is looking forward to this, and instead of staying by the street door as usual plans to cross over to the courtyard, where he has seen street urchins playing often enough. I tell him I shall be pleased if he crosses the road, and seize the opportunity to ask why he is so afraid when the loaded carts standing at the loading ramp start up, b. Hans, I'm afraid that I'll be standing by the cart and the cart will suddenly drive off and I'll be standing on the cart and trying to get onto the boards, the loading ramp, and I'll be driven off on the cart. And if the cart is standing still? You're not afraid then? Hans, if the cart is standing still I'll quickly climb up on the cart and get onto the boards. Fig 3. Fig 3. Hans is planning, then, to climb onto a cart and then up onto the loading ramp and is afraid that the cart will drive off while he is on top of it. Perhaps you are afraid that you won't get home again if you're driven off on the cart. Hans, oh no, I can always get back to Mummy, on the cart or in a hansom cab. I can tell him the number of our house. So what is it that you are afraid of then? Hans, I don't know, but the professor will know. Do you think he'll know? Why do you want to get up on the boards, anyway? Hans, because I've never been over there, and I really wanted to go, and do you know why I wanted to? Because I wanted to load things and unload them and I wanted to climb all over the boxes. I'd really like to climb all over everything. Do you know who I learned to climb all over things from? Some boys climbed all over the boxes and I've watched them and I want to do it too. Hans was not to have his wish, for even though he dared to go out onto the street, he felt too great a resistance to taking the few steps over the road into the courtyard, as carts were continually driving in and out. The professor knows only that the game Hans plans to play on the loaded carts must have acquired a symbolic connection with another wish, not yet mentioned, which it has come to represent. If it were not to seem too outrageous, however, it would already be possible to reconstruct what that wish was. In the afternoon we go out on the street again, and after we have come back I ask Hans, "Which horses are you most scared of?" Hans, "All of them." That isn't true. Hans, "I'm most scared of the horses that have a sort of thing on their mouths." What do you mean? The bit that they have in their mouth. Hans, "No, they have something black on their mouths," covers his mouth with his hand. Do you mean a mustache, perhaps? Hans, laughs, "No, not that." Have they all got one? Hans, "No, just some of them." And what is it that they have on their mouths? Hans, "Something black." I think what he actually means are the broad leather straps on the muzzles of the dray horses. Fig 4. Fig 4. And I'm most scared of the furniture vans. Why is that? Hans, "If a furniture horse is pulling a heavy van I feel it's going to collapse." So you are not scared of little carts? Hans, "No, little carts and mail vans don't scare me. And if I see an omnibus, that scares me most of all." Why is that? Because it is so big? Hans, "No, because once a horse collapsed pulling a carriage like that." When was that? Hans, "Once when I was out with Mummy in spite of my silly nonsense, when we bought the waistcoat." His mother subsequently confirms this. What did you think when the horse collapsed? Hans, "It will always be like that from now on. Every horse will collapse when it is pulling an omnibus." Any omnibus? Hans, "Yes. And furniture vans too." Not so often with furniture vans. Had the silly nonsense already started? Hans, "No, it started just then. When the horse pulling the omnibus collapsed it really frightened me, honestly it did. As I was walking along, that was when it started." But the silly nonsense was that you thought the horse was going to bite you and now you are saying you were afraid the horse would collapse. Hans, "Collapse and bite 14. Why were you so frightened? Hans, "Because the horse went like this with its hooves, lies down and demonstrates the horse kicking its legs. I was frightened because its hooves made such a racket." Where did you go with Mummy that day? Hans, "First we went skating, then we went to a cafe, then we bought a waistcoat, then I went to the confectioner's shop with Mummy and then in the evening we came home, we came back through the Stadt Park." My wife confirms all of this, including the fact that Hans's anxiety began immediately afterwards. Was the horse dead when it collapsed? Hans, "Yes." How do you know? Hans, "Because I saw." Laughs. "No, it wasn't dead at all." Perhaps you thought it was dead. Hans, "No, not at all. I was only joking." But the expression on his face had been serious. As he is tired, I let him run off and play. The only other thing he tells me is that at first he was afraid of omnibus horses, then of all the others, and only recently of horses pulling furniture vans. On our way back from Lanes I ask a few more questions. When the omnibus horse collapsed, what color was it? White, chestnut, brown, gray. Hans, "Black, both the horses were black." Was it big or little? Hans, "Big." Fat or thin? Hans, "Fat, very big and fat." When the horse collapsed, did it make you think of Daddy? Hans, "Maybe, yes. Perhaps." Hans's father may have probed in many areas without success, but it does no harm to acquaint oneself with the details of such a phobia, the true object of which one hopes to be able to name. In this way we discover how diffuse it actually is. It is directed towards horses and carts, towards the fact that horses collapse and also that they bite, towards horses of a particular kind, towards carts which are heavily laden. Let us reveal straight away that all these peculiarities stem from the fact that originally the anxiety had nothing to do with horses but was transposed onto them as a secondary event, and then became attached to aspects of the horse complex that lent themselves to particular transferences. We must acknowledge in particular one highly significant result of the father's cross-questioning. We have discovered the actual occasion that gave rise to the phobia. This was when the boy saw a large, heavy horse fall to the ground, and one interpretation at least of this event that impressed itself upon the boy's mind would appear to be the one emphasized by his father, namely that Hans experienced on that occasion a wish that his father might also fall to the ground, and be dead. His serious expression when recounting the event surely bears out this unconscious meaning, but perhaps behind all this there lurks another meaning again. And what is the racket made by the horse's hooves all about? For some time now Hans has been playing horses in the house. He runs around, falls over, kicks his legs in the air, neighs. Once he ties a little bag round his neck for a nose bag. He repeatedly runs up to me and bites me. He is more definite in accepting his father's recent interpretations than he is able to be in words, but naturally also likes to exchange roles, since his game is also serving the purposes of a wish fantasy. And so he is the horse and he can bite his father, but at the same time, of course, he can identify with his father in this way. For 2 days now I have noticed that Hans is quite definitely defying me, not in an insolent way but in high spirits. Is this because he is no longer afraid of me, the horse? April 6th. In the afternoon down to the street door with Hans. Every time a horse goes by, I ask him if he can see black round its mouth. Every time he says no. I ask him what the black actually looks like. He says it is black iron. My original supposition, that he was thinking of the broad leather straps of the dray horse's harness, is clearly incorrect. I ask him if the black reminds him of a mustache. He says, only because of the color. What it is in reality, then, I still do not know. His fear is less strong. On this occasion he risks it as far as the next door house, but quickly turns tail when he hears the distant trotting of hooves. When a carriage drives up to our entrance and stops, he becomes fearful, and when the horse paws the ground he runs into the house. I ask him why he is frightened, and whether he is perhaps scared because the horse went like that, stamping my foot. He says, "Don't make such a racket with your feet." Compare his remark about the omnibus horse that collapsed. He is particularly scared when a furniture van drives past. He runs inside the house. Without making anything of it I ask, doesn't that kind of furniture van look like an omnibus? He says nothing. I repeat the question. He then says, well of course it does, or else I wouldn't be so scared of furniture vans. April 7th. Today I ask him again what the black round the horse's mouth looks like. Hans says, like a muzzle. The odd thing is that no horse has passed by for 3 days now on which he can identify one of these muzzles. I myself have not seen a horse of this kind on any of my walks, although Hans insists that there are some. I suspect that some kind of bridle, perhaps the broad strap around the horse's mouth, reminded Hans of a mustache, and that when I hinted at this that fear too disappeared. Hans's improvement is consistent, the radius of his circle of activity, with the street door as its central point, ever broader. He even performs the hitherto impossible trick of running across the road to the opposite pavement. Any fear that still remains is connected to the scene with the omnibus, the significance of which, I have to admit, is still not clear to me. April 9th. This morning Hans comes in while I am washing, my upper torso naked. Hans, Daddy, how beautiful you are, you're all white. Yes, just like a white horse. Hans, only your mustache is black, picking up the illusion. Or is it your black muzzle, perhaps? Then I tell him that I had been at the professor's house on the previous evening, and say, there are one or two things he'd like to know, to which Hans replies, I wonder what they are. I tell him I know when it is that he makes a racket with his feet. He interrupts me, yes, when I'm in a paddy or when I'm supposed to do a plop and I'd rather play. When angry he does indeed tend to make a racket with his feet, i.e. he stamps them. Doing a plop is doing a big job. One day when Hans was little he got up off the pot and said, look at the plop. He meant to say sock, because of the shape and color 15 we still use the term today. Very early on, when he was supposed to go on the pot and did not want to leave his game he would stamp his feet in fury, thrash with his arms and legs and sometimes throw himself on the ground. You kick your feet when you are told to go and do a whittle, too, and you don't want to because you would rather play. Daddy, I need a whittle, and off he goes, no doubt in confirmation of my remarks. In the course of his visit Hans's father had asked me what Hans could have been reminded of by the horse which collapsed kicking its legs in the air, and I made the suggestion that this might have been his own reaction when suppressing the urge to urinate. Hans confirms this when the urge to urinate comes up in the conversation, and contributes other meanings again of making a racket with his feet. Then we go down to the street door. When a coal cart comes by, he says, Daddy, I'm really scared of coal carts, too. Perhaps because they are great big things, like omnibuses. Hans, yes, and they are so full and the horses have so much to pull and could easily fall down. If it's an empty cart, I'm not scared. It is indeed the case, as I noticed earlier, that he is frightened only by heavily laden vehicles. Nevertheless, the situation is certainly opaque. The analysis is scarcely progressing, I fear that my description of it will soon begin to tire the reader. And yet, in every psychoanalysis there are dark times such as these. We will soon find Hans going off in a wholly unexpected direction. I have come home and am talking to my wife, who has been out shopping and is showing me her various purchases. Among them is a pair of yellow drawers. Hans says ugh, several times, throwing himself on the ground and spitting. My wife tells me he has already done this several times on seeing the drawers. I ask, why do you say ugh? Hans, because of the drawers. Why, because of the color, because they are yellow and make you think of whittle or plop. Hans, plop isn't yellow, it's white or black. Then, Daddy, is it easy to do a plop when you eat cheese? I once said this to him when he asked me why I eat cheese. Yes. Hans, is that why you always go and do a plop first thing in the morning? I'd really like some cheese with my bread and butter. Yesterday, too, when he was jumping around in the street he asked me, Daddy, isn't it true that if you jump around a lot it's easy to do a plop? He has always had difficulty in moving his bowels, and we often have recourse to aperients and enemas. At one stage his habitual constipation was so bad that my wife went to Dr. L for advice. He was of the opinion that Hans was eating too much, which was indeed true, and recommended a more moderate diet, which rectified Hans's condition immediately. Recently constipation has again become a frequent occurrence. After the meal I say, let's write to the professor again, and he dictates. When I saw the yellow drawers I said, ugh, I'm going to be sick, and I threw myself on the ground, closed my eyes and wouldn't look. Why is that? Hans, because I saw the yellow drawers, and I did the same sort of thing when I saw the black drawers. 16 The black ones are the same sort, but they were black. Breaking off. Daddy, I'm so glad, I'm always glad when I can write to the professor. Why did you say ugh? Did you feel sick? Hans, yes, because I saw them. I thought I was going to have to do a plop. Why? Hans, I don't know. When did you see the black drawers? Hans, it was once when Anna, our maid, had already been with us for ages, in Mummy's room. She had just bought them and brought them home. My wife confirms this. And did they make you feel sick too? Hans, yes. have you seen Mummy wearing drawers like that? Hans, no. I, perhaps when she was getting dressed. Hans, I'd already seen the yellow ones once when Mummy bought them. A contradiction. He saw the yellow drawers for the first time after his mother had bought them. And she's got the black ones on today, correct, because I saw her take them off this morning. What? She took the black drawers off this morning. Hans, this morning when she went out she took the black drawers off, and when she came home she put the black ones on again. I put this to my wife, as it seems to make no sense. And indeed she tells me that it is not true. Of course she did not change her drawers before going out. I asked Hans about this straight away. You told me that Mummy put her black drawers on, and then when she went out she took them off, and when she came back she put them on again. But Mummy says that isn't true. Hans, I think perhaps I might have forgotten that she didn't take them off. Indignant. Why don't you leave me alone? A word of explanation regarding the story of his mother's drawers. Hans is obviously being hypocritical when he pretends to be pleased that he is being given the opportunity to talk about this matter. In the end he throws off the mask and is rude to his father. These are things that at one time gave him great pleasure and that make him ashamed now that he has reached the stage of repression, so that he pretends they make him sick. He goes so far as to lie in order to suggest that there are other reasons why he has watched his mother changing her drawers. In reality the putting on and taking off of drawers belongs in the context of plop. His father knows exactly what this is all about and what Hans is trying to hide. I ask my wife if Hans has often been present when she was using the lavatory. She says, yes, often. He goes on and on until she agrees. All children do the same thing. Let us keep in mind this desire of Hans's, already repressed, to watch his mother doing a plop. We go down to the street door. He is very cheerful, and constantly leaping about pretending to be a horse, as it were. I ask him, who is the omnibus horse really? Me, you, or Mummy? Hans, immediately me, I'm a young horse. At the worst period of his phobia, if he was frightened by the sight of horses prancing, and asked me why they did it, I would say, to reassure him, do you know, those are young horses, they prance about just as young boys do. You like prancing about, and you're a boy. Ever since then, if he sees a horse prancing, he says, that's right, they're young horses. As we go back upstairs I ask, almost without thinking, did you play horsey with the children in Gmunden? He, yes. After a moment's thought. I think that was when the silly nonsense started. Who was the horsey? He, I was, and Berta was the coachman. Did you ever fall over while you were being the horsey? Hans, no. When Berta said hup, I ran quickly, sometimes I'd race along 17. You never played omnibuses? Hans, no, just ordinary carts and horses without carts. Even if the horse does have a cart it can still go without its cart and the cart can stay at home. Did you often play horsey? Hans, yes, a lot. Fritz Loh, another of the landlord's children, as I have already mentioned, was the horsey once and Franz Loh was the coachman, and Fritz Loh ran really fast and then he stepped on a stone and his foot bled. Did he fall over? Hans, no, he put his foot in some water and then he put a bandage round it. 18. Were you often the horse? Hans, oh yes. And that was when the silly nonsense started. Hans, because they were always saying, we'll get the horse, we'll get the horse. 19, he emphasizes the word will, and maybe that was why, because they were always saying we'll get the horse, maybe that was why the silly business started. 20. Hans's father tries other lines of inquiry for a while, but without success. Did they talk about the horses at all? Hans, yes. What did they say? Hans, I've forgotten. Did they talk about the horses' whittlers? Hans, oh, no. Were you already scared of horses then? Hans: Oh no, I wasn't scared of them at all. Did Berta perhaps say something about the way a horse? Hans, interrupting: Does a whittle? No. On April 10 I take up the threads of the previous day's conversation and ask what was meant by "we'll get the horse." Hans is unable to remember. He recalls only that early in the morning several children stood outside the front door chanting "We'll get the horse, we'll get the horse." He was there too. When I become more insistent, he explains that they weren't actually saying "we'll get the horse" at all, he had misremembered. You were all in the stable a lot, too, you must have talked about the horses then. We didn't say anything about them. What did you talk about? We didn't talk about anything. Even though there were so many of you, you didn't talk about anything. Well, we did talk a bit, but not about the horses. About what, then? I can't remember. I drop the subject, as the resistance is obviously too strong. 21 and ask, did you like playing with Berta? Yes, I did, but not with Olga. Do you know what Olga did? Ingmunden once gave me a ball made out of paper and Olga ripped it up. Berta would never have ripped my ball up. I really liked playing with Berta. Did you see what Berta's whittler looks like? No, but I saw the horses, because I was always in the stables, and so I saw the horses' whittler. And so you were curious to know what Berta's and Mummy's whittler looked like? Yes. I remind him that he once complained that the little girls always wanted to watch when he did a whittle. Berta always used to watch, not at all offended, but with great satisfaction. She did it a lot. You know where the little garden is, where the radishes are, that was where I used to do a whittle, and she used to stand at the front door and watch me. And did you watch her when she did a whittle? She used to use the lavatory. And were you curious? I used to go into the lavatory with her. This is true, the servants told us about it once, and I remember that we told Hans not to do it anymore. Did you tell her you wanted to go in with her? I went on my own and Berta said it was all right. I wasn't being naughty. And you would have liked to see her whittler? Yes, but I didn't see it. I remind him of the dream he had about Gmunden, whose is the forfeit I hold in my hand, etc., and ask him, when you were in Gmunden, did you wish that Berta would help you do a whittle? I never said so to her. Why did you never say so to her? Because I never thought of it. Interrupting himself. If I write everything down and send it to the professor, the silly nonsense will soon be over, won't it? Why did you wish Berta would help you do a whittle? I don't know. Because she was watching. Did you think you would like her to touch your whittler? Yes. Changing the subject. It was fun in Gmunden. In the little garden where the radishes are there is a little heap of sand and I played in it with my spade. This is the garden where he used to do a whittle. When you were lying in bed in Gmunden, did you ever touch your whittler then? No, not then. I slept so well in Gmunden that I never even thought about it. It was only in Street 22 and now. So Berta never touched your whittler, then? No, she didn't, because I never asked her to. When did you wish she would? Oh, one day in Gmunden. Just the once. Quite often. She always watched when you did a whittle, perhaps she was curious about how you do a whittle. Perhaps she was curious about what my whittler looked like. You were curious too, was that just about Berta? About Berta and about Olga. And who else? Nobody else. That isn't true. About Mummy, too. Oh yes, about Mummy of course. But now you're not curious any longer. After all, You know what Hannah's Whittler looks like. It'll get bigger though, won't it? 23. Of course it will, but when it does, it won't look like yours. Yes, I know. It'll be like that, he means, as it is at the moment, only bigger. Did you feel curious in Gmunden when Mummy was undressing? Yes, and when Hannah had her bath I saw her Whittler. And did you see Mummy's, too? No. You thought it was disgusting when you saw Mummy's drawers. Only when I saw the black ones, when she bought them, I felt sick, but it doesn't make me feel sick when she puts her drawers on or takes them off. I feel sick because the black drawers are black like Plop and the yellow ones are like Wee Wee, and it makes me want to do a whittle. When Mummy is wearing her drawers I can't see them because her clothes are on top. What about when she takes her clothes off? That doesn't make me feel sick. When the drawers are new they look like Plop. When they are old the color fades and they get grubby. When she has just bought them they are all clean, but at home they get grubby. When she has just bought them they are new, but when she hasn't just bought them they are old. So the old ones don't make you feel sick. When they are old they are much blacker than a Plop, aren't they? Well, they're a bit blacker. 24. Have you often been in the lavatory at the same time as Mummy? Lots of times. Did that make you feel sick? Yes, no. Do you like being there when Mummy is doing a whittle or a Plop? Yes, I do. Why do you like it so much? I don't know. Because you think you'll see Mummy's Whittler. Yes, that too. Why do you never want to use the lavatory in Lane's? When we go to Lane's he always begs not to be taken to the lavatory. He was once frightened by the noises which the water makes when it is flushed down. Perhaps because of the racket when you pull the chain. So you're scared? Yes. And what about in our lavatory here? No, not here. In Lane's I am scared when you flush the lavatory. If I am there when the water is going down that scares me too. So that he can demonstrate that he is not frightened in our apartment he asks me to go into the lavatory and pull the chain. Then he explains. At first there is a real racket, and then it gets quieter, when the water is flowing through. When it is making a real racket I'd rather stay in the lavatory, but when it is quieter I would rather go out. Because you're scared. Because I always like watching, correcting himself, hearing when there is a really loud racket, and so I'd rather stay in the lavatory so I can hear it properly. What does a real racket make you think of? That I have to do a Plop in the lavatory. The same, then, as the black drawers. Why? I don't know. Yes I do. A real racket is the sort of noise it makes when you do a Plop. A real racket reminds me of Plop, and when it's quieter it reminds me of Wee Wee, cf the black and yellow drawers. Hans, wasn't the horse that was drawing the stagecoach the same color as a Plop? He had told me it was black. Very embarrassed. Yes. I must put in a few words here. Hans's father asks too many questions and is pursuing his own ideas rather than allowing the boy to express himself freely. In this way the process of analysis becomes opaque and uncertain. Hans goes his own way and does not respond well to any attempt to deflect him. He is clearly preoccupied at present with Plop and Wee Wee, although we do not know why. The business of the racket is no more satisfactorily cleared up than is the question of the black and yellow drawers. I should imagine that Hans's sharp ears have already picked up the difference in the sound made when a man or a woman is urinating. The analysis has forced the material somewhat artificially into an opposition between the two urges, however. To the reader who has not yet undergone analysis himself, I can only offer the advice that he should not attempt to understand everything straight away, but should give a certain unbiased attention to everything that comes along and wait to see what will happen next. April 11th. In the morning Hans comes into our room and is sent out, as he has been every day recently. Later he tells me, "Daddy, I thought something. I am sitting in the bathtub 25 and the ironsmith comes to unscrew at point 26. He gets out a big screwdriver and jabs me in the belly with it." Hans's father translates this fantasy as follows. "I am in bed with Mummy. Then Daddy comes and drives me away. He takes my place with Mummy with his great big penis. We will reserve judgment for the time being." He goes on to tell me a second idea which he has had. We're on the train going to Gmunden. At the station we start to get dressed but we aren't ready in time, and when the train starts up again we are still on it. Later I ask, "Have you ever seen a horse doing a plop?" Hans, "Yes, lots of times." Does it make a real racket when it does a plop?" Hans, "Yes it does." What does the racket remind you of?" Hans, "It's like plop going into the pot." The omnibus horse that collapses, making a racket with its hooves, is thus probably a plop falling and making a noise. Fear of defecation, fear of heavily laden carts, is in the end just the same as fear of an overfull belly. In a roundabout way the truth of the matter is gradually dawning on Hans's father. April 11th. At lunchtime Hans says, "If only we had a bathtub in Gmunden, then I wouldn't have to go to the public baths." It was the case that in Gmunden he was always taken to the public baths which were situated quite close by, so that he could be bathed in warm water, something he always protested against vigorously and tearfully. In Vienna, too, he always screams when he is made to sit or lie in the big bathtub to be washed. We have to bathe him in a kneeling or standing position. Hans is now beginning to provide material of his own volition to sustain the analysis. This remark of his furnishes the connection between his last two fantasies, the ironsmith who comes to unscrew the bathtub and the unsuccessful journey to Gmunden. His father had correctly concluded that the latter indicated a reluctance to visit Gmunden. Another useful reminder, incidentally, that we must seek to understand thoughts that surface out of the unconscious not on the basis of what has gone before, but of what follows. I ask him whether he is scared, and if so, why? Hans, "Because I might fall in." But why were you never scared when we bathed you in the little bathtub? Hans, "Well then I was sitting up, I couldn't lie down because it was too small." When you went out in a rowing boat in Gmunden, weren't you scared that you might fall in the water then? Hans, "No, because I held on to the side and then I couldn't fall in. It's only in the big bathtub that I'm scared I might fall in." It's Mummy who gives you your bath. Are you scared that Mummy might drop you into the water? Hans, "I'm scared that she'll take her hands away and then my head will go under." But you know Mummy loves you, she isn't going to take her hands away. Hans, "Well, I just thought she might." Why? Hans, "I don't really know. Perhaps because you'd been a naughty boy and you thought she didn't love you anymore." Hans, "Yes." When you watched Mummy giving Hannah her bath, did you ever wish she would let her go so that Hannah would fall in the water? Hans, "Yes." In our opinion, this was a most accurate guess on Hans's father's part. April 12th. Returning from Lanes in a second-class compartment, Hans sees the black leather upholstery and says, "Ugh, that makes me want to be sick. I feel sick when I see black drawers and black horses too, because it makes me want to do a plop." Have you perhaps seen something black on Mummy that scared you? Hans, "Yes." What was it? Hans, "I don't know. A black blouse, or black stockings." Perhaps you saw black hair round her whittler when you felt curious and were watching her. Hans, apologetically, "But I didn't see her whittler." When once again he felt scared as a cart drew out of the courtyard gate opposite, I asked, "Don't you think this gateway looks like a body?" And the horses are the plops. Since then, whenever he sees a cart driving out, he says, "Look, here comes a plop plop." He does not usually employ the form plop plop, which has the ring of an endearment. My sister-in-law always calls her little boy Tom Tom. On the April 13th he finds a piece of liver in his soup and says, "Ugh, a plop." He is visibly reluctant to eat meat croquettes as well, because of their shape and color, which remind him of plop. That evening my wife recounts that Hans had been out on the balcony and had then said to her, I thought Hannah was out on the balcony and fell. I had told him on many occasions that he should keep an eye on Hannah when she goes out onto the balcony, in case she gets too close to the railings, which were constructed most unskillfully by an ironsmith of secessionist bent, with over large spaces that I have had to have reduced by means of wire mesh. Hans's repressed desire is transparently obvious. His mother asks him if he would prefer it if Hannah were not there, and he replies in the affirmative. April 14th. The subject of Hannah remains very much to the fore. When she was born, as you may recall from my earlier notes, Hans felt a great aversion for this baby who had robbed him of a part of his parents' love. Even now this has not entirely disappeared and is only partly overcompensated for by an exaggerated tenderness towards her. 27 He has remarked on many an occasion that the stork is not to bring any more babies and that we should pay him not to bring any more from the big box where he keeps the babies. Cf. his fear of furniture vans. Doesn't an omnibus look rather like a big box? He says that Hannah is always crying and that it gets on his nerves. On one occasion he says suddenly, "Do you remember when Hannah arrived? She lay in the bed next to Mummy and looked so sweet and good." Praise of this kind rings suspiciously false. Then we went down to the street door. There is once again great progress to be remarked. Even drays inspire less fear in him. Once he calls out, almost joyfully, "Here comes a horse with black round its mouth," and I am at last able to ascertain that it is a horse with a leather muzzle. Hans is however not in the least afraid of this horse. At one point he bangs the pavement with his stick and asks, "Daddy, is there a man under here, someone buried, or does that only happen in graveyards?" He is preoccupied, then, not only with the mystery of life, but also that of death. When we go back in I notice a box standing in the hall and Hans says, "Hannah went with us to Gmunden in a box like that. Every time we went to Gmunden, she came too, in the box. Don't you believe me this time either?" "Really, Daddy? You must believe me. We got a big box and there were all these babies inside sitting in the bathtub. A small bathtub had been packed in the box. I put them in there, really I did. I remember very well." 28. What do you remember? Hans, that Hannah traveled in the box, because I haven't forgotten. Word of honor. But last year Hannah traveled in the compartment with you. Hans, but before that she always came with us in the box. Didn't Mummy have the box? Hans, yes, Mummy had it. Where was it? Hans, at home in the attic. Did she carry it round with her, perhaps? 29. Hans, oh, no. When we go to Gmunden this time Hannah will travel in the box again. How did she get out of the box, then? Hans, she was taken out. By Mummy. Hans, by me and Mummy. Then we got in the carriage and Hannah rode on the horse and the driver said "Gee up." The driver was up on the box. Were you there too? Even Mummy knows. Mummy doesn't know, she's forgotten all about it, but don't say anything to her. I ask him to repeat it all. Hans, then Hannah got out. But she hadn't even started to walk. Hans, well, we reached her down, then. How could she have been sitting on a horse? Last year she couldn't even sit up on her own. Hans, oh, yes, she sat up and called "Gee up" and cracked the whip, "Gee up, the whip that used to be mine." The horse didn't have any stirrups and Hannah rode him. I'm not joking, Daddy. What can he mean by obstinately repeating such nonsense? But it is not nonsense, it is parody, it is Hans's revenge on his father. It amounts to saying, if you really expect me to believe that the stork brought Hannah in October, when I'd already noticed how big Mummy's tummy was in the summer when we went to Gmunden, then I can expect you to believe my pack of lies too. What else can Hans mean when he asserts that Hannah had already gone with them to Gmunden the previous summer in a box, except that he knew about his mother's pregnant state? The fact that he envisages the repetition of this journey in the box in each successive year either corresponds to a common way in which unconscious thoughts from the past come to the surface, or else it has a particular basis and expresses his fear of seeing his mother in the same pregnant state at the time of the next summer journey. We have now also discovered in what sense his journey to Gmunden was spoiled, as his second fantasy indicated. Later I ask him how Hannah actually got into Mummy's bed at the time of her birth. This gives him an opportunity to really let go and pull his father's leg. Hans: well, Hannah just arrived. Frau Kraus, the midwife, put her in Mummy's bed. After all, she couldn't walk. But the stork carried her in his beak. She couldn't walk, after all. All in one breath. The stork came up the stairs, as far as the entrance, and then he knocked and everyone was asleep and he had the right key and unlocked the door and put Hannah in your 30 bed and Mummy was asleep. No, the stork put her in her bed. It was right in the middle of the night and the stork put her very gently into the bed, no kicking and screaming, and then the stork picked up his hat and went away again. No, he didn't have a hat. Who picked up his hat? The doctor, perhaps. Hans: then the stork went away, went home, and then he rang the bell and then nobody in the house got any more sleep. But don't tell Mummy and Tinny, the cook. It's a secret. Are you fond of Hannah? Hans: oh, yes, I'm very fond of her. Would you rather Hannah had never been born, or are you glad that she was born? Hans: I'd rather Hannah had never been born. Why? Hans: at least she wouldn't scream as much as she does and I hate it when she screams. But you scream yourself. Hans: well, Hannah screams too. Why do you hate it so much? Hans: because she screams so loudly. But she doesn't scream. Hans: if you smack her and she's got a bare bottom, she screams then. Have you ever smacked her? Hans: when Mummy smacks her bottom she screams. And you don't like that? Hans: no, why not? Because she makes such a racket when she screams. If you'd rather Hannah had never been born, you can't be very fond of her at all. Hans: agreeing. That was why you thought that if Mummy let go when she was giving her bath, she might fall in the water. Hans: finishing the sentence and drown. And you would be all alone with Mummy. And a good boy wouldn't want that to happen. Hans: but he's allowed to think it. It's not a good thing, though. Hans: if he does think it, it is a good thing, though, so that we can write and tell the professor 31. Later I tell him, you know, when Hannah gets bigger and is able to talk you will feel much fonder of her. Hans: no, I won't. I am fond of her already. When the autumn comes and she's a big girl I shall take her to the Stadtpark all on my own and I'll explain everything to her. When I embark on further explanations, he interrupts me, probably to explain that it is not so very awful if he wishes Hannah were dead. Hans: Daddy, she'd already been alive a long time, even before she arrived. She was alive and living with the stork. Well, no, perhaps she wasn't living with the stork. Hans: who brought her, then? The stork had her with him. Well, where did he bring her from? Hans: from his house. Where did he keep her, then? Hans: in the box, in the stork box. And what does the stork box look like? Hans: red. It's painted red. Blood. Who told you that? Hans: Mummy, well, I thought it myself, I read it in a book. Which book is it in? Hans, in my picture book. I ask him to bring me his first picture book. There is a picture of a stork's nest with little storks on top of a red chimney. There is Hans's box. Oddly enough, on the same page there is a picture of a horse being shod. Hans has transferred the babies to the box, since he cannot find them in the nest. And what did the stork do with her? Hans, then he brought Hannah here. In his beak. You know, the stork from Schönbrunn, the one that bites people's umbrellas. Recalling a little incident in Schönbrunn. Did you see the stork bring Hannah? Hans, Daddy, I was still asleep. The stork doesn't bring little baby girls and boys when it's morning. Why not? Hans, he can't. A stork can't do that. Do you know why not? Nobody must see, and then all of a sudden, when morning comes, lo and behold, a baby girl. 32. But you must have wondered at the time how the stork had done it. Hans, yes, I did. What did Hannah look like when she arrived? Hans, insincere, all sweet and white. Wasn't she lovely? Yet when you saw her for the first time, you didn't like her. Hans, oh, I did. You must have been surprised that she was so tiny. Hans, yes. How small was she? Hans, like a baby stork. And what else? A plop, perhaps. Hans, oh no, a plop is much bigger, a little bit smaller, yes, just like Hannah. I had told Hans's father my prediction that it would be possible to trace the lad's phobia back to the thoughts and wishes provoked by his little sister's birth, but I had omitted to draw his attention to the fact that in terms of a child's theory of sexuality, a baby is a plop, so that Hans would go through the experience of the excremental complex. The temporary obscuring of the cure may be ascribed to this negligence on my part. Following my clarification of these matters, Hans's father now attempts to question Hans for a second time on this important point. The next day I get him to repeat the story he told me yesterday all over again. Hans tells me, Hannah went to Gmunden in the big box, and Mummy sat in the compartment and Hannah went in the luggage compartment with the box, and then, when we got to Gmunden, Mummy and I lifted Hannah out and put her up on the horse. The driver was on the box and Hannah had my old whip, the one from last year, and she beat the horse with the whip and said "Gee" up over and over, and it was really funny, and the driver used his whip too. The driver didn't use his whip at all because Hannah had the whip. The driver was holding the reins, Hannah had the reins too. We always had a carriage to take us from the railway station to the house. Here Hans is trying to reconcile his fantasy with reality. In Gmunden we lifted Hannah down from the horse and she walked up the steps on her own. Last year, when Hannah was in Gmunden, she was 8 months old. The year before, the time to which Hans's fantasy obviously refers, his mother was 5 months into her pregnancy when they arrived in Gmunden. Last year Hannah had already arrived. Hans, last year she traveled in the carriage, but the year before, when she was already with us. Already with us, you say? Hans, yes, you always used to come with me so that we could go in the rowing boat, don't you remember, and Anna was your servant. But that wasn't last year, Hannah hadn't arrived then. Hans, yes, she had arrived then. When she first traveled in the box she could already walk and say Anna. She has only been able to do this for the last 4 months. But she hadn't arrived to live with us then. Hans, yes she had, she was living with the stork. How old is Hannah, then? Hans, she'll be 2 in the autumn. Hannah was there, you know she was. And when was she at the storks in the stork box? Hans, a long time before she traveled in the box. A long, long time before. How long has Hannah been able to walk? When she was in Gmunden she hadn't learned how to walk. Hans, last year she couldn't, but she could the rest of the time. But Hannah has only been to Gmunden once. Hans, no. She's been twice, yes, that's right. I remember very well. Ask Mummy, she'll tell you. But Hans, that just isn't true. Hans, yes it is. The first time she was in Gmunden she could walk and ride, and then later she had to be carried. No, she only learned to ride after that and last year she had to be carried. But she has only been walking for a little while. She couldn't walk in Gmunden. Hans, yes she could, just write it down. I remember it really well. Why are you laughing? Because you're a cheat, because you know perfectly well that Hannah has only been to Gmunden once. Hans, no, that's not true. The first time she rode on the horse, and the second time, clearly becoming uncertain, was the horse Mummy, perhaps? Hans, no, it was a real horse, we had a pony and trap. But we always took a carriage and pair. Hans, well it must have been a cab then. What did Hannah have to eat in her box? Hans, they put bread and butter and herrings and radishes in for her, the sort of supper we used to eat in Gmunden, and while Hannah was traveling she put the butter on her bread and she ate 50 times. Didn't Hannah scream? Hans, no. What did she do, then? Hans, she sat there as good as gold. Didn't she try to kick? Hans, no, she just went on eating and didn't move an inch. She drank 2 big bowls of coffee, right to the bottom, it was all gone by morning and the rubbish was left in the box, the leaves from the 2 radishes and a knife to cut the radishes with, she gobbled it all up just like a hare in 1 minute flat. It was so funny. I even traveled in the box with Hannah, I slept in the box the whole night. 2 years ago we did indeed travel overnight to Gmunden, and Mummy went in the compartment. We spent the whole time eating, in the carriage as well, we had such fun. She didn't ride on the horse, he is unsure now, because he knows we were driven in a carriage and pair, she sat in the carriage. That's how it was, but me and Hannah went on our own, Mummy was riding one horse and Caroline, the girl we had the previous year, was on the other. Daddy, what I'm telling you now isn't the tiniest bit true. What isn't true? Hans, the whole thing. Daddy, let's put her and me in the box 33 and I'll do a whittle in the box. I'll just do a whittle in my trousers, it doesn't bother me, there's nothing wrong with it. Daddy, that's not funny, but it does make me laugh. He then tells me the story of the stork coming, just the same as yesterday except that when he goes away he doesn't take his hat. Where did the stork keep the front door key? Hans, in his pocket. Where does a stork have a pocket? Hans, in his beak. He kept the key in his beak. I've never seen a stork with a key in his beak. Hans, well how could he get in otherwise? How does the stork get through the door and come inside? No, it isn't true and I was wrong, the stork rings the doorbell and someone opens the door. And how does he ring? Hans, he presses the bell. How does he do that? Hans, he gets his beak and presses it against the bell. And does he close the door behind him? Hans, no, a maid closes the door. She was already up, so she opens the door and closes it. Where is the stork's home? Hans, where is it? In the box where he keeps the baby girls. In Schönbrunn, perhaps. I've never seen a box in Schönbrunn. Hans, I expect it's just a bit further away. Do you know how the stork opens the box? He gets his beak, there's a key to the box, too, he gets his beak and lifts one bit, one half of his beak, up and then he opens it up like this, demonstrates using the lock on my writing desk. It works as a handle, too. Isn't a baby girl a bit heavy for him? Hans, oh, no. Listen, doesn't an omnibus look rather like a stork box? Hans, yes, it does. What about a furniture van? Hans, and a little monkey cart, referring to a colloquial word for naughty children, does too. April 17th. Yesterday Hans fulfilled his long-held intention of going into the courtyard across the road from our house. Today he would not go, because there was a cart at the loading ramp right opposite the entrance gates. He told me, when there is a cart there I'm afraid I'll rag the horses and they'll collapse and make a racket with their feet. How do you rag horses? Hans, you rag them when you shout at them and yell hup. Hup. 34. And have you ragged horses? Hans, oh yes, lots of times. Actually I'm afraid I'll do it, but I don't really. Did you used to rag horses in Gmunden? Hans, no. But you like ragging horses. Hans, yes, I love it. Would you like to whip them, too? Hans, yes, I would. Would you like to beat the horses the way Mummy smacks Hannah? You like that too? Hans, beating the horses doesn't hurt them. This is what I once told him, to calm his fear of horses being whipped. I did it myself once, really I did. I was once holding a whip and I whipped the horse and it collapsed and made a racket with its feet. When was this? Hans, in Gmunden. A real horse? Harnessed to a carriage. Hans, it wasn't in harness. Where was it then? Hans, I was holding it so it wouldn't run away. This all sounded somewhat improbable, of course. And where was this? Hans, by the water fountain. Who let you? Had the driver left it there? Hans, it was just a horse from the stables. How had it got to the water fountain? Hans, I let it there. Where from? From the stables. Hans, I let it out because I wanted to whip it. Wasn't anybody in the stables? Hans, oh, yes, Loisel was there, the driver from Gmunden. And did he say you could? Hans, I talked to him nicely and he said I could. What did you say to him? Hans, I asked if I could take the horse out and whip it and yell at it. He said I could. Did you whip it a lot? Hans, what I'm telling you isn't true. How much of it is true? Hans, none of it's true, I just said it for fun. So you never let a horse out of the stables? Hans, oh, no. You'd like to have done, though. Hans, I'd like to have done, I've thought about doing it. In Gmunden. Hans, no, only after we came home. I thought about it in the mornings, when I'd got dressed, no, first thing, when I was still in bed. Why didn't you ever tell me this? Hans, I didn't think to. You thought about it because you were watching the street. Hans, yes. Who would you really like to beat, Mummy, Hannah, or me? Hans, Mummy. Why? Hans, I'd just like to beat her. When have you seen anyone hit a mummy? Hans, I've never seen anyone do it, never ever. And yet you'd like to do it? How would you like to do it? Hans, with the carpet beater. His mummy has often threatened him with the carpet beater. I had to break off our conversation at that point. In the street Hans explained to me that omnibuses, furniture vans, and coal carts were all stork box carts. Pregnant women, then. Hans's fit of sadism immediately before this cannot be unconnected with our subject. April 21st. This morning Hans tells me of a thought he had had. There was a train in Lanes and I took the train to the Central Customs House station with Lane's grandmama. You hadn't come down from the bridge yet and the next train was already in St. Veit. By the time you came down the train was already there and we got in. Yesterday Hans was in Lanes. To reach the platform you have to cross a bridge. From the platform you can see along the railway track as far as the station at St. Veit. The whole thing is rather unclear. Originally Hans presumably thought that he had gone on the first train, the one I missed, then, when a second train arrives from Unter St. Veit, that I had followed on that one. He has distorted a part of this runaway fantasy, so that in the end he can say, we both went on the second train. In fact, this fantasy is related to the previous one, which remained uninterpreted, where we had taken too long to put our clothes on in the train at Gmunden and the train had drawn out of the station before we could get off. In the afternoon, outside the house, Hans suddenly runs into the house when a carriage and pair comes along, but I can detect nothing out of the ordinary about it. I ask him what is the matter. He says, I'm scared because the horses look so proud that they are going to collapse. The horses were being held on a tight rein by the driver, so that they were trotting along with their heads held high. They did indeed have a proud look about them. I ask him who might be proud like that. You are, when I come into bed with Mummy. So you wish I would collapse, do you? Yes, you ought to be bare, he means barefoot, as Fritzloh was, and catch your foot on a stone and then it would bleed and then at least I could be on my own with Mummy for just a little while. When you come up to our apartment I can run away from Mummy quickly so that you don't see me. Do you remember who it was who caught their foot on a stone? Yes, Fritzloh. When Fritzloh fell over, what went through your mind? 35. That you ought to hit a stone and go flying. You'd like to be with Mummy, then, would you? Yes, I would. Why do I tell you off, then? I don't know. Why Hans? Because you're jealous. That just isn't true. Yes it is true, you're jealous, I know you are. It must be true. My explanation that only little boys get into bed with Mummy, and big ones sleep in their own beds, had obviously not impressed him greatly. I suspect that the wish to rag the horse, that is, to beat and yell at it, is not directed at his Mummy, as he told me, but at me. He probably only put his mother in the front line because he did not wish to admit the other possibility to me. In recent days he has been particularly affectionate towards me. With the superiority of hindsight, so easily acquired, let us point out to his father that Hans's desire to rag the horse is double-edged, composed of obscure, sadistic desires towards his mother and a clear urge to revenge himself on his father. It was only possible to reproduce the latter once the former had been allowed to come to the fore in the context of the pregnancy complex. When unconscious thoughts come together to form a phobia, a kind of compression takes place. For this reason the analytical route can never reproduce the developmental path taken by the neurosis. April 22nd. This morning Hans thought something else. A street urchin was traveling on the little truck and the guard came and took all the boy's clothes off and made him stand there until morning, and in the morning the boy gave the guard 50,000 gulden so that he would let him go on the little truck. The northern line runs over the way from our apartment. There is a trolley standing in a siding, and Hans once saw a street urchin riding on it, and wanted to do the same thing. I told him that it was not allowed, and that the guard would come if he did. A second element in the fantasy is the repressed desire for nudity. For some time now it has been apparent that Hans's fantasy is working under the aegis of traffic systems and has progressed logically from horse-drawn transport to the railway. And thus in time all his street phobias are augmented by a fear of the railway. At lunchtime I hear that Hans has spent the whole morning playing with the rubber doll which he calls Greed. Using the hole which at one time held the tiny tin squeaker, he had pushed in a small penknife and then held the doll's feet to rip the legs apart so that the knife could fall out again. To his nursery maid he remarked, pointing up between the doll's legs, "Look, there's her whittler." What game have you been playing with your doll this morning, then? I held its feet and ripped its legs apart. Do you know why? Because there was a little knife inside, one of Mummy's. I put it in the doll where the little button, Squeaks, and then I ripped the legs apart and it came out here. Why did you rip its legs apart? So that you could see its whittler. It was there in the first place, so I could see it anyway. Why did you put the knife inside? I don't know. What does the little knife look like? He brings it to show me. Did you imagine that it was a baby, perhaps? No, I didn't imagine anything at all, but it seems to me the stork once had a baby, or someone did. When? Once upon a time. That's what I heard, or perhaps I didn't hear, or perhaps it was a slip of the tongue. What do you mean, a slip of the tongue? Well, it's not true. Everything we say is a little bit true. Well, yes, a little bit. Moving on to another subject, how do you imagine that chickens come into the world? Well, the stork grows them, the stork grows the chickens, no, the good Lord does. I explained to him that chickens lay eggs and new chickens come out of the eggs. Hans laughs. Why are you laughing? Because I like the idea of what you're telling me. He says that he has already seen it happen. Where was that? You did it? Where did I lay an egg? In Gmunden, you laid an egg in the grass and all of a sudden a chicken popped out. You once laid an egg. I know that, I know as sure as anything. Because Mummy told me. I'm going to ask Mummy if that's true. Hans, it isn't true at all, but I once laid an egg and a chicken popped out. Where? In Gmunden. I lay down in the grass, no, I knelt down and the other children didn't even look at me, and all at once one morning I said, everyone, listen, yesterday I laid an egg. Let's all look for it. And all at once they looked, and all at once they saw an egg, and out popped a little Hans. Why are you laughing? Mummy doesn't know and Caroline doesn't know because no one was looking, and all at once I laid an egg and all at once it was there. Honestly. Daddy, when does a chicken grow out of the egg? When you leave it alone. Do you have to eat it? I explained to him. Hans, well then, let's leave it with the hen, then the chicken will grow. Then we'll pack it in the big box and send it to Gmunden. With a single bold stroke Hans has seized control of the analysis, since his parents are still reluctant to offer him the enlightenment to which he has long been entitled, and in a brilliant symptomatic action he informs them, you see, this is how I imagine birth to be. He was less than candid in the way he explained his game with the doll to the maidservant. To his father, on the other hand, he is direct in denying that he merely wanted to see the doll's whittler. When, by way of partial recompense, his father tells him how chickens come out of eggs, his dissatisfaction, together with mistrust and a sense of his own superior understanding, combine to produce this marvelous pastiche, culminating in a clear reference to the birth of his sister. What game did you play with your doll? Hans, I said greet to her. Why did you do that? Hans, because I said greet to her. What sort of game did you play? Hans, I looked after her as if she was a real baby. Would you like to have a baby girl? Hans, oh yes, I would. Why not? I'd like to have one, but Mummy mustn't have one, I don't want her to. He has often expressed himself in similar terms. He fears that with a third child he would draw an even shorter straw. But only women can have babies. Hans, I'm having a baby girl. Where will you get her from? Hans, from the stork, of course. He'll get the baby girl out, and all of a sudden the baby girl will lay an egg, and out of the egg will come another little Hannah, and another Hannah. And out of Hannah there will come another Hannah. No, just one Hannah will come out. You'd like to have a baby girl, then? Hans, yes, I'm going to have one next year, and she'll be called Hannah too. Why shouldn't Mummy have a baby girl? Hans, because I want to have a baby girl one day. But you can't have a baby girl. Hans, oh yes I can, boys have baby girls and girls have baby boys. 36. Boys can't have children. Only women, mummies, can have children. Hans, why can't I? Because that's the way the good Lord has arranged things. Hans, why can't you have a baby, then? I'm sure you will in the end, you've just got to wait. I'll wait a long time, then. Hans, I belong to you, though. But Mummy brought you into the world. So you belong to Mummy and me. Hans, does Hannah belong to me or to Mummy? To Mummy. Hans, no, to me. Why can't she belong to me and to Mummy? Hannah belongs to me, to Mummy and to you. Hans, there you are, you see. Obviously, as far as his understanding of sexual relations is concerned, the child is missing an essential piece of information as long as he remains in ignorance of the female genitals. On April 24, my wife and I enlighten Hans up to a point by explaining that babies grow inside the mummy and then are brought into the world like a plop by pushing them out, and that this causes great pain. In the afternoon we go out in the street. He is clearly much relieved, running after carts and carriages, and his residual anxiety is betrayed only by the fact that he does not dare to venture far away from the main entrance, and cannot be persuaded to go for a longer walk at all. On April 25 Hans charges me in the stomach, head down, something he did once before. I ask him if he is a goat. He says, yes, a ram. I ask him where he has seen a ram. He, in Gmunden, Fritzlo had one. Fritzlo had a real baby lamb as a pet. Tell me about the lamb, what did it do? Hans, well, do you know, Fräulein Misse, a teacher who lived in the house, was always putting Hannah on the lamb's back, but it couldn't stand up when she did and it couldn't butt anyone. If you went up to it, it used to butt you, because it had horns. Fritzlo used to lead it on a piece of rope and tie it up to a tree. He always used to tie it up to a tree. Did the lamb butt you too? Hans, it used to jump up at me. Fritzlo once made me go up to it. I went up to it once, I didn't know, and all of a sudden it jumped up at me. It was ever so funny, I wasn't a bit frightened. This is most certainly not true. Do you love your daddy? Hans, oh, yes. But perhaps sometimes you don't. Hans, playing with a toy horse. Just then the horse falls over. He yells the horse has collapsed. Look what a racket it's making. One thing about daddy that makes you cross is that Mummy loves him. Hans, no. Why do you always cry, then, when Mummy gives me a kiss? Because you're jealous. Hans, yes, I know. So what would you like to do, if you were the daddy? Hans, and you were Hans. I'd like to take you to Lane's every Sunday, no, every day of the week. If I were the daddy, I'd be ever so good. What would you like to do with Mummy? Hans, I'd take her to Lane's too. And what else? Hans, nothing. Why are you jealous, then? Hans, I don't know. Were you jealous in Gmunden, too? Hans, not in Gmunden, this is not true. In Gmunden I had my things with me, there was a garden I could play in Gmunden, and children to play with. Can you remember how the cow got her little calf? Hans, yes, I can. It came in a little cart, no doubt he was told this at the time, in Gmunden, a further contradiction of the stork theory, and another cow pushed it out of her bottom. The first fruits of enlightenment, which Hans strives to bring into line with his cart theory. But it isn't true that it came in a cart, is it? It came out of the cow that was in the cowshed. Hans disagrees, and says that he saw the cart in the early morning. I point out that he was probably told that the calf came in a cart. In the end he agrees, probably Berta told me, or, no, perhaps the landlord told me. He was there, and it was night time, and so it's true, what I told you, or no, I think perhaps no one told me anything, I thought it myself in the night. The calf, if I am not mistaken, was taken away in a cart, hence the confusion. Why did you not think that the stork had brought it? Hans, I didn't want to think that. But you did think that the stork had brought Hannah. Hans, first thing in the morning, on the day of my wife's confinement, that's what I thought. Daddy, was Herr Reisenbeikler, the landlord, there when the calf came out of the cow? 37. I don't know. Do you think he was? Hans, yes, I think so, Daddy. Have you noticed how quite often horses have something black round their mouths? I have quite often noticed it on the street in Gmunden 38. Did you often come into Mummy's bed when you were in Gmunden? Hans, yes. And then you thought you were Daddy? Hans, yes. And then you were frightened of Daddy? Hans, you know it all, I didn't know any of that. When Fritzlo fell over, you thought, if only Daddy would fall over like that, and when the lamb butted you, you thought, I wish it would butt Daddy. Do you remember the funeral in Gmunden? The first funeral Hans had ever seen. He often recalls it, no doubt because it is a cover memory Deckerinnerung. Hans, yes, what about it? Perhaps you thought that if Daddy were to die you could be Daddy instead. Hans, yes. Which carts and carriages still make you feel scared? Hans, all of them. That isn't true, is it? Hans, not a cab, or a pony and trap. Omnibuses and luggage carts, but only when they're loaded up, not when they're empty. When there's one horse and the cart is loaded up, I'm scared, but when there are two and it's loaded up, I'm not. Do omnibuses scare you because there are so many people inside? Hans, no, because there is so much luggage on the roof. Mummy was loaded up too, wasn't she, just before she had Hannah? Hans, Mummy will be loaded up again, when she has another baby, when another one grows, when there's another one inside her. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Hans, yes. You said you didn't want Mummy to have another baby. Hans, then she won't be loaded up anymore. Mummy said, if Mummy doesn't want another baby, then the good Lord won't want her to have one either. If Mummy doesn't want one, she won't have one. Of course, Hans also asked yesterday if Mummy still has babies inside her. I said no, if the good Lord doesn't want babies to grow inside her, they won't. Hans, but Mummy said, babies won't grow if she doesn't want them to, and you're saying it's if the good Lord doesn't want them to. I told him that it is as I said, to which he replied, were you there too? Then you must know better than me. And so he took his mother to task, and she resolved the matter by explaining that if she didn't want a baby, the good Lord would not want one either. 39. I think you do wish Mummy would have another baby after all. Hans, but I don't really want it to happen. But you can still wish. Hans, wish, yes. Do you know why it's something you wish? Because you'd like to be the daddy. Hans, yes, how does it go? How does what go? Hans, daddies can't have babies, so how does it go if I'd like to be the daddy? You'd like to be the daddy and be married to Mummy, you'd like to be as tall as me and have a mustache, and you'd like Mummy to have another baby. Hans, and when I get married, Daddy, I'll only have a baby if I want to, when I'm married to Mummy, and if I don't want to have a baby, the good Lord won't want me to either, when I'm married. Would you like to be married to Mummy? Hans, oh yes. It is evident that Hans's pleasure in his fantasy is still marred by uncertainty as to what role the father plays and doubts as to whether he would have any control over whether he had a baby or not. That same day in the evening, as he is being put to bed, Hans says to me, "Daddy, do you know what I'm going to do now? I'm going to talk to Greet until 10 o'clock, because she's here in bed with me. I always have my children in bed with me. Can you tell me why that is?" As he is already very drowsy, I promise him that we will write this down in the morning, and he goes to sleep. My previous notes show that ever since his return from Gmunden, Hans has been fantasizing continually about his children, holding conversations with them, etc. 40. And so on April 26 I ask him why he always talks about his children. Hans: "Why?" "Because I'd so like to have children, but I'd never wish for any. I shouldn't like to have any." 41. Have you always imagined Berta, Olga, and the rest to be your children? Hans: "Yes, and Franz Loh and Fritz Loh and Paul, his playmate in Lanes, and Lodi too." A made-up name. His favorite child, the one he talks about most often. I must emphasize here that the character of Lodi has existed for more than just a few days, since before the day we last tried to explain things to Hans, April 24. Who is Lodi? Is she in Gmunden? Hans: "No." Does Lodi really exist? Hans: "Yes, I know her." Who is she, then? Hans: "My Lodi, this one here." What does she look like? Hans: "Look like? Black eyes, black hair. I met her once with Mariedl, in Gmunden, when I went into town. When I ask for details, it turns out that the episode is invented." 42. So you thought you were the mummy, did you? Hans: "I really was the mummy." What did you do with your children? Hans: "I let them all sleep with me, the girls and the boys." Every day? Hans: "Yes, of course." Did you talk to them? Hans: "If the children didn't all fit in the bed, I put some on the sofa and some in the pram. If there were any left over, I took them up to the attic and put them in the box, but there were still children left over and I put them in the other box." So the stork boxes with the children in were up in the attic? Hans: "Yes." When did you have your babies? Was Hannah already born then? Hans: "Yes, she'd been born for ages." But who did you think you had got your babies from? Hans: "From me, of course." 43. But at the time you didn't even know that babies come from inside people. Hans: "I thought the stork had brought them." A palpable lie, to sidestep the question. 44. Yesterday Greet was with you, but you know that boys can't have babies, don't you? Hans: "Well, yes, but I think they can anyway." What made you think of the name Lodi? That isn't a girl's name. Do you mean Lottie, perhaps? Hans: "No, it's Lodi." I don't know, I just think it's a nice name. Jokingly, are you thinking of Chalky Lodi, perhaps? Hans, responding immediately no, of Safalodi. 45, because I like sausages so much, and salami. Don't you think Safalodi looks a bit like a plop? Hans: "Yes." What does a plop look like, then? Hans: "It's black. You know, pointing to my eyebrows and mustache, like that, and that." And what else? Is it round like a safaladi? Hans: "Yes." When you were sitting on the pot and you had to do a plop, did you think that you were going to have a baby? Hans, laughing: "Yes, when we lived in street, and here, too." You know when the omnibus horses collapsed? The carriage looked like a baby box, and when the black horse collapsed, it was like. Hans, completing the sentence: "like when a baby is born." And what did it remind you of when it was making a racket with its hooves? Hans: "Well, When I don't want to sit on the pot and would rather play, I make a racket like that with my feet. He stamps his feet. That is why he is so interested in whether people like having babies or not. Today Hans has been playing packing cases all day, loading them on and off carts, and says he would like to have a toy handcart with boxes like that. When we visited the courtyard of the customs house over the way, he used to be particularly interested in watching carts being loaded and unloaded. And it would scare him most when a cart had been loaded up and was about to drive off. The horses will collapse. 46 He used to call the doors of the customs house outbuildings its holes, first hole, second hole, third hole. Now he calls them POO holes. His anxiety has almost completely disappeared, but he likes to remain in the vicinity of the house so that he can retreat if he gets frightened. However, he no longer bolts into the house itself and always remains outside. As you know, his state of illness began when he turned back in tears halfway through a walk, and then when he was forced to go out for a walk on a subsequent occasion he would only go as far as the Central Customs House station, from which it is still possible to see our house. During my wife's confinement he was of course separated from her, and his present anxiety, which prevents him from venturing beyond the vicinity of the house, is still a way of expressing the yearning he felt at that time. April 30th. Hans is again playing with his imaginary children, and so I say to him, how can your children still be alive? After all, you know that a boy can't have children. Hans, I know that. Before I was the mummy, but now I'm the daddy. And who is the children's mummy? Hans, mummy, of course, and you're their grandpa. I see, you'd like to be as tall as me, married to mummy, and then she would have children. Hans, yes, I would like that, and Lane's grandmama, my mother, could be the grandma. All's well that ends well. Our young Oedipus has found a happier solution than that prescribed by fate. Instead of eliminating his father, he bestows upon him the same good fortune that he desires for himself. He instates him as grandfather, and marries him to his own mother, too. On May 1st Hans comes to me at lunchtime and says, "Do you know what, Daddy? Let's write something down for the professor." And what's that? Hans, this morning I took all my children to the lavatory. First of all I did a plop and a whittle and they watched me. Then I sat them on the lavatory and they did a whittle and a plop and then I wiped their bottoms with paper. Do you know why I did that? Because I'd so much like to have children and I'd do everything for them. I'd take them to the lavatory and wipe their bottoms and do all the things you have to do for children. When Hans admits to such a fantasy, it would hardly be appropriate to deny the pleasure that for him is bound up with the excretory functions. That afternoon, for the first time, he plucks up courage to go to the Stadtpark. As it is the 1st of May, there are probably fewer carriages than usual, but enough, nevertheless, of the kind that up until now have always deterred him. He is very proud of his achievement, and after tea I have to go to the Stadtpark with him once again. On the way we encounter an omnibus which he points out with the words, "Look, a stork box carriage." If he will go with me to the Stadtpark again tomorrow morning, as we have planned, then we can probably say that he has made a full recovery. On the morning of May 2nd Hans comes to find me. "Daddy, I thought something today." At first he forgets what it was. Later, although with considerable resistance, he tells me, "The plumber came and he had a pair of pliers, and first of all he took my bottom away and gave me a new one and then my whittler. He said, 'Let's see your bottom,' and I had to turn round and he took it away and then he said, 'Let's see your whittler.'" Hans's father immediately grasps the nature of this wish fantasy and feels not a flicker of doubt as to the only acceptable interpretation. He gave you a bigger whittler and a bigger bottom." Hans, yes. Like daddies, because you'd like to be the daddy yourself. Hans, yes, and I'd like to have a mustache like yours, too, and hair like that. Pointing to the hair on my chest. My interpretation of the fantasy that Hans related some time ago, "The plumber came to unscrew the bath and then stuck a gimlet into my belly," therefore requires some correction. the big bathtub stands for the bottom, the gimlet, or screwdriver, as I suggested at the time, for the Whittler. 47 They are identical fantasies. This provides us with a new angle on Hans's fear of the big bathtub, too, which has, incidentally, also already diminished. He dislikes the fact that his bottom is too small for the big tub. Over the next few days it is Hans's mother's turn to put pen to paper, recording her delight at her boy's recovery. A week later, I receive a final installment from Hans's father. Esteemed Professor Freud, permit me to amplify my account of Hans's illness with the following remarks. 1. After my first attempts to enlighten Hans, the remission of his symptoms was not as great as I may perhaps have implied. It is true that Hans would accompany me on a walk, but only if he was made to, and even then he was extremely fearful. On one occasion he went with me as far as the Central Customs House station, from where you can still see our apartment, and refused to go any further. 2. Raspberry juice, gun. Hans is given raspberry juice when he is constipated. He frequently confuses the two words shot and shit. 3. When Hans was moved out of our bedroom into his own room he was about 4 years old. 4. There is still a residual uncertainty, which he expresses not through fear but in the normal urge to ask questions. His questions mostly concern such matters as what things are made of, trams, machines, etc., and who makes things, etc. It is characteristic of most of his questions that Hans asks them even though he already knows the answer. He just wants to make doubly sure. Once, when he had thoroughly worn me out with questions, I said to him, "Do you think I know the answer to every question you ask me?" To which he replied, "Well, I thought, since you knew all about that business with the horses, you'd know the answer to this, too." 5. Hans now only refers to his illness as an historical event, back then, when I had the silly nonsense. 6. What remains unresolved is that Hans is racking his brains to discover what fathers have to do with children, since it is mothers who bring children into the world. This is the conclusion to be drawn from such questions as "I belong to you too, don't I?" He means, not just to his mother. In what way he belongs to me is not clear to him. On the other hand, I have no direct proof that he might have observed parental coition, as you suggest. 7. In treating this subject it might be necessary to draw attention to the intensity of Hans's anxiety, as otherwise the reader might remark, if they had just given him a good spanking he would have gone for a walk soon enough. In conclusion, I would add, his last fantasies show that Hans has also overcome the anxiety that arises from the castration complex, and given a heartening turn to his terrible expectations. The doctor, plumber, etc. does indeed come and take his penis away, but only in order to give him a bigger one instead. Let us hope that our young researcher happens early upon the discovery that all knowledge is piecemeal, and that at every stage something remains unresolved. 3. Epicrasis 1. There are 3 key questions to be borne in mind while examining this account of the development and resolution of a phobia in a boy not yet 5 years old. First, to what extent it bears out the assertions I made in Die Abhandlung zur Sexual Theory 3 Essays on the Theory of Sexuality, 1905. Second, what it might contribute to our understanding of this frequently encountered form of illness, and, third, whether it might cast some light on the inner life Seelenleben of children and cause us to review our intentions in educating our children. 1. My broad impression is that the picture of the sexual life of children which emerges from observation of little Hans corresponds very closely to the outline given in my theory of sexuality, which is based on the psychoanalytical examination of adults. But before I go on to examine this correspondence in detail, I must address 2 reservations that might be expressed as to the use made of this analysis. According to the first of these, little Hans is not a normal child, but predisposed to neurosis, as events, that is his illness, suggest. He is a chip off the old block and it is not therefore permissible to apply conclusions that might be valid in his case to other, normal children. I shall consider this objection at a later stage, for while it may limit the value of what has been observed, it does not negate it entirely. The second, more rigorous objection claims that the analysis of a child by his own father, who is steeped in my theoretical views and tainted with my prejudices, is altogether lacking in objective value. A child is of course suggestible to a very high degree, as regards his father, perhaps, more than any other figure. He will allow any words to be put in his mouth out of gratitude to a father who pays him so much attention. His statements have no value as evidence, and what he produces by way of ideas, fantasies, and dreams naturally tend in the direction to which they have been pushed by every means at his father's disposal. In a word, the whole thing is another case of pure suggestion, which is merely somewhat easier to see through in the case of a child than in the case of an adult. This is strange. 22 years ago, when I first became embroiled in the conflict of scientific opinions, I remember the scorn with which the older generation of neurologists and psychiatrists greeted attempts to establish the concept of suggestion and its effects. Since then the situation has altered fundamentally. Reluctance has been transformed into an all too willing acceptance, not merely as a result of the influence enjoyed by the work of Liebald, Bernheim, and their followers in the course of the past 2 decades, but also because so many have discovered meanwhile that they can spare themselves the effort of thinking by employing that useful catchword, suggestion. Of course, no one knows, and no one cares to know, what suggestion is, where it comes from, and when it comes into play. It is enough to be able to label anything uncomfortable in the realm of the psyche suggestion. I do not share the view, much favored at present, that what children say is entirely arbitrary and unreliable. Nothing is arbitrary when it comes to the psyche. The unreliability of what children say is derived from the power of their fantasy, just as the unreliability of what adults say is derived from the power of their prejudices. Otherwise, a child never lies without good cause, and on the whole is more inclined to love truth than adults are. It would be a grave injustice indeed to little Hans to reject what he says out of hand. It is possible to discern quite clearly when resistance forces him to falsify or withhold, when, himself undecided, he accepts what his father says, so that we cannot accept this as proof, and when, no longer oppressed, his own inner truth comes bubbling out, a truth which up until that moment no one knew but himself. What adults say offers us no greater degree of certainty. It is only to be regretted that no depiction of the process of psychoanalysis can accurately convey the impressions that one receives while it is being carried out, that one can never be completely convinced by reading about it, but only by experiencing it oneself. But this deficiency is equally true of adult analysis. His parents portray little Hans as a cheerful, straightforward child, as well he might be, given the way his parents brought him up, which was essentially to avoid the usual sins we commit in bringing up our children. As long as he could pursue his investigations in happy naivete with no suspicion of the conflicts which they would soon bring in their wake, he had no hesitation in communicating his thoughts and feelings, and the observations which date from before the time of his phobia are open neither to doubt nor to complaint. At the time of his illness and during the analysis we begin to see inconsistencies between what he says and what he thinks, partly because unconscious material is coming to the surface that he is unable to master immediately, and partly because he withholds certain aspects of the content because of its bearing on his relationship with his parents. I protest my impartiality when I pronounce these difficulties to be no greater than in many cases of adult analysis. It is true that many things had to be said to Hans during the analysis that he was not capable of saying himself. Thoughts had to be fed to him that he had not shown any sign of thinking himself. His attention had to be turned in the direction from which his father was expecting something to come. That weakens the value of the analysis as evidence, but this is what happens in every analysis. For psychoanalysis is precisely not an objective scientific procedure, but a therapeutic intervention. It does not in itself attempt to prove anything, but merely to change something. In psychoanalysis the physician will always, to a greater or lesser extent, give the patient conscious expectations, which will enable him to recognize and get a grip on the unconscious. For in some cases more support is needed and in others less. But no one can manage without such help entirely. If something can be brought to a close without outside intervention, then it is only a mild disorder, never a neurosis, which sets itself up in opposition to the ich as if it were a foreign body. To overcome something like this one needs the help of another person, and the neurosis can only be cured to the extent that another person is able to help. If it is in the nature of a neurosis to turn from the other, as appears to be the case in those conditions that come under the heading of dementia praecox, then for that very reason such conditions are not to be healed by our endeavors. Now admittedly a child, by virtue of its less highly developed intellectual system, requires particularly intensive support. But what the physician communicates to his patient is itself drawn from analytical experience, and it is surely proof enough when, as a result of the physician's interventions, we are able to understand the logic of the pathogenic material and to arrive at a solution. On the other hand, our young patient showed sufficient independence of mind even during the analysis to acquit him of any accusation of suggestibility. Like all children, he applies his sexual theories to the material available, without encouragement from anyone. And they are very far away from the adult mind. Indeed, in this case I almost omitted to prepare Hans's father for the fact that Hans must needs arrive at the subject of birth by way of the excretion complex. What then became an obscure part of the analysis due to overhastiness on my part did at least provide positive testimony to the genuine and independent nature of Hans's thinking. All at once he became preoccupied with plop, and yet the father, who was apparently guilty of suggestion, had no idea where this had come from or where it might lead. In the same way, we cannot ascribe much of a role to Hans's father in developing the two fantasies about the plumber that proceed from the castration complex Hans acquired at a young age. Here I must confess to having said nothing to Hans's father, out of theoretical interest, of my expectation that this connection would emerge, so that the value of a piece of evidence that is normally very hard to obtain should not go to waste. If we were to go more deeply into the detail of the analysis, we would find ample further proof that young Hans was not dependent on any form of suggestion, but I shall break off discussion of this first objection here. Even by means of such analysis I know I shall not convince a single person who does not wish to be convinced, and so I shall continue to work through this account in the interest of those readers who are already convinced of the objectivity of unconscious pathogenic material, though not without emphasizing my agreeable feeling of certainty that the latter are increasing in number all the time. The first characteristic that we can attribute to young Hans's sexual life is a particularly lively interest in his whittler, as this organ is called after what is hardly the less important of its two functions, and the one that is unavoidable as far as the nursery is concerned. This interest turns him into a research scientist, and thus he discovers that one may distinguish between the animate and inanimate according to the presence or absence of the whittler. He assumes that this significant bodily organ is to be found on all living creatures that he judges to be like himself, studies it on big animals, supposes it to be there on both his parents, and cannot be prevented even by the evidence of his own eyes from observing its presence on his newborn sister. We might say that it would be too massive a blow to his worldview if he had to make up his mind to forego its presence in a being like himself. It would be as if he himself had had it snatched from him. Probably for that very reason his mother's threat, which contained nothing less than the loss of his whittler, is quickly pushed to the back of his mind, and can only take effect much later on. His mother's intervention occurred because he enjoyed giving himself pleasurable sensations by touching this organ. The little boy has thus embarked upon the most common, and the most normal, form of autoerotic sexual activity. In a manner which Adolf Adler aptly describes as a confluence of drives to pleasure in one's own sexual organ becomes bound up with voyeurism, Schaulust in its active and passive forms. The boy attempts to catch sight of other people's whittlers, develops a sexual curiosity, and enjoys showing his own whittler to other people. A dream from the early period of repression has as its content the wish that one of his little friends should help him to do a whittle and so share in the sight herself. The dream attests to the fact that up until that time this wish had remained unrepressed, just as later statements confirm that he had been accustomed to satisfying it. The active direction taken by his voyeurism is soon associated with a definite theme. If he repeatedly expresses his regret to his father as well as his mother that he has not yet seen their whittlers, he is probably driven to do so by the need to compare. The I remains the standard by which we measure the rest of the world. By constantly making the comparison with our own self, we learn to understand it. Hans has observed that big animals have whittlers that are that much bigger than his own. He then presupposes the same proportional relationship in his parents' case and seeks to prove that this is indeed so. His mother's whittler, he thinks, is surely as big as a horse's. He can then readily console himself with the fact that his whittler will grow as he does. It is as if the child's desire to grow bigger has all been channeled towards his genitals. Right from the beginning, then, in little Hans's sexual constitution, the genital zone is the erogenous zone from which he derives the most intense pleasure. Apart from this, we have evidence only of excremental pleasure, connected to the orifices of micturition and the evacuation of the bowels. If, in the last happy fantasy, which marks the overcoming of his illness, he has children whom he takes to the lavatory, supervises while they do a whittle and whose bottoms he wipes, for whom, in short, he does all the things you have to do for children, it is surely irrefutable that these same tasks, performed by those whose duty it was to care for him in infancy, were to him a source of pleasurable sensations. The pleasure associated with the erogenous zones was obtained with the help of the person caring for him, his mother, and thus already leads to a choice of object. It is possible, however, that earlier still he was accustomed to procure this pleasure autoerotically and was one of those children who like to hold excreta back until evacuation is accompanied by a voluptuous delight. I repeat that this is merely a possibility, for the analysis does not make it clear. The racket he makes with his feet, thrashing about, which he later so greatly fears, points in this direction. Incidentally, these sources of pleasure are not conspicuously emphasized, as is often the case among children. He quickly became clean and neither bedwetting nor daytime incontinence were a feature of his early years. There was no sign of the tendency to play with his excrement, so distasteful in adults, which often recurs at the outset of any process of psychic regression. It should be emphasized at this point that, during his phobia, there is unmistakable repression of both of these well-developed components of sexual activity. He is ashamed of urinating in front of others, accuses himself of touching his whittler, struggles to give up masturbation and is disgusted by plop, wee, and anything that reminds him of them. In his fantasy of looking after children himself, this repression is reversed again. A sexual constitution like that of young Hans would not appear to be predisposed to develop perversions or their negative manifestations. Let us restrict ourselves to the mention of hysteria. In my experience, though I must express myself here with great caution, the congenital constitution of the hysterical patient, and, as is more or less self-evident, in the case of perverts, is distinguished by the fact that other erogenous zones are favored over the genital zone. We must single out one sexual deviation as an exception to this rule. We find that the same overriding importance is attributed to the genital zone, and in particular to the penis, in the infancy of those who later become homosexual, who, according to my expectations and the observations of J. Sager, all go through an amphigen phase during childhood. Indeed, the high value set on the penis by the homosexual male seals his fate. Such men may choose women as sexual objects in childhood, as long as they can assume that the part of the body which they regard as indispensable is also to be found in women. As they become convinced that women have deceived them in this particular, the woman becomes an unacceptable sexual object. They cannot dispense with a penis in the person who is to excite them to sexual intercourse, and so in favorable circumstances they attach their libido to the woman with a penis, the youth whose appearance is decidedly feminine. Homosexuals are thus people for whom the erogenous significance of their own genitalia makes it impossible to manage without a sexual object corresponding to their own person. In the process of development from autoeroticism to object love they remain fixed at a point that is closer to autoeroticism. It is quite inappropriate to single out one particular homosexual drive. It is not a peculiarity of his drives that distinguishes the homosexual, but his choice of object. I refer to the fact, which I have discussed in detail in my theory of sexuality, that we have wrongly supposed the merging of drive and object in sexuality to be more complete than is in fact the case. The homosexual, whose drives are perhaps quite normal, cannot break free of an object that is characterized by one particular condition, in childhood, since that condition is automatically taken to be fulfilled everywhere. He can behave like young Hans, who makes no distinction in his affection for boys and girls and sometimes refers to his friend Fritzlo as his most precious girl. Hans is homosexual, as all children may very well be, quite in accordance with the undeniable fact that he only knows of one kind of genitalia like his own. Point 3. Our young eroticist does not develop further in the direction of homosexuality, however, but assumes an energetic masculinity that is polygamous in expression and whose various female objects call forth different types of behavior, so that on one occasion he will boldly take the initiative and on another languish in yearning and shame. When there is a paucity of other objects of love he reverts to a preference for his mother, from whom he had turned away in pursuit of others, only to fall into neurosis on his return. It is only then that we learn of the intensity of the love he felt for his mother and what the fate of that love had been. The sexual objective he pursues with his playmates, namely to sleep with them, is derived from his experience with his mother. It is contained in the words themselves, which retain their meaning in later life, even if the content of those words undergoes an enrichment. The boy had found the usual route to object love, by way of the care given him as an infant, and a new experience of pleasure, that of sleeping next to his mother, had become decisive for him. Of its various components we would emphasize the pleasure of skin contact, which is constitutionally appealing to us all, according to Moll's nomenclature, which strikes us as somewhat artificial. We would have to describe this as the satisfaction of the contractation drive. In his relationships with his father and mother, Hans provides the most graphic and concrete confirmation of all the claims I make in my interpretation of dreams and theory of sexuality as to the sexual relations of a child to its parents. He really is a young Oedipus, who wants his father out of the way, eliminated, so that he can be all alone with his beautiful mother, and sleep with her. This wish arose during the summer months in Gmunden, when his father's alternating presence and absence drew his attention to the conditions that determined that longed-for intimacy with his mother. At the time he was content with a version of the story in which his father was driven away, to which he was subsequently able to attach his fear of being bitten by a white horse, thanks to an accidental impression formed by another person's departure. Later, probably only after the return to Vienna, when Hans could no longer count on his father's going away, the wish was intensified until its content was that his father should go away for good, should be dead. The fear of his father, arising out of this desire for his father's death, and thus quite normally motivated, constituted the greatest barrier to the analysis until it was removed by being articulated in my consulting room. Point 4. And yet our Hans is in truth no villain, nor even a child in whom the cruel and violent tendencies of human nature are still exhibited without restraint at this stage of his life. On the contrary, he is unusually good-natured and affectionate in character. His father notes that the transformation of aggressive tendencies into feelings of sympathy took place in Hans at a very young age. Long before the phobia developed, he would become uneasy if he saw someone whipping a horse on a merry-go-round, and he could never remain unmoved by the sight of someone crying. At one point in the analysis we glimpse a moment of repressed sadism in a particular context, 5, but repressed it was, and we shall later have to make a guess from the context at what it stands for and what it was intended to replace. Hans feels an intense love for the father against whom he harbors a death wish, and while his intelligence may lead him to query this contradiction, 6, he is still obliged to demonstrate its reality by hitting his father and then immediately kissing the place where he had hit him. We must also be careful not to object to such a contradiction. Human feelings in general are made up of such pairs of opposites. 7. Indeed, were things to be otherwise, there would probably be no question of repression and neurosis. These contradictory feelings, of whose simultaneous presence adults normally only become aware when they are passionately in love, and which tend to suppress each other until one of them succeeds in covering up the presence of the other altogether, are able to coexist peacefully in the heart of a child for quite some time. The birth of a little sister when he was 2 years old was of the greatest significance for the boy's psychosexual development. This event brought his relationship with his parents into sharper focus and presented his intellect with insoluble difficulties, while, at the same time, watching his little sister being cared for revived faint memories of his own earlier experiences of pleasure. This influence, too, is typical in nature. An unexpectedly large number of life histories and case histories have as their starting point the flaring up of sexual pleasure and sexual curiosity which accompanies the birth of the next child. Hans's behavior towards the new arrival is just as I have described in my interpretation of dreams. 8 A few days later, in an attack of fever, he reveals how little he is in favor of this new addition to the family. Hostility came first, even if affection followed. 9 From then on, the fear that another child might come along finds a place in his conscious thinking. In the neurosis, the hostility which he has already suppressed is represented by a particular fear, that of the bathtub. In the analysis he expresses his desire for his sister's death quite openly and not merely by means of oblique references that his father has to complete. Looking critically at his own feelings, he does not consider this wish to be as dreadful as the analogous one towards his father, but in his unconscious mind he obviously treats both figures in the same way because they both take his mummy away from him and prevent him from being alone with her. Incidentally, this event, and what it awakens, moves his wishes in a new direction. His victorious final fantasy is the summation of all the wishes stirring inside him, those that arose during the autoerotic phase as well as those connected with object love. He is married to his lovely mother and has innumerable children whom he can look after in his own way. 2. Hans is seized by anxiety on the street one day and falls ill. He is as yet unable to say what it is he is afraid of, but at the very beginning of this state of anxiety he betrays the motive for his illness, what he hopes to gain from it, to his father. He wants to stay with his mother, to nuzzle with her. The memory of his separation from her at the time when the baby was born may well contribute, as his father believes, to this feeling of longing. It soon becomes clear that his anxiety can no longer be translated back into longing, for he is afraid even when his mother goes out with him. Meanwhile we have an indication of what the libido, now transformed into anxiety, has attached itself to. Hans expresses the very particular fear that a white horse will bite him. We call a state of illness of this kind of phobia and might class the boy's case as agoraphobia, if it were not characteristic of this affliction that an otherwise impossible spatial achievement rapidly becomes possible when the patient is accompanied by someone who has been chosen for that purpose, even, in extremis, by the physician. Hans's phobia does not conform to this condition. Place ceases to be important and horses become ever more clearly the object of his fear. In the early days, at the height of his anxiety, he expresses the fear that the horse will come into the room, a remark which made it very much easier to understand the nature of his fear. Up to now the position of phobias in the system of neuroses has been uncertain. What does seem clear is that phobias afford us merely a glimpse of syndromes that could belong to a variety of neuroses, and we need not attribute to them the significance of a particular process of illness. To designate phobias of the kind suffered by our young patient, which are certainly the most common, anxiety hysteria does not seem wide of the mark to me. I made this suggestion to Drive W. Stekel when he was undertaking a review of nervous anxiety states, and I hope that the term will pass into common usage. 10 It is justified by the fact that in terms of their psychic mechanism such phobias correspond exactly to hysteria, up to a certain, crucial, point, which allows us to distinguish one from the other. For libido that has been released from the pathogenic material by means of repression is not converted, drawn off from the inner sphere and channeled into physical enervation, but allowed to exist freely in the form of anxiety. In those cases of illness with which I am familiar, anxiety hysteria and conversion hysteria can be mixed up together in varying proportions. We also find pure conversion hysteria without any anxiety, just as we find straightforward anxiety hysteria, expressed through feelings of fear and phobias, without any conversion element. The case of little Hans is of the latter kind. Anxiety hysteria is the most common of all psychoneurotic illnesses. Above all, cases of such hysteria occur in very early life and are in effect the neuroses of childhood. If a mother says of her child, For example, that he is very highly strung, we can assume in 9 out of 10 cases that the child is suffering from anxiety or from several kinds of anxiety at once. Unfortunately, the precise mechanism of this important illness has been insufficiently studied up to now. We have not yet established whether anxiety hysteria, unlike conversion hysteria and other neuroses, is determined purely by constitutional factors or purely by chance experiences, or whether it is to be found in some combination of the two. 11 It appears to me to be the form of neurotic illness that least demands a particular constitution and consequently may be most readily acquired at any time of life. We can easily identify one essential characteristic of anxiety hysteria. Anxiety hysteria develops ever further into phobia, so that in the end the patient may be free from anxiety, but only at the expense of subjecting himself to inhibitions and restrictions. From the very outset we find that the psyche works continuously to bind the anxiety that has been released back into the psyche, but such work is neither able to effect the retransformation of anxiety into libido, nor to establish a connection with the complexes from which the libido stems. There is no alternative but to close off every possible opportunity for anxiety to develop by means of psychic stockades such as circumspection, inhibition, or prohibition, and it is these fortifications that are manifested as phobias and, as we perceive it, constitute the essence of the illness. We might say that, up until now, the treatment of anxiety hysteria has been an entirely negative one. Experience has shown that it is impossible and, indeed, in some cases, positively dangerous to attempt to cure the phobia by violent means, by putting the patient in a situation where he is obliged to undergo delivery from his anxiety by having his cover taken away from him. He is thus obliged to seek refuge wherever he thinks he can find it, and encounters helpless contempt for his incomprehensible cowardice. From the very beginning of his illness the parents of our young patient were determined that he should be neither mocked nor bullied, but that they should seek access to his repressed desires by means of psychoanalysis. Hans's father was rewarded with success for his extraordinary efforts, and his notes provide us with the opportunity to penetrate the structure of one such phobia and follow the course of the analysis that was undertaken in response to it. It is not unlikely that the detailed and long drawn-out nature of the analysis has made it difficult for the reader to understand in places. For that reason I shall begin by going over the material again in summarized form, omitting misleading detail and emphasizing the principal outcomes, as little by little they emerge. We learn first of all that the eruption of Hans's state of anxiety was not as sudden as might at first appear. A few days earlier the child had awoken from a nightmare, the content of which was that his mummy had gone away and that he no longer had a mummy to nuzzle with. This dream alone points to a process of repression of disturbing intensity. We cannot explain it by saying, as we might in the case of many nightmares, that while dreaming the child experienced fear from some somatic source and then used that fear to satisfy an unconscious desire that was normally powerfully repressed, cf. The interpretation of dreams. On the contrary, this is a genuine dream of punishment and repression in which, moreover, the dream fails to serve its proper function, since the child awakens from sleep still fearful. We may readily reconstruct the actual process taking place in the unconscious. The child was dreaming of his mother's caresses, of sleeping with her, and all his pleasure is transformed into anxiety, all the imaginative content of the dream into its opposite. Repression has been victorious over the dreaming mechanism. But the origins of this psychological situation lie even further back. The previous summer Hans had already experienced similar moods of yearning and anxiety in which he expressed the same kind of feeling. These then had the beneficial effect of causing his mother to take him into bed with her. We may assume a heightened sexual arousal in Hans from around this time, which has his mother as its object and whose intensity is expressed in 2 attempts to seduce his mother, the second of these very shortly before the eruption of his anxiety, an arousal which finds relief, moreover, in the daily satisfaction provided by masturbation. Whether the sudden transformation of this arousal takes place spontaneously or as a result of his mother's rejection or through the chance awakening of earlier impressions that will later be experienced as the cause of his illness, we cannot say, and it is probably a matter of indifference, since the three possibilities cannot be construed as existing in opposition to one another. The important fact is the transformation of sexual arousal into anxiety. We have already learned of the child's behavior in the earliest stage of his anxiety, and we know that the first content he gives to his fear is that a horse might bite him. At this point the first therapeutic intervention takes place. His parents suggest that his fear is a consequence of masturbation and instruct him in breaking the habit. I ensure that in his presence considerable emphasis is put on his loving feelings toward his mother, which he was attempting to replace with his fear of horses. A slight improvement brought about by this first attempt to influence events is rapidly lost to a period of physical illness. Hans's condition is unchanged. Soon after this, Hans discovers the origin of his fear that a horse will bite him when he recalls an impression made on him in Gmunden. As she left, a father warned his child, "Don't touch the horse or it will bite you." The form of words which Hans chooses to express the father's warning recalls the way in which the warning against masturbation was expressed literally, laying a finger on. At first, then, his parents appear to be right in thinking that Hans is afraid of the satisfaction he is able to give himself by masturbating. However, the connection is fairly tenuous still, and the horse appears to have acquired his function as a bogey quite by accident. I had put forward the conjecture that his repressed desire might now be expressed as wanting at all costs to see his mother's Widdler. Since his behavior towards a newly appointed housemaid appears to corroborate this, his father offers him a first piece of sexual enlightenment: women don't have Widdlers. He reacts to this attempt to help him by telling his father of a fantasy in which he saw his mother showing her Widdler. 12 This fantasy, together with the conversational remark that his Widdler had taken root after all, allow us the first insight into the patient's unconscious thought processes. His mother's threat to castrate him, made 15 months earlier, was indeed belatedly having an effect on him, for his fantasy that his mother was doing the same as he was, the usual tit-for-tat retort of children who stand accused, is intended to take some of the blame from his shoulders. It is a defensive fantasy, intended to parry feelings of guilt schutz und Abwehrfantasie. At the same time we must remind ourselves that it was his parents who, out of all the relevant pathogenic material, brought the topic of Hans's preoccupation with his Widdler into the foreground. He has followed their lead in this but has not yet intervened independently in the analysis. No therapeutic success can be observed. The analysis has moved a long way away from horses, and the information that women don't have Widdlers seems more likely to heighten his concern about keeping possession of his own Widdler. We are not concerned with therapeutic success in the first instance, however, but with putting the patient in a position where he can consciously understand his unconscious desires. This can be achieved, on the basis of veiled suggestions that he makes to us, by bringing the unconscious complex to his conscious attention with the help of our interpretative skills and in our own words. The element of similarity between what he hears and what he is looking for, which is itself attempting to force its way into consciousness despite his resistance, puts him in a position where he can locate what is unconscious. The physician is one step ahead of him in understanding, the patient follows along his own paths until they meet at the designated goal. Novices in psychoanalysis tend to conflate these two moments and to assume that the moment at which they recognize a patient's unconscious complex and the moment at which the patient himself grasps it, are one and the same. They expect too much if they hope to cure the patient by communicating their understanding to him, for he is only in a position to apply this information to locate the place in his unconscious mind where the unconscious complex is embedded. We now achieve a first success of this kind in Hans's case. Having partially overcome the castration complex, he is now in a position to express the desire he feels towards his mother, which he does, albeit in distorted form, in the fantasy of the two giraffes, one of which cries out unsuccessfully because Hans has taken possession of the other. Taking possession is represented by the image of sitting on top of. His father recognizes this fantasy as reproducing a scene which took place between parents and child that morning in the bedroom, and loses no time in stripping his desire of the distorting elements which still cling to it. He and Hans's mother are the two giraffes. Adequate determining factors for the giraffe fantasy in which they are clothed can be found in a visit to see these large animals in Schönbrunn a few days previously, the giraffe drawing which Hans's father had kept from an earlier occasion, and perhaps in an unconscious comparison occasioned by the giraffe's long, stiff neck. 13 We observe that the giraffe, a large animal interesting by virtue of its whittler, might have been a contender, along with the horse, for the role of bogey. The fact, moreover, that both father and mother are represented as giraffes provides a hint, so far overlooked, as to how we might interpret the anxiety horses. The interpretation of two lesser fantasies that Hans produces immediately after the poetry of the giraffe episode, namely forcing his way into a forbidden area in Schönbrunn and smashing a window in the Metropolitan Railway, where on both occasions the emphasis is on the culpable nature of the action and the father appears in the role of accomplice, unfortunately eludes his father. Hans therefore derives no benefit from telling them. What remains in the understanding, however, will come again, like an unredeemed ghost. It will not be at peace until it is laid to rest and redeemed. We encounter no difficulties in understanding Hans's two criminal fantasies. They are part of the complex associated with taking possession of the mother. It is as if the child is struggling with a faint intimation of something that he could do with his mother, something with which he could take possession of her completely, and he finds certain symbolic representations of what he cannot grasp. Their common element is violence and transgression, and their content appears to accord remarkably well with the hidden truth. We can only say that they are symbolic coitus fantasies, and it is far from irrelevant that his father is in the frame too. I want to do something with mummy, something forbidden, I don't know what, but I know it's something you do too. The giraffe fantasy strengthened a conviction that Hans's remark, "The horse will come into my room," had already implanted in me, and I thought it an appropriate moment to communicate to him what we might conjecture to be an essential element in his unconscious feelings, his fear of his father because of his jealous and hostile feelings towards him. At the same time I offered him a partial interpretation of his fear of horses. His father must be the horse, which he had good internal reason to fear. Certain details that aroused fear in Hans, the black around his mouth and in front of his eyes, mustache and spectacles, the prerogatives of the adult male, seemed to me to have been transferred directly from the father to the horses. With this explanation I vanquished the most powerful resistance in Hans to conscious recognition of his unconscious thoughts, since it was his own father who was taking the role of his physician. From this moment on we had conquered the summit of his condition, the material flowed abundantly, the young patient showed courage in communicating the details of his phobia and soon intervened independently in the course of the analysis. 14. Only now do we discover which objects and impressions Hans is afraid of, not merely horses, and the fact that horses bite, for we hear no more of this after a while, but carriages, furniture vans, and omnibuses, whose common factor, it quickly emerges, is the heavy load they carry, horses that start to move, horses that are large and heavy in appearance, horses that move quickly. Hans himself then provides the key to these essential qualities. He is afraid that the horses will collapse, and thus everything that might make such a collapse more likely becomes part of the content of his phobia. It is not at all rare for us to hear the actual content of a phobia, the true wording of a compulsion, Zwangsimpuls and the like, only after a period of psychoanalytical effort. Repression affects not only the unconscious complexes but is also continuously directed against anything that is derived from them, preventing the patient from recognizing the products of his illness. One is then in the curious position, as a physician, of coming to the assistance of the illness, of pleading for its recognition, but only those who completely misjudge the nature of psychoanalysis would linger over this phase of the analyst's endeavor, anticipating that damage will be inflicted by the analysis. The truth is that you cannot hang your thief until you have caught him, and some effort is required before one can get hold of the diseased formations that one intends to destroy. I have already mentioned, in the glosses that accompany the case history, that it is highly instructive to allow oneself to become engrossed in the detail of a phobia, so as to form a clear impression that the connection between an anxiety and its objects is produced only at a secondary level. Hence the peculiarly diffuse and at the same time precisely determined nature of any phobia. Our young patient evidently found the material for his own particular key to the code in the impressions available to him all day long by virtue of the position of the family's apartment, opposite the central customs house. In this connection too he betrays a desire, now inhibited by anxious feelings, to play like the street urchins with the carts loads, with the packages, barrels, and boxes. At this stage of the analysis he is able to retrieve the experience that immediately preceded the eruption of his illness, though it is not particularly significant in itself, an experience that we may undoubtedly regard as the occasion for that eruption. He went for a walk with his mother and saw an omnibus horse collapse, thrashing about with its legs. This made a great impression on him. He was violently afraid, believing the horse to be dead. From then on he thinks all horses are about to collapse. His father suggests that when he saw the horse fall over he had thought of him, his father, and must have wished that he too would fall over and be dead. Hans does not resist this interpretation. Some time later, by means of a game in which he bites his father, he accepts the identification of his father with the much feared horse, and from this time onward is relaxed and fearless, perhaps even a trifle overconfident in his behavior towards his father. His fear of horses persists, however, and it is not yet clear by what connection the horse collapsing had touched on his unconscious desires. Let us sum up what we have discovered so far. Behind the original expression of anxiety, the fear that a horse would bite him, we have exposed a more profound anxiety, the fear that horses will collapse, and both of these, the biting horse and the falling horse, are the father who will punish him because of the wicked desires he harbors against him. In our analysis we have meanwhile lost sight of Hans's mother. Quite unexpectedly, and certainly without Hans's father having said anything, Hans starts to be preoccupied with the plot complex and to express revulsion at anything which reminds him of evacuating his bowels. In the middle of all this, his father, who is reluctant to go along with the new topic, continues to conduct the analysis along the lines that he prefers and causes Hans to remember an experience in Gmunden. The impression which it made lay hidden behind that of the omnibus horse which had collapsed. Fritzlo, his beloved playmate, perhaps also his rival for the affection of their many girlfriends, had caught his foot on a stone when they were playing horsey. He had fallen over and his foot had bled. The incident with the omnibus horse that collapsed had reminded Hans of this accident. It is worth noting that Hans, who is preoccupied at this time with other matters, at first denies that Fritzlo fell over, the event which produces the connection, and only admits it at a later stage of the analysis. For our purposes, however, it is of particular interest that the libido which has been transformed into fear is then projected onto the main phobic object, the horse. He found horses the most interesting of the large animals, and playing horsey was his favorite game with his childhood companions. Upon inquiry, Hans's father confirms my suspicion that it was he who had originally played the part of Hans's horse, and so it was possible to substitute Hans's father for Fritzlo when the accident happened in Gmunden. Once the reversal caused by repression had taken effect, Hans found himself obliged to fear the horses that had previously had such strongly pleasurable associations for him. As I have already mentioned, however, it is to the intervention of his father that we owe this last important illumination of the effectiveness of the event which triggered off Hans's illness. Hans himself is absorbed in his plot, and in the end we too must follow. We learn that Hans used to insist on accompanying his mother to the lavatory and that he did the same thing with Berta, who represented his mother at the time, until this was discovered and forbidden. The pleasure derived from watching a beloved person perform such functions corresponds to the confluence of drives of which we have already seen one example in Hans's behavior. Hans's father finally turns his mind to the symbolism of plop, and recognizes an analogy between a heavily laden cart and a body weighed down by fecal matter, between the way a cart drives out of the gateway and the way a stool is released from the body, and so on. By comparison with the earlier stages, however, Hans's attitude to the analysis has altered significantly. Previously his father was able to predict what was coming and Hans, following his hints, trotted along behind. Now it is Hans who hurries confidently on ahead, while his father has trouble keeping up. Hans quite unexpectedly brings us a new fantasy. The ironsmith or plumber has unscrewed the bathtub in which Hans is sitting and then jabbed him in the stomach with his big screwdriver. From now on our understanding limps along behind the material. Only later are we able to guess that this is the reworking of a procreation fantasy, in a form distorted by anxiety. The big bathtub where Hans is sitting in the water is the womb. The screwdriver, which Hans's father was quickly able to recognize as a big penis, is mentioned in the context of being born. It will sound very odd, of course, to interpret the fantasy thus: you borned me with your big penis and put me in my mother's womb. For the time being, however, the fantasy eludes interpretation and serves only as a connecting point for the communication of further material. The anxiety that Hans feels at the prospect of bathing in the big tub is once again a composite one. One element still eludes us, but the other can immediately be explained with reference to the bathing of his little sister. Hans admits that he wishes his mother would drop the little girl while bathing her, and that she would drown. His fear of being bathed was the fear of being paid back for his wicked desires, of being punished by the same thing happening to him. He now abandons the subject of plop and moves on immediately to that of his little sister. We can guess, however, at the meaning of that discontinuity. Simply that little Hannah herself is a plop, that all babies are plops and are born like plops. Now we can see that the furniture vans, omnibuses, and drays are nothing but stork box carts, and that they are significant only as symbolic representations of pregnancy. To see a heavy, or heavily laden horse collapse was quite simply to see a woman in labor, the delivery of a child. The collapsing horse was thus not only his father dying, but his mother in labor. And now Hans gives us a surprise that we had really not expected. He had been aware of his mother's pregnant state, which came to an end with the birth of the baby when Hans was 12 years old, and he had reconstructed the true state of affairs, at least once the baby had been born, no doubt without saying a word to anyone, perhaps incapable of saying a word. All that could be observed at the time was that, immediately after the confinement, he manifested extreme skepticism with regard to those signs that were meant to indicate the presence of the stork. What this analysis demonstrates beyond the slightest doubt, however, is that in his unconscious mind, despite what he officially claimed to know, he knew where the baby came from and where it had previously dwelt. This is perhaps the most unshakable aspect of it. Conclusive evidence of this is provided by the elaborately detailed fantasy to which Hans so obstinately clings, that Hannah was with them in Gmund in the summer before she was born, how she arrived there, and how she was able at that time to do so much more than she could a year later, after she had been born. Hans's audacity in recounting his fantasy and the countless fantastic lies woven into it are far from nonsensical. It is all intended to enable him to take revenge on his father, whose attempts to mislead him with the stork fairy tale have filled him with fury. It is exactly as if he wished to say, if you think I am so stupid that you can make me believe Hannah was brought by a stork, then in return I shall demand that you take my inventions for truth. The connection between this act of revenge against his father on the part of our young research scientist and the fantasy of ragging and beating the horses that follows is transparent. Once again it is double-edged, on the one hand following on from the ragging to which he has just subjected his father, on the other hand recalling the obscure sadistic desires towards his mother, which were expressed, though we did not at first recognize them, in the fantasies of forbidden action. He consciously acknowledges, moreover, the desire to beat his mummy. We do not anticipate that there will be many more mysteries now. An obscure fantasy about missing the train seems to be a precursor of his later intention to settle his father with his grandmother in Lanes, since its subject is a journey to Lanes and Hans's grandmother appears in it. Another fantasy, in which a lad pays the guard 50,000 gulden to let him ride on the trolley, sounds almost like a plan to buy his mother from his father, whose strength after all lies partly in his wealth. Then, with a candor he has not previously summoned up, he admits to the desire to do away with his father and acknowledges the reason for this, the disruption of the intimate relationship with his mother. We should not be surprised to find that the same desires recur over and over again in the course of the analysis. The monotony arises only from the interpretations attached to them, but for Hans this is not a matter of repetition but of progression and development, from the first bashful intimations to an entirely conscious clarity, free from all distortion. What follows is a confirmation on Hans's part of the results we have arrived at through analysis and which interpretation suggests are already secure. In an unambiguous symptomatic action, which Hans disguises in conversation with the maidservant but not with his father, he demonstrates what he imagines a birth to be. If we look more closely, however, he demonstrates more besides and shows us something which is not articulated any further within the analysis. He sticks a tiny knife belonging to his mother through a round opening in a doll's rubber body and makes it fall out again by tearing the doll's legs apart. His parents' subsequent explanation that babies do indeed grow in the mother's belly and are ejected from it like a plop comes too late. It does not teach him anything new. In another symptomatic action that occurs, as it were, by chance, he admits that he wishes his father were dead by making the horse he was playing with collapse, by knocking it over, that is, at the very moment when his father is speaking of just such a death wish. He uses words to reinforce the notion that for him the heavily laden carriages represented his mother's pregnant state, and that the horse collapsing was like someone having a baby. The most delightful act of confirmation in this context, the invention of the name Lodi for his favorite child, by which Hans proves that children are plops, only comes belatedly to our attention, for we learn that he had been playing with this sausage child for some time already. 15. We have already acknowledged Hans's last two fantasies, which show his recovery to be complete. The one about the plumber who gives him a new and, as his father rightly surmises, bigger whittler is not, however, merely a repetition of the earlier one that was concerned with the plumber and the bathtub. It is a victorious wish fantasy in which he overcomes his fear of castration. The second fantasy, which acknowledges his desire to be married to his mother and to have lots of children with her, does not just exhaust the content of those unconscious complexes that were stirred into life by the sight of the collapsing horse and brought such fear in their wake, it also serves to correct what was quite simply unacceptable about such thoughts, in that instead of killing the father, it renders him harmless by elevating him to marriage with Hans's grandmother. This fantasy legitimately marks the end of both illness and analysis. During the analysis of any medical case it is difficult to gain an overall impression of the structure and development of the neurosis. This is a matter for the work of synthesis to which one must assent in due course. In undertaking such an attempt at synthesis in the case of young Hans's phobia we are building on the description of his constitution, his dominant sexual desires and his experiences up until the birth of his sister that we have documented in the previous pages of this study. The arrival of his little sister brought with it many things that from now on would not let him rest. First, a measure of deprivation, initially a period of separation from his mother, and later a permanent lessening of her care and attention, which he now had to learn to share with his sister. Second, a reawakening of the pleasure he experienced in being tended as an infant, which was aroused by everything he watched his mother do to his little sister. These two influences together resulted in heightened erotic neediness, which he began to be unable to satisfy. He compensates for the loss created by the arrival of his sister with the fantasy that he himself has children, and as long as he was able to play with these children in reality in Gmunden, during his second visit there, he found sufficient diversion for his affections. On his return to Vienna, however, he again felt lonely, and focused all his demands on his mother, suffering further deprivation because, from the age of 412, he had been banished from his parents' bedroom. His heightened erotic excitability was now expressed through fantasies, which conjured up his summer playmates to people his isolation, and through regular autoerotic satisfaction by means of masturbatory stimulation of the genitals. Third, however, the birth of his sister set in motion a train of thought that, on the one hand, could not be resolved and, on the other hand, entangled him in conflicting feelings. A great mystery presented itself, where babies come from, perhaps the first problem whose resolution made any great demand on the child's intellect, and of which the riddle of the Theban Sphinx is probably only a distorted version. The explanation offered to him, that Hannah was brought by the stork, was one he rejected. He had after all noticed that months before the baby's birth his mother had developed a big belly, that she had gone to bed, groaned at the time of the baby's birth, and that when she got up she was slim once again. He concluded, therefore, that Hannah had been in his mother's belly and had then come out like a plop. He could imagine the act of birth to be a pleasurable one, when he thought about his own earliest experiences of pleasure in emptying his bowels, and so his desire to have children himself was then doubly motivated, by the pleasure of giving birth, and of looking after his children, repaying, so to speak, the pleasure he himself had received. There was nothing in any of this that might lead to doubt or conflict. But there was something else here that could not but disturb him. His father must have had something to do with baby Hannah's birth, for he maintained that Hannah and Hans himself were his children. But it was certainly not he who had brought them into the world, but Hans's mummy. His father was in the way when he wanted to be with his mother. When he was there, Hans could not sleep with his mother, and when his mother wanted to take Hans into bed with her his father would get angry. Hans had learned how good life could be for him when his father was not there, and his desire to get rid of his father seemed quite justifiable. And now this hostility was intensified. His father had told him those lies about the stork, and so made it impossible for him to ask for enlightenment in such matters. He did not merely prevent him from getting into his mother's bed, but also withheld from him the knowledge he longed for. He was putting him at a disadvantage in both respects, evidently in a way that was to his own advantage. The fact that he loved and continued to love this same father whom he was obliged to detest as a rival, that he provided him with an example to follow, had been his first playmate and at the same time had cared for him in his early years, led to the first conflict of feelings, which Hans was initially unable to resolve. Given the way in which his nature had developed, love prevailed for the time being, suppressing feelings of hatred but without cancelling them out, since they were continually fueled by his love for his mother. His father, however, not only knew where babies come from but was able to put into practice that whatever it was that Hans himself had only the vaguest intimations of. Whittlers must have something to do with it, since excitement there accompanied all these thoughts, but the whittler would have to be a big one, bigger than Hans considered his own to be. If he were to follow the hints which his own responses provided, then it must have something to do with an act of violence perpetrated against Mummy, with smashing, opening up, penetrating a closed space, for the child was aware of such impulses within himself, but although, taking the sensations in his own penis as his starting point, he was halfway to postulating the existence of the vagina, he was unable to solve the riddle because, as far as he knew, something of the kind needed by a whittler simply did not exist. Indeed, his conviction that his mother possessed a whittler just like his was a barrier to arriving at any solution. The attempt to solve the question of what you would have to do with Mummy so that she would have children sank into his unconscious, and neither the hostile active impulse towards his father nor the sadistic loving one towards his mother were acted upon, the one because of the love that existed alongside the hatred, the other because of the helplessness that resulted from the boy's infantile theories of sexuality. On the basis of what emerged in analysis, this is the only way in which I am able to reconstruct the unconscious complexes and wishful impulses whose repression and reawakening caused young Hans's phobia to appear. I know that I am assuming a great deal as regards the reasoning powers of a child of 4 or 5, but I am allowing myself to be guided by recent discoveries and do not consider myself bound by the prejudices of ignorance. Perhaps we could have used Hans's fear of making a racket with his feet to fill in 1 or 2 further gaps in our evaluation of the evidence. It is true that, according to Hans, it reminded him of the way he would thrash about if he was made to interrupt a game in order to do a plop, and so this element in the neurosis can be related to the problem of whether his mother liked having children, or was obliged to have them, but it is not my impression that this entirely explains making a racket with one's feet. We might conjecture that the child has some memory of having observed his parents in the act of sexual intercourse in the bedroom, but his father is unable to confirm this. Let us be content, therefore, with what we have learned for ourselves. What influence tipped the scales, in the situation we have described, transforming libidinal yearning into anxiety, and from which direction repression set in is a difficult question to answer and could no doubt only be decided by comparing this case with several similar analyses, whether the decisive factor was the child's intellectual inability to solve the problem of procreation, or to put the aggressive impulses released in coming so close to a solution to positive use, or whether it was a somatic incapacity, a constitutional intolerance of the regular practice of masturbation, or whether the simple prolongation of sexual excitement at such a high pitch of intensity led to the sudden reversal in his feelings are questions that must remain unanswered until new experience is able to help us. Given the timing of events, we should not ascribe too great an influence to the occasion on which Hans's phobia broke out, for signs of anxiety could be observed in Hans long before the day on which he saw the omnibus horse collapse in the street. Nevertheless, his neurosis came to be directly attached to this chance experience, and a trace of it was retained in the elevation of the horse into an object of anxiety. We cannot ascribe traumatic force to this influence in itself, only the previous significance of the horse as an object of special liking and interest and its direct connection with the incident of Fritzloh falling over in Gmunden, which was more likely to have been traumatic in nature, together with the simple path of association from Fritzloh to the father, endowed the chance observation of the mishap with such great power. Indeed, even these connections might have been insufficient had not the same impression, a versatile and ambiguous image, also proved able to touch on the second of the complexes lurking in Hans's unconscious, that of the confinement of his pregnant mother. From this moment on the way was opened up to the return of the repressed material, which took place in such a way that the pathogenic material appears to have been adapted to, transposed onto, the horse complex, and the accompanying effects transformed uniformly into anxiety. It is remarkable that the imaginative content of the phobia as it stood had to undergo further distortion and substitution before it could be registered in the conscious mind. The first way Hans found to phrase his anxiety was, "The horse will bite me." This arises from another scene in Gmunden, which is related on the one hand to his hostile wishes concerning his father and on the other hand recalls the warning he received against masturbation. A diversionary influence asserted itself at this point, which perhaps came from the parents. It is not clear to me whether the reports on Hans were completed carefully enough at the time to allow us to decide whether he expressed his anxiety in this form before or only after his mother had taken him to task over his masturbation. I would differ from the account in the case history by supposing the latter to be the case. It is unmistakable, moreover, that at every point the hostile complex towards the father conceals the libidinous one towards the mother, just as in the analysis this was the first one to be uncovered and dealt with. In other medical cases there would be far more to say about the structure of a neurosis, its development and diffusion, but in young Hans's case the preceding history is very short and is superseded almost immediately by the account of his treatment. If the phobia appeared to develop further during the course of the treatment, drawing new objects and new conditions into its sphere, the father, who had undertaken the treatment himself, was perceptive enough, of course, to recognize that this merely brought to light things that had already taken place and was not some new product that could be blamed on the treatment. We are not always able to rely on such insight in the treatment of other cases. Before I declare the synthesis of the results complete, I must acknowledge another point of view, consideration of which brings us to the very heart of the difficulties that accompany the understanding of neurotic states. We observe the way in which our young patient finds himself in the grip of an important repressive urge, which strikes at precisely those sexual components which dominate him. 16 He relinquishes the habit of masturbation and rejects in disgust anything that reminds him of excrement and the observation of bodily functions. Yet these are not the components that are stimulated at the outbreak of his illness, when he sees the horse collapse, and that provide the material for his symptoms, the content of his phobia. This provides us with the opportunity to make an important theoretical distinction. We shall probably arrive at a more profound understanding of the case if we examine other components that do fulfill the two last named conditions. In Hans's case these are impulses that had previously been suppressed and that, as far as we know, he had never been able to express without inhibition. hostile and jealous feelings towards his father and sadistic impulses towards his mother, which corresponded to intimations of the act of coitus. Perhaps it is in this early process of suppression that we find the disposition for his later illness. Such aggressive tendencies in Hans never find an outlet, and so, as soon as they seek to break out in an intensified form at a time of deprivation and heightened sexual excitement, they ignite the struggle which we term a phobia. In the course of this, some of the repressed ideas manage to force their way into consciousness as the content of the phobia, but in a distorted form and assigned to another complex, and there is no doubt that this is a pretty miserable form of success. Repression still carries the day, taking the opportunity to encroach on components other than those that press most urgently. This does not alter the fact that the essence of the morbid state remains entirely bound up with the nature of those drive components, tria component, which it was necessary to reject. The purpose and content of the phobia is a substantial limitation on freedom of movement, and thus a powerful reaction against those obscure impulses towards movement that were directed in particular towards the mother. To the boy, the horse was always an image of the pleasure of movement. "I'm a young horse," Hans says, "prancing about," but since this pleasure in movement includes the impulse towards coitus, such pleasure in movement is curtailed by the neurosis and the horse is elevated to a symbol of terror. It would appear that in neurosis there remains nothing for the repressed drives but the glory of providing a pretext for the anxiety in consciousness. Yet while it is clear that in the phobia rejection of sexuality has won the day, the compromise nature of the illness will not allow there to be no other gain from repression. Hans's phobia about horses is after all another way of preventing him from going out into the streets, and provides him with a means of remaining at home with his beloved mother. His tender feelings for his mother have successfully asserted themselves. Phobia enables the lover to cling to the object of his love, while ensuring, admittedly, that he remains innocuous. Taken together, these two effects reveal the true nature of neurotic illness. In a recent and most original piece of work 17, from which I borrowed the term confluence of drives earlier, Adolf Adler argued that anxiety arises from the suppression of what he calls the aggressive drive, ascribing to this, in a broad-ranging synthesis, the principal role in what happens both in life and in neurosis. If this particular case of phobia leads us to the conclusion that Hans's anxiety is to be explained as the repression of certain aggressive tendencies, namely hostile feelings towards the father and sadistic feelings towards the mother, then it would seem that we have furnished striking confirmation of Adler's views. And yet I cannot agree with what I regard as a misleading generalization. I cannot bring myself to accept a separate aggressive drive that exists alongside the sex drive and that of self-preservation Selbsterhaltungstrieb, with which we are already familiar, and that is equal in importance to them. 18 It seems to me that Adler has incorrectly hypostasized as a separate drive what is a general and essential characteristic of all drives, namely their compulsive, driving quality, what we might describe as their ability to stimulate motility. Nothing would then remain of the other drives except their relation to a particular goal, once their relation to the means of achieving that goal had been appropriated by the aggressive drive. For the time being, despite the lack of clarity and certainty in our understanding of the drives, I should prefer to adhere to the usual view, whereby each drive is allowed its own capacity to be aggressive. 19 And to identify both the repressed drives in Hans as familiar components of sexual libido. 3. Before I proceed to a more detailed discussion, which I intend to keep short, of what we might learn from little Hans's phobia, which is of general value for our understanding of childhood and children's upbringing, I must consider the objection, held over from the beginning of this section, which urges that Hans is neurotic, degenerate, subject to hereditary weakness, and hence not a normal child whose experiences might apply to other children. It has caused me some considerable distress to think of how all those adherents of normality will vilify poor little Hans when they learn that he may indeed be said to have inherited a certain frailty. I had been able to provide assistance to his lovely mother when she developed a neurotic illness caused by the conflicts of girlhood, and this was indeed the beginning of my relationship with Hans's parents. I offer the following tentative remarks in Hans's favor. First, that, according to the strictest definitions, Hans does not conform to the image of a degenerate child with an inherited tendency to nervous disorder, but is in fact a prepossessing, cheerful fellow, well-proportioned and intellectually lively, a delight to others besides his father. There is no doubt as to his sexual precocity, it is true, but we do not have much material for the purposes of comparison that would allow us to arrive at a fair judgment of this. An investigative survey from an American source suggests, for example, that it is not unusual to encounter feelings of love and object choice at a similarly early age, and we know the same thing to be true from the childhood reminiscences of men later held to be great, which leads me to think that sexual precocity is customarily present as a correlate of intellectual precocity and is thus more frequently encountered in gifted children than one might expect. Having freely acknowledged a bias in favor of little Hans, I would further maintain that he is not the only child to have been overcome by phobias at some time in his childhood. It is well known that such afflictions are quite extraordinarily common, even in children whose upbringing leaves nothing to be desired in the way of strictness. Later, the children in question either become neurotic or remain healthy. Their phobias are given short shrift in the nursery, because they are inaccessible to treatment and no doubt something of an embarrassment. With the months or years they diminish in intensity and to all appearances are cured, but we have no insight into the psychic changes that such a cure necessitates, nor of the changes in character that result from it. When we then accept an adult sufferer from neurosis for psychoanalytic treatment, assuming that his or her illness has only manifested itself in maturity, we regularly discover that the neurosis is directly connected with that childhood anxiety and represents a continuation of it, and that this psychic work has continued to weave its web incessantly and without interruption throughout the patient's whole life, from the time of those childhood conflicts onward, regardless of whether the first symptom persisted or was withdrawn under the pressure of circumstances. Thus in my view Hans's illness was no worse than that of many children who are not branded as degenerates, but since the aim of his upbringing had been not to intimidate him, to handle him with the greatest possible care and the least possible constraint, his anxiety was able to manifest itself more boldly. Motives of bad conscience and fear of punishment were absent, these would otherwise undoubtedly have played their part in minimizing the anxiety. It seems to me that we pay too much attention to symptoms and give too little consideration to what causes them. In bringing up children we want nothing better than to be left in peace, to be spared any difficulty, in short to raise well-behaved children without undue concern as to whether the children themselves profit from such a procedure. I can imagine, therefore, that it might have been beneficial to Hans to produce his phobia, for it drew his parents' attention to the difficulties the child was inevitably going to experience in the process of learning to be a civilized member of society, in attempting to overcome inborn drive components, and this disorder of his brought his father to his assistance. Perhaps now he has the advantage over other children, in that he no longer carries within him the seed of repressed complexes that must always be of significance for later life, since it always distorts the development of character to some extent and possibly creates a predisposition to neurosis later on. I am inclined to think so, though I do not know whether many others will share my view, nor whether experience will prove me right. I must also ask in what way Hans might have been damaged by our bringing to light those complexes which children repress and parents fear. Were the boy's claims on his mother perhaps given the force of reality, or did actions take the place of his intentions to harm his father? Many will no doubt have feared this, misunderstanding the nature of psychoanalysis and believing that we only strengthen evil drives by making them conscious. These wise gentlemen are then only acting consistently when they advise, for goodness sake, against having any dealings with the wickedness lurking behind the neuroses. They forget, it is true, that they are doctors, displaying a fatal similarity to Dogberry in Shakespeare's Much Ado About Nothing, who advises the watch in a similar vein to keep well away from any thieves or burglars they might encounter, for such kind of men, the less you meddle or make with them, why, the more is for your honesty. 20. The sole consequences of the analysis are, however, that Hans gets better and is no longer afraid of horses, and that he behaves rather familiarly towards his father, as the father himself tells me with some amusement. But what his father may have forfeited in respect he has gained in trust. I thought you knew everything since you knew all about the horses. For analysis does not reverse the outcome, that of repression. The drives which were suppressed remain suppressed, but this is achieved in a different way, with the help of the highest inner authorities. See Lisk Instanzen. The process of repression, which is automatic and excessive, is replaced by moderate and purposeful mastery. In a word, repression is replaced by condemnation. This would seem to furnish proof of what we have long suspected, namely that consciousness has a biological function and that when it comes into play it brings with it significant advantages. Point 21. If it had been solely up to me, I should have taken the risk and given the child the one further explanation that his parents withheld. I should have confirmed his instinctive hunch and told him of the existence of the vagina and of coitus, diminishing still further what remained unresolved and putting an end to his urgent questioning. I am convinced that neither his love for his mother nor his childlike nature would have suffered as a result of such explanations, and that he would have understood that his preoccupation with these important, awe-inspiring matters must be laid to rest until his wish to get bigger had been fulfilled. But the pedagogical experiment was not taken as far as this. That it is wrong to draw a sharp distinction between neurotic and normal children and adults, that illness is a purely pragmatic summation concept, and that predisposition and experience must coincide for the threshold to be crossed and the summation to be reached, that as a result there is a constant reclassification of many healthy individuals who are deemed to be suffering from neurotic illness, whereas far fewer are reclassified in the opposite direction. These are all things which have been said so often and with such resonance that I surely cannot be alone in making such claims. That the way in which we bring up our children can have a powerful influence in bringing about the predisposition to illness described here, or in preventing it, is at the very least highly probable, but what still appears to be in doubt is what we should aim to achieve in bringing up our children, and where we should intervene. Up until now the task has been seen as that of controlling the drives and sometimes indeed that of suppressing them. The result was not a satisfactory one, and when it did succeed it was to the benefit of a small number of privileged people who were not required to suppress their own drives. No one asked the question, moreover, in what way and at what cost the repression of these inconvenient drives had been achieved. If we were to substitute another task for this one, namely to make the individual capable of civilized behavior and useful to society while sacrificing as little as possible of his own activity, then whatever light psychoanalysis can shed on the origin of pathogenic complexes, and on what lies at the heart of each and every neurosis, deserves to be recognized by educationalists as invaluable guidance for dealing with children. The practical conclusions that may be drawn from this, and the extent to which experience will justify their application in the present social context, I must leave it to others to put to the test and decide. I cannot take my leave of our young patient's phobia without giving voice to a conjecture that makes the analysis that brought about his cure particularly valuable to me. Strictly speaking, I learned nothing new from this analysis, nothing that I had not already been able to deduce, though less directly and with less clarity, from my treatment of other, older patients. And since on each occasion the neuroses of these other patients could be traced back to the same infantile complexes that underlay Hans's phobia, as we were able to reveal, I am tempted to claim a typical and exemplary importance for this childhood neurosis, and to suggest that the variety of manifestations of neurotic repression and the richness of the pathogenic material do not prevent us from deducing them all from a very small number of processes, all concerned with the same complexes of ideas. 1909. 4. Postscript to the analysis of little Hans. A few months ago, in the spring of 1922, a young man introduced himself to me, saying that he was the little Hans whose childhood neurosis I had written about in 1909. I was very glad to see him again, for I had lost sight of him some 2 years after the completion of his analysis and for more than 10 years had had no idea what had become of him. The publication of this first case of child analysis had caused something of a stir and provoked a storm of indignation and predictions of disaster because the boy had lost his innocence at such a tender age, and had been sacrificed on the altar of psychoanalysis. None of these fears had been realized, however. Little Hans was now a strapping youth of 19. He declared that he was in excellent health and not suffering from any kind of problem or inhibition. He had not only passed through puberty unscathed but had also been able to cope with the strain of one of the hardest trials of his emotional life. His parents had divorced and had each entered into a new marriage. As a result, he lived alone but was on good terms with both his parents. His only regret was that the disintegration of his family had brought about a separation from the younger sister of whom he was so very fond. One thing Hans told me was particularly remarkable, and I will not venture to offer any explanation for it. He told me that when he read his own case history it was like reading about a stranger. He did not recognize himself, could not remember anything of what was related, and only when the journey to Gmunden was mentioned did a glimmer of memory dawn and he thought he might have been this boy. Thus, far from preventing him from forgetting these events, the analysis itself had been forgotten. Something similar occurs sometimes to those familiar with psychoanalysis when sleeping. Awakened by a dream, one determines to analyze it without delay, then, satisfied with the results of one's efforts, one falls asleep once more, and the next morning both dream and analysis are forgotten. 1922. Some remarks on a case of obsessive-compulsive neurosis, the Ratman. The following pages will contain material of two different kinds. First, fragmentary notes on the medical history of an instance of obsessive-compulsive neurosis, zwangsneurose, which, in terms of its length and its damaging consequences, and in the patient's own estimation, could be accounted a moderately severe case, the year-long treatment of which brought about the complete restoration of the patient's personality and the lifting of inhibitions. Second, however, arising directly from this case and drawing on others that I have analyzed previously, I make a number of aphoristic statements on the genesis and the more subtle mechanisms of psychological compulsion zwang, which aim to provide a continuation of my first accounts of the subject, published in 1896.1. Such a summary of the contents of my essay seems to require some justification, for I would not wish anyone to think that I consider this particular way of conveying information to be beyond criticism, worthy of emulation. In reality, I am merely paying proper attention to inhibitions regarding both external circumstances and content, and would willingly have provided more information, if that had been only possible and permissible. To be precise, I cannot provide a complete treatment history because this would require too detailed an account of my patient's circumstances. The irksome attentions of a city that focuses quite particularly on my activities as a physician preclude the possibility of any entirely faithful account. I find the kind of distortions, however, to which one normally has recourse increasingly inappropriate and reprehensible. If they are only minor ones, they do not fulfill their intended purpose of protecting the patient from indiscreet curiosity, and if they are more substantial, then the sacrifice is too great, for they ruin our understanding of the overall logic of the case, which derives precisely from the petty realities of everyday life. This last circumstance gives rise to the paradoxical state of affairs whereby one may far more readily divulge to the public a patient's most intimate secrets, since he will then remain unrecognized, than the most harmless and banal features that distinguish his personality, as in this he is known to everyone and will thereby be rendered recognizable to all. If I may thus excuse the terrible truncation of the medical and treatment history given here, I am obliged to provide a still more convincing explanation for the fact that I have limited myself to individual findings from the psychoanalytical investigation of obsessive-compulsive neurosis. I admit that I have not yet succeeded in comprehending the complex structure of a severe case of obsessive-compulsive neurosis in its entirety, and that I should be unlikely to succeed in making such a structure, discerned or dimly perceived by the exercise of analytical thought through the masses of material deposited during treatment, apparent to others by reproducing the analysis in full. It is my patient's resistance and the forms in which this is expressed that make this latter task so difficult, but it must be said that, by its very nature, the understanding of obsessive-compulsive neurosis is not simple, but in fact more difficult than a case of hysteria. One would really expect the opposite to be true. The means by which obsessive-compulsive neurosis gives expression to its secret thoughts, the language of obsessive-compulsive neurosis, is merely a dialect, so to speak, of the language of hysteria, but it is a dialect whose meaning we ought to find it easier to sense because it is more closely related to the expression of our conscious thought than hysterical language is. Above all, it does not contain that leap from the spiritual domain into somatic enervation, hysterical conversion, which we can never manage to follow ourselves by grasping it intellectually. Perhaps also it is only our lesser degree of familiarity with obsessive-compulsive neurosis that is to blame for the fact that reality does not confirm our expectations. Patients suffering from a severe degree of obsessive-compulsive neurosis present themselves for analytical treatment far less often than those afflicted by hysteria. They also dissimulate their condition in everyday life as long as they can and frequently only visit a doctor at a stage of suffering so advanced that if they were afflicted with tuberculosis, for example, it would exclude the possibility of admission to a sanatorium. I draw such a comparison because with straightforward cases of obsessive-compulsive neurosis, or severe ones that we are able to combat early enough, just as with that chronic infectious disease, we can point to a series of dazzlingly successful cures. In such circumstances no other possibility remains but to offer an account of things that is imperfect and incomplete enough to reflect our knowledge and what it is permissible to say. The fragments of understanding offered here, which were arduous enough to bring to light, may not be very satisfactory in themselves, but other investigators may still use them as a starting point for their work, and common endeavor may succeed in an undertaking that perhaps exceeds the powers of the individual. Note 1. Weitere Bemerkungen über die Abwehr Neuropsychosen. Further remarks on neuropsychoses with a parrying function, 1896. 2. Wesen und die Mechanismen der Zwangsneurose. The nature and mechanisms of obsessive-compulsive neurosis. I. Case history. A youngish man with a university education introduces himself with the information that he has been suffering from compulsive ideas since childhood, but that this has been particularly severe over the past 4 years. The main content of his suffering is his fear that something will befall 2 people whom he greatly loves, his father and a lady whom he admires. In addition, he experiences compulsive urges, for example to cut his throat with a razor, and imposes prohibitions on himself relating to matters of indifference. He says that he has wasted years of his life struggling with these notions and as a result has been held back in life. None of the cures he has attempted have done him any good except for one course of hydropathic treatment in a clinic but this was no doubt only because he struck up an acquaintance there that led to regular sexual intercourse. He has no such opportunities here and has intercourse rarely and at irregular intervals. Prostitutes are repugnant to him. His sex life has been altogether wretched, and masturbation has played only a minor role, when he was 16 or 17. His potency is normal, he claims. He first had intercourse at the age of 26. He gives the impression of being clear-headed and perceptive. When I ask what causes him to put particular emphasis on information about his sexual life, he replies that that is what he knows about my theories. Apart from this, he has read nothing of what I have written, but when leafing through one of my books recently came across an explanation of bizarre associations of words, one that reminded him so much of his own mental efforts with regard to his own ideas that he resolved to entrust himself to me for treatment. A. Induction into the treatment. The next day, after he had agreed to abide by the only condition of the therapy, namely, to tell me everything that came into his mind, even if he found this unpleasant, and even if the thoughts seemed unimportant, irrelevant, or nonsensical, I left it to him to decide on an opening topic. He began as follows: 2. He has a friend for whom he feels exceptional regard. He goes to this man whenever he is troubled by some criminal impulse and asks him if he despises him for his criminal thoughts. The friend sustains him by reassuring him that he is blameless but has probably been used to examining his life from this point of view since earliest youth. Another man, a student of 19 as against his 14 or 15, had once exercised a similar kind of influence over him in earlier times. He had taken a great fancy to him and done wonders for his self-esteem, so that he had thought himself almost a genius. This student later became his private tutor and changed his attitude towards him quite suddenly, treating him like the worst kind of fool. Finally he realized that the man was in fact interested in one of his sisters and had only taken up with him in order to gain an entree into the house. This was the first great shock of his life. He then continues, with no apparent transition. B. Infantile sexuality. My sexual life began very early. I remember a scene that took place when I was 3 or 4 years old. I can recall everything from the age of 5 onward, which came into my mind quite clearly years later. We had a pretty young governess called Fräulein Peter. 3 One evening she was lying on the sofa reading, quite scantily dressed. I was lying next to her and asked for permission to crawl under her petticoats. She said I could, provided that I did not tell anyone. She was not wearing very much, and I touched her genitals and her belly, which I found rather odd. Since then I have felt a burning, tormenting curiosity to see the female body. I can still remember with what feeling of suspense I waited at the baths, where I was still allowed to go with my sisters and governess, for our governess to take off her clothes and enter the water. From the age of 5 I can remember more. We had another governess then, also young and pretty, who had abscesses on her bottom which she used to squeeze every evening. I would wait furtively for that moment to ease my curiosity. The same was true at the baths, although Fräulein Lena was more reserved than the other one. In answer to my interpolated question he replied, I did not sleep regularly in her bedroom, but mostly with my parents. I remember a scene that took place when I must have been about 7 years old. 4 We were all sitting together one evening, the governess, the cook, another girl, my brother who was 18 months younger, and myself. I suddenly caught a snatch of the girls' conversation and heard Fräulein Lena say, you could do that with the little one, but Paul, that is, me, is too clumsy, he would be bound to get it wrong. I did not understand very clearly what was meant, but did understand that the remark was a disparaging one, and began to cry. Lena comforted me and told me that a girl who had done something similar with a little lad in her care had been locked up for several months. I do not think she got up to any mischief with me, but I was allowed to take all sorts of liberties with her. When I came into her bedroom I would pull the covers off her and touch her and she would never try to stop me. She was not very intelligent and obviously very needy sexually. At 23 she had already had one child, whose father she later married, so that nowadays she has a title. I still meet her quite often on the street. At the age of 6 I was already troubled by erections and I know that I once went to my mother to complain to her about this. I remember too that I had to overcome certain scruples in order to do so, for I already sensed that there was some connection with my fantasies and my curiosity and for some time back then harbored a morbid notion that my parents knew what I was thinking, which I explained to myself by saying that I had articulated my thoughts without hearing them myself. I see this as the beginning of my illness. There were people, girls, that I liked the look of and whom I had an urgent wish to see naked. These desires were accompanied, however, by an uncanny feeling that something would happen if I allowed myself such thoughts and that I had to do all sorts of things to prevent this. When asked he gives as an instance of such fears, for example, that my father would die. From an early age I was preoccupied by thoughts of my father's death. This made me melancholy for a long time. On this occasion I learn with astonishment that the father, who, even today, is the object of his compulsive fears, has been dead for several years. What our patient recalls, in this first consultation hour, of his life at the age of 5 or 6 is not merely the beginning of his illness, as he thinks, but the illness itself. A complete case of obsessive-compulsive neurosis, lacking none of its essential elements, at one and the same time the core of his later affliction and a model for it, the elementary organism, so to speak, whose study alone can convey to us the complicated topography of the present illness. We see the child dominated by one component of the sexual drive, voyeurism, Schaulust, and as a result wishing repeatedly and with great intensity to see females whom he finds attractive without their clothes. This wish corresponds to the later compulsive idea. If it does not yet have its compulsive character, this is because the itch has not yet set itself up in complete contradiction to it. does not yet sense it to be something alien, and yet something somewhere is already stirring to contradict that wish, for its emergence is regularly accompanied by feelings of painful embarrassment. 5 Clearly conflict is already present in the inner life of this libidinous young man, alongside the compulsive wish we find a compulsive fear which is intimately bound up with that wish. Whenever he has thoughts of this kind he is obliged to fear that something terrible will happen. The nature of this terror is already veiled in a characteristic vagueness that from now on will never be absent from the expression of the neurosis. But with a child it is not difficult to discover what is veiled in such vagueness. If we are given an instance of any single one of the blurred generalities of the patient suffering from obsessive-compulsive neurosis, we can be sure that the instance is the actual, original idea that generalization is intended to obscure. If we reconstruct the sense of the compulsive fear, therefore, it runs, if I harbor the wish to see a woman naked, my father must die. Feelings of painful embarrassment clearly acquire an uncanny, superstitious tinge and already give rise to an urge to do something to avert disaster, which is realized subsequently in defensive measures Schutzmaßregeln. An erotic drive trieb and the rebellious refusal of it, a, not yet compulsive, wish and the, already compulsive, fears that resist it, painful embarrassment as the accompanying emotion effect and an urge to perform parrying actions abwehr and lungen, the inventory of the neurosis is complete. Indeed, a further element is also present, the formation of a kind of delirium or delusion whose content is most peculiar. He believes that his parents know what he is thinking because he articulates his thoughts without being able to hear them himself. We shall hardly go wrong if we glimpse in this childlike attempt at explanation some intimation of those remarkable inner sealish processes that we term unconscious and that we cannot dispense with if we wish to arrive at a scientific clarification of such obscure subject matter. I articulate my thoughts without hearing them sounds like a projection onto the outside world of our assumption that he has thoughts which he does not know about, like an endopsychic perception of what has been repressed. It may be clearly recognized that this elementary infantile neurosis already has its problem and its apparent absurdity just like any complex adult neurosis. What does it mean that the father must die if the child experiences the stirrings of libidinous desire? Is this pure nonsense, or are there ways of understanding these words, of comprehending them as the necessary product of earlier processes and assumptions? If we apply insights gained elsewhere to this case of childhood neurosis, we will conjecture that here too, before the child reaches the age of 5, there have been traumatic experiences, conflicts, and repressions, which, though totally forgotten themselves, have left a residue behind which forms the content of the boy's compulsive fear. We shall later learn how far it is possible to recover these forgotten experiences or to construieren them with some degree of confidence. In the meantime, let us emphasize the coincidence, which is unlikely to be immaterial, that our patient's childhood amnesia comes to an end when he is precisely 5 years old. That a chronic case of obsessive-compulsive neurosis should begin in this way in early childhood with libidinous desires that are closely linked to uncanny expectations and an inclination to parrying actions, is familiar to me from several other cases. It is absolutely typical, even if probably not the only possible type. A brief word as to the early sexual experiences of my patient, before we proceed to the content of the second session. No one is likely to dispute the fact that these could be described as particularly extensive and far-reaching in their effect. Yet this is also true of the other cases of obsessive-compulsive neurosis that I have been able to analyze. In contrast to hysteria, the characteristic feature of premature sexual activity is never absent. Obsessive-compulsive neurosis shows us, far more clearly than hysteria, that the significant moments that shape the psychoneurosis are not to be sought in the sexual experiences of the present day, but in those of infancy. To superficial inquiry, the sexual life of a patient suffering from obsessive-compulsive neurosis in the present may seem entirely normal. Frequently it offers far fewer pathogenic moments and abnormalities than is the case with our present patient. See the great compulsive fear. I think I will begin today with the experience that was the direct cause of my seeking your advice. It was in August, during military exercises in I had been miserable before this and had tormented myself with all kinds of compulsive ideas, which quickly receded, however, during the exercises. I was interested in showing the career officers that not only had I, a reserve officer, learned something, I was also capable of endurance. One day we undertook a short march from. During a halt I lost my pince-nez and, even though I could easily have found them again, I did not want to delay our departure and decided to manage without them. However, I sent a telegram to my optician in Vienna, asking him to send me a replacement by return. During this same halt I sat down between two officers, one of whom, a captain with a Czech name, was to become a significant figure for me. I felt a certain fear of this man, for he obviously took pleasure in cruelty. I am not saying that he was a bad man, but in the officers' mess he had spoken repeatedly in favor of introducing whipping as a punishment, so that I had been obliged to oppose him quite forcefully. Now, during the halt we got into conversation and the captain told me that he had read about a particularly terrible form of punishment practiced in the Orient. At this point he breaks off, stands up and asks to be dispensed from any account of the details. I assure him that I have no liking for cruelty myself and certainly have no desire to torment him, but that naturally I cannot make him a gift of something that is not mine to give. He might just as well ask me to make him a gift of a couple of comets. The overcoming of resistance was a requirement of the therapy and we could not simply disregard it. I had explained the concept of resistance to him at the beginning of the hour, when he told me that he had to overcome a great deal in himself in order to tell me about his experience. I went on, whatever I could do, however, to guess the full meaning of something to which he could only allude, should be done. Did he perhaps mean impaling? No, not that, but the condemned man was tied up. He expressed himself so unclearly that I could not immediately guess in what position, with an upturned pot over his behind, into which rats were then put, which, once again he stood up, showing every sign of horror and resistance, bored their way in. Into the anus, I added, helping him out. At all the more significant moments of his narration a very strange compound expression is visible on his face, which I can only interpret as horror at the pleasure he does not even know he feels. He continues with great difficulty. At that moment the idea 6 flashed through my mind that this might happen to someone who was dear to me. When asked a direct question he indicates that he is probably not carrying out the punishment himself, but that it is being carried out in an impersonal way. After some guessing I am sure that it is the lady he admires to whom this idea applies. He interrupts his narrative to assure me how alien and hostile he finds these thoughts that confront him, and to express surprise at the astonishing speed with which everything connected with them is pouring out. At the very same moment as the idea the sanction also appears, i.e. the parrying measure that must be adopted to prevent such a fantasy from being realized. As the captain was speaking of that awful punishment and the idea surfaced inside him he was able to fend off both with his usual formula, but accompanied by a dismissive wave of the hand and the words "Whatever are you thinking of?" His use of the plural form took me by surprise, just as it will have been incomprehensible to my readers. After all, we have only heard of one idea so far, namely that the rat punishment should be carried out on the lady. Now he is forced to admit that at the same time there surfaced another idea, that the punishment should also be applied to his father. Since his father died many years ago, making this compulsive fear even more nonsensical than the first, the idea had sought to elude conscious acknowledgement for a while longer. The next evening that same captain handed him a parcel that had arrived by post and said Lieutenant A.7 paid the charges for you, you will have to pay him back. The packet contained the pince-nez that he had ordered by telegram. At that moment, however, a sanction took shape in his mind: you must not pay back the money, or it will happen, i.e. the rat fantasy would be realized on his father and the lady. And straight away, in accordance with a familiar pattern, there arose a command to combat the sanction, as incontrovertible as a vow: you must pay back the 3.80 crowns to Lieutenant A, words that he found himself speaking half out loud. 2 days later the military exercises came to an end. He filled up the intervening time with efforts to pay back the small sum of money to Lieutenant A, but found himself prevented from doing so by any number of difficulties of an apparently objective nature. At first he attempted to make the payment through another officer who was going to the post, but was very pleased when this man brought the money back and explained that he had not bumped into Lieutenant A at the post office, as this manner of keeping his vow did not satisfy him, since it did not meet the form of words, "You must pay back the money to Lieutenant A." Finally he met the man A, who refused to take the money, however, remarking that he had not paid anything on his behalf, and did not deal with the post at all. It was Lieutenant B who did so. It caused him some consternation to realize that he could not keep his vow because it was based on a false premise, and he dreamed up the most bizarre solutions to his problem. He would go to the post office with both A and B, where A would give 3.80 crowns to the girl who dealt with the post, and the girl would give this money to B so that he could pay A back the 3.80 crowns according to the strict wording of his vow. It would not come as any surprise if my reader ran out of patience at this point, for the detailed account given by my patient of the external events of those days and his reactions to them was marred by internal contradictions and appeared hopelessly confused. Only on the third time of telling did I succeed in giving him some insight into this lack of clarity and revealing to him the displacements and falsifications of memory that he had got himself into. There is no need for a detailed recapitulation, for the essential facts are quickly told. I shall remark merely that at the end of this second session my patient appeared dazed and confused. He repeatedly addressed me as Captain, probably because at the beginning of the hour I had remarked that I was not cruel like Captain M and had no intention of tormenting him unnecessarily. Apart from that, he explained in this consultation hour only that, from the very beginning, in all his earlier fears that something would happen to those he loved, he imagined that such punishments would take place not merely in this world, but also in the next, for all eternity. Up until the age of 13 or 14 he had been conscientious in his religious practice, but from this time on had started to develop the free-thinking attitudes that he still held today. He handles this contradiction by saying, "What do you know about the afterlife? What does anyone know? We cannot know anything, there is nothing to lose, so go ahead." This man, normally so astute, considers such logic to be impeccable and exploits reason's uncertainty in questions of this kind to underpin the way in which he has overcome his pious outlook. In the third session he finishes the highly characteristic tale of his efforts to keep his compulsive vow. In the evening there took place the final gathering of the officers before the close of the military exercises. It fell to him to reply to the toast to the gentlemen of the reserve. He spoke well, but as if in a dream, for his vow was always at the back of his mind, troubling him. He passed a terrible night as arguments and counter-arguments fought it out, the principal argument, of course, being that the premise underlying his vow, the assumption that Lieutenant A had paid the money on his behalf, no longer held true. But he comforted himself that the matter was not yet closed, since A would accompany them as far as a certain point on their ride to the station at P the next morning, so that he would have time to speak to him on the subject of this small favor. He did not do so, however, and let A ride off, but sent a message by his boy that he would call on him that afternoon. He himself arrived at the station at 9:30 a.m., deposited his luggage and undertook a number of errands in the little town, intending to call on A after this. The village in which A was stationed was about an hour away from the town of P by carriage. To go by rail to the place where the post office was situated would have taken 3 hours, but in this way, he thought that he could just manage to carry out his complicated plan and still catch the evening train from P to Vienna. His conflicting ideas were, on the one hand, that he was being a coward and obviously only wanted to save himself the discomfort of asking A to make this sacrifice and of appearing a fool in his eyes, and so was ignoring the requirements of his vow, and on the other hand, that on the contrary he was being a coward in keeping his vow, since in doing so he was only seeking respite from his compulsive ideas. If, when he was trying to make up his mind about something, the arguments balanced one another out, he usually allowed chance events to determine the outcome as if they were divine judgments. This was why he said yes when a porter on the station asked him for the 10 o'clock train. Sir, left the town at 10 and effected a fait accompli which brought him considerable relief. He even accepted a token for the table d'hôte from the guard responsible for the restaurant car. At the first station it suddenly occurred to him that it was still possible to get out here, wait for the train in the opposite direction and take this as far as P, make his way to the place where A was billeted, undertake the 3-hour train journey with him to the post office, etc. Only the fact that he had told the waiter that he would be taking lunch prevented him from carrying out his intention. He did not give it up entirely, however, but postponed leaving the train until a later station. In this way he struggled on from station to station until he reached one where it seemed impossible to get out because he had relatives living there, and decided to travel through to Vienna, where he could call on his friend, explain the matter to him and, depending on his decision, return to P after that on the night train. He countered my doubts as to whether that would have been feasible by assuring me that he would have had half an hour between the arrival of the one train and the departure of the other. Once in Vienna he found his friend, though not in the restaurant where he had expected to find him, did not arrive at his friend's apartment until 11 o'clock in the evening and explained the matter to him that same night. His friend threw up his hands in frustration that he could still doubt that he was in the grip of a compulsive idea, calmed him down sufficiently to enable him to sleep extremely well and went with him the next morning to the post office, so that he could dispatch the 3.80 crowns to the post office where the parcel containing the pince-nez had itself arrived. This last piece of information gave me a point of reference from which to disentangle the distortions in his narrative. If, once his friend had brought him to his senses, he sent the small sum of money neither to Lieutenant A nor to Lieutenant B but directly to the post office, he must have known, and must already have known when he left, that he owed the delivery charges to no one other than the post office official. It transpired that he had indeed known this even before the captain had challenged him and he had sworn his vow, for now he remembered that some hours before his meeting with the cruel captain he had had occasion to introduce himself to another captain who had explained the true state of affairs to him. This officer had told him, on hearing his name, that he had been in the post office shortly before and had been asked by the young woman in the post office whether he knew a Lieutenant H. Our patient, for whom a parcel had arrived on which delivery charges were due. He replied in the negative, but the young woman said that she would trust the unknown lieutenant and would pay the charges herself for the time being. In this way our patient came into possession of the pince-nez he had ordered. The cruel captain was in error when, on handing over the package, he urged him to pay back the 3.80 crowns to A. Our patient must have known that this was an error. Nevertheless he made a vow, based on this error, which was bound to torment him. In doing so he had suppressed the episode with the other captain and the existence of the trusting young woman in the post office both to himself, and also, in narrating the story, to me. I concede that in the light of this correction his behavior appears even more unreasonable and incomprehensible than it did before. After he had left his friend and returned to his family he was assailed by doubt all over again. His friend's arguments had not been any different from his own, after all, and he was under no illusion that this temporary reassurance was to be attributed only to his friend's personal influence. The decision to go to a doctor had been cunningly woven into his delirium as follows. He thought he would ask a doctor to prepare a statement certifying that he needed to perform an act such as he had thought of in connection with Lieutenant A in order to restore his health, and A would undoubtedly allow himself to be persuaded by such a statement to accept the 3.80 crowns from him. By playfully placing one of my books in his hands, chance led him to choose me. There was no question of my preparing any certificate for him, however, and he very sensibly asked only to be liberated from his compulsive ideas. Many months later, at the height of his resistance, the temptation surfaced once more to go to P after all, seek out Lieutenant A and stage the little comedy of repaying the money. Initiation into an understanding of the therapy. No one should expect to learn at this early stage what ideas of mine might cast light on these peculiarly odd compulsive ideas. About the rats, correct psychoanalytical technique requires that the physician suppress his curiosity, leaving the patient free to decide the order in which topics are addressed in psychoanalytical work. I greeted my patient therefore at the beginning of the fourth session with the question, "How do you wish to continue?" "I have decided to tell you something that I consider very significant and that has tormented me from the very beginning." He goes on to tell me his father's medical history in considerable detail, his father having died 9 years ago of emphysema. One evening, believing his condition to be critical, he asked the doctor when he could consider his father to be out of danger. The reply came, "The evening of the day after tomorrow." He did not imagine for a moment that his father might not live that long. He went to bed at 11:30 in the evening for an hour, and when he awoke at 1 a.m. he learned from a friend who was a doctor that his father had died. He reproached himself for not having been at his father's deathbed, a reproach that was intensified when the nurse told him that his father had once spoken his name in the last days and had asked her, when she went to his bedside, "Are you Paul?" He thought he had noticed that his mother and sisters reproached themselves similarly, but they did not speak of the matter. At first he was not tormented by this reproach. For a long time he could not take in the fact of his father's death. Again and again it came about that when he heard a good joke he would say to himself, "I must tell my father that." His imagination played on the idea of his father, moreover, so that when there was a knock at the door he would often think, "That will be my father," and would expect to see his father when he walked into a room, and although he was never able to forget the fact that he was dead, the expectation that his ghost would appear held no terror but was something for which he felt a deep longing. It was 18 months later when the memory of what he had failed to do reawakened and began to torment him so horribly that he regarded himself as a criminal. The reason for this was the death of an aunt by marriage and his visit to the mourning household. From then on his thought patterns began to encompass the hereafter. The immediate consequence of this attack was a serious inability to work. 8 As he recounts how he was only sustained at that time by the comfort offered him by his friend, who rejected such reproaches as being terribly exaggerated, I take the opportunity to offer him a first insight into the basic premises of psychoanalytical therapy. If we encounter a mismatch between idea content and emotion effect, that is, between the magnitude of the reproach and its cause, the layman would say that the emotion was too great for the cause, and hence exaggerated, so that the conclusion drawn from the reproach, that of being a criminal, was a false one. The physician, on the other hand, says, "No, the emotion is justified, we should not spend our time criticizing the patient's sense of guilt, but it actually belongs to another content, which is unknown, unconscious, and which must first be sought. The idea content that we know about has arrived here by means of inaccurate linking. We are not used, however, to sensing strong emotions in ourselves without idea content, and so in the absence of a content we take a different one, which seems more or less to fit, as a surrogate, much as our police, if they cannot catch the real murderer, will arrest the wrong person in his place. The fact that inaccurate links are made also accounts in itself for the impotence of logic in combating the tormenting idea. I finish by admitting that this new way of looking at things leads at first only to further enigmas, for how is he to admit the justice of a reproach that says that he has acted like a criminal towards his father when he must know that he has never actually committed any sort of crime against him? In the next session he expresses considerable interest in my explanations but permits himself to voice a number of doubts. How, he asks, could my suggestion that the reproach, the sense of guilt, is a true feeling help to bring about a cure? It is not the suggestion that has this effect, I reply, but discovering the unknown content to which the reproach belongs. Yes, that is precisely his question, he counters. To illustrate my brief statements on the psychological distinctions between what is conscious and what is unconscious, and on the wear and tear to which all consciousness is subject, while the unconscious remains relatively unchanged, I refer to the antiquities displayed in my consulting room, remarking that they were in fact merely grave goods and that for them burial had meant preservation. Pompeii had only started to decay once it had been unearthed. He goes on to ask whether there was any guarantee as to how one would react towards what one found out. One person might behave in such a way as to overcome the reproach, but another might not, he thought. No, I reply, it is in the nature of things that the emotion is always overcome, usually while the work is still in progress. After all, people are making every effort to preserve Pompeii, but anyone would wish to be rid of such tormenting ideas. He had said to himself that a reproach can only be the result of offending against one's own most personal moral laws, and not against external ones. I confirm this, replying that someone who merely offends against them often feels that he is a hero. Such a process could only be possible, then, in the case of a complete disintegration of the personality, present from the beginning. Could he succeed in reintegrating his personality? If so, he was confident that he could achieve a great deal, perhaps more than other people. To this I reply that I entirely agree with this idea of a split in his personality. All that he need do is weld this new opposition, between the moral person and the wicked one, together with the one we had discussed earlier, the opposition between the conscious and the unconscious. The moral person was the conscious part, the wicked one the unconscious part. 9. He can remember that, although he regards himself as a moral person, he certainly did things in his childhood that had come from the other person. I observe that he has discovered, incidentally as it were, one of the main characteristics of the unconscious, namely its relationship to the infantile. The unconscious is the infantile part, that bit of the personality that cut itself off back in infancy, did not continue to develop alongside the rest of the personality and was thus repressed. What issues from the repressed unconscious are the elements sustaining the involuntary thinking that constitutes his suffering. He might discover another characteristic of the unconscious even now. I would happily leave him free to do so. He finds nothing further to say on this topic but instead expresses doubt as to whether changes that have been in existence for so long can be reversed. In particular, he asks, what can be done about the idea of the afterlife, which after all cannot be refuted by logic. I do not dispute the seriousness of his case nor the significance of the constructs he has embraced, but suggest that his age is very much in his favor, as is the intactness of his personality. In saying this I am making a positive comment about him, and he is visibly cheered by it. In the next session he begins by saying that he must relate an actual incident from his childhood. After the age of 7, as he had already told me, he experienced a fear that his parents could guess his thoughts, a feeling that has persisted, actually, all his life. At the age of 12 he loved a little girl, the sister of a friend. This was not sexual in nature, he told me when I asked him. He did not want to see her naked, she was too little, but she was not as affectionate as he would have liked. And then the idea occurred to him that she would be loving towards him if misfortune befell him. The death of his father came involuntarily into his mind as one such possibility. He rejected this idea immediately and forcefully, and defends himself even now against the possibility that this might have been the expression of a wish. It was simply thought association. 10. I object, if it was not a wish, why the ruffled feathers? Well, only because of the content of the idea, that his father might die. I say that he is treating the formulation as if it were lèse majesté, where, as is well known, the same punishment is meted out whether one says the king is an ass or whether the unmentionable words are couched in a sentence such as if anyone says, he will answer for it to me. I could quite easily find a context in which the idea content that he was so reluctant to accept would exclude any possibility of reluctance, e.g. if my father were to die, I should kill myself on his grave. He is shaken, but will not abandon his protest, so that I break off our disagreement by observing that the idea of his father's death did not make its first appearance on this occasion but clearly dates back much further, and that sometime we must follow the trail back to its origin. He goes on to tell me how a very similar thought came to him in a flash 6 months before his father's death. He was already in love with the lady he had mentioned 11 but was prevented by material considerations from contemplating a closer connection. Then the idea came, his father's death would perhaps make him rich enough to be able to marry her. Defending himself against this thought he went so far as to wish that his father might leave him nothing at all, so that he should not be compensated by gain of any sort for what was to him such a terrible loss. The same idea came to him on a third occasion, but in a much less powerful form, the day before his father's death. He thought, now I may be going to lose what I love most in the world. This was immediately contradicted. No, there is someone else whose loss would be far more painful to you. 12 Such thoughts amaze him, he tells me, since he is quite sure that his father's death is something he could never have wished for, but only feared. After he has said this in a very loud voice, I think it useful to introduce a new bit of theory. Theory suggests that anxiety of this kind corresponds to an earlier wish, now repressed, so that we must assume that the truth is the exact opposite of what he has just asserted. This also fits in with the requirement that the unconscious should be in contradictory opposition to the conscious mind. He is very emotional, very skeptical, and is amazed that he could possibly have harbored such a wish when his father is, after all, the dearest person on earth to him. There is absolutely no doubt that he would have renounced any happiness for himself if he could have saved his father's life by doing so. I reply that it is just this intense love that is the condition of repressed hatred. In the case of people to whom he was indifferent, he would no doubt easily succeed in allowing the motivation for moderate liking and a similar degree of antipathy to coexist. Say, if he were a civil servant and thought of his head of department as a pleasant superior but a stickler for regulations and an inhumane judge. Shakespeare's Brutus says something similar of Caesar. 3:2 As Caesar loved me, I weep for him; as he was fortunate, I rejoice at it; as he was valiant, I honor him, but, as he was ambitious, I slew him. This speech already has a disconcerting effect, because we imagined Brutus to feel a more intense affection for Caesar than this. In the case of a person who was closer to him, his wife, say, he would strive for a greater uniformity of feeling and, as is only human, would fail for that reason to notice the faults which might stir up feelings of dislike, would ignore them, as if blinded. Thus it is precisely the magnitude of his love that prevents feelings of hatred, although the term is something of a caricature, which must after all come from somewhere, from remaining conscious. It is a problem to know where this hatred comes from. Admittedly, his own evidence pointed to the time when he feared that his parents could guess what he was thinking. On the other hand, we might also ask why his great love had not been able to blot out his feelings of hatred, as is customary when such impulses are in opposition. One can only assume that the hatred is bound up with a source, a trigger, which makes it indestructible. On the one hand, therefore, a connection of this kind protects the hatred he feels for his father from being destroyed, while on the other hand his great love prevents it from becoming conscious, so that the only thing left is precisely that existence in the unconscious from which it can force its way out now and again in lightning flashes. He admits that this all sounds very plausible, but without a trace of conviction. Of course. Point 13 He begs leave to ask how it is possible for an idea of this kind to come in fits and starts, to occur for a brief moment at the age of 12 and then again at 20 and once again 2 years later, and only then to persist. He cannot believe that the feelings of hostility had been extinguished in between, and yet there had been no sign of any reproach during the periods of respite. I reply, when someone asks a question of this kind they already know the answer. All they need do is carry on talking. When he continues, there is apparently only a faint connection with what had gone before. He had been his father's best friend, and his father his, except in a few areas where fathers and sons tend to keep out of each other's way. I wonder what he means here. The intimacy between them had been greater than he now felt for his best friend. It is true that he had greatly loved the lady for whose sake he had slighted his father in his own mind, but his wishes with regard to her had never been truly sensual. Like the feelings that had filled his childhood, sensual impulses had been much stronger altogether in childhood than during puberty. I suggest that he has now given the answer we had been waiting for, and at the same time discovered the third great characteristic of the unconscious. The nature of the source from which his hostility towards his father derives its indestructible quality is clearly that of sensual desire, and here he had somehow felt his father to be an intruder. A conflict of this kind between sensuality and filial love was entirely typical. He had experienced periods of respite because, after the first premature explosion of sensuality in him, These feelings had been quite considerably dampened down. Only when intense amorous desires set in once again did the analogous situation cause his hostility to re-emerge. I asked him to confirm, moreover, that I did not steer him onto the subject either of infancy or of sexuality, but that he had raised them of his own accord. He goes on to ask why, at the time of his amorous attachment to the lady, he had not simply decided that his father's ability to intrude on this love was not worthy of consideration when compared with the love he felt for him. I replied that it is hardly possible to strike someone dead in absentia. To make a decision of this kind it would have been necessary for this to be the first occasion on which he had experienced the wish he complains of, but that wish was in fact one that had been long repressed, towards which he could react no differently than he had done before and that therefore continued to evade annihilation. The wish, to eliminate the intrusive father, must have come about at a time when things were very different, when he perhaps did not love his father more than he loved the person who was the object of his sensual desires, or when he was not capable of a clear decision, in very early childhood, before the age of 6, before continuous recollection set in, and so it had remained fixed for all time. With this reconstruction of events our discussion came to an end for the time being. In the next session, the 7th, he returns to the same topic once again. He cannot believe that he could ever have experienced the wish to harm his father. He recalls a novella by Sudermann that made a powerful impression on him. In it, one sister feels a murderous desire towards the other when visiting her sick bed, because she would like to marry her husband. She then kills herself because, after recognizing such base motives in herself, she feels she does not deserve to live. He can understand this, and considers it quite all right if his thoughts destroy him, because he deserves no better. 14 I remark that it is well known that those who are ill derive a certain satisfaction from their suffering, so that they all in fact strive only partially to get well. He must not lose sight of the fact that a treatment of the kind we were undertaking would inevitably be accompanied by constant resistance. I should be reminding him of this fact over and over again. He tells me that he now wishes to speak of a criminal action in which he is unable to recognize himself but which he remembers quite clearly. He quotes a saying of Nietzsche's, Das habe ich getan sagt mein Gedächtnis, das kann ich nicht getan haben, sagt mein Stolz und bleibt unerbittlich. Endlich, gibt das Gedächtnis nach. I did that, says my memory, I cannot have done that, says my pride and refuses to yield. Finally, memory gives way. 15 So my memory did not give way. Only because you derive pleasure from your reproaches in order to punish yourself. My younger brother and I, we are good friends nowadays. He is giving me great cause for concern at the moment as he is contemplating a marriage that I consider to be folly. I have already thought of going there and murdering the female concerned so that he cannot marry her. We often used to fight when we were children. At the same time we were very fond of one another and were inseparable, but I was obviously ruled by jealousy, for he was the stronger, the better looking and for that reason the better loved. You told me of one such jealous scene with Fräulein Lena. Well, after one occasion of that kind, before I was 8 years old, I am sure, for I was not yet at school, where I went at the age of 8, this is what I did. We both owned toy guns of a well-known type. I loaded mine using the ramrod and told him if he looked down the barrel he would see something interesting, and when he was looking down it, I pulled the trigger. I hit him in the forehead and did not do him any harm, but my intention was really to hurt him. Afterwards I was beside myself, threw myself on the ground and asked myself, how could I possibly have done that? But I did do it. I used the opportunity to plead my case. If he had retained the memory of such a deed, which now seemed so alien to him, he could not deny the possibility that at a younger age still he had experienced something similar, something he could no longer remember, directed against his father. He could tell of other vengeful impulses against that lady whom he so greatly admires and of whose character he gives such an enthusiastic account. Perhaps she did not find it easy to love and was saving herself for the one man to whom she would one day belong. She did not love him. When this became clear to him, a conscious fantasy took shape in his mind that he would become very rich, marry someone else and then call on the lady with his wife, in order to hurt her feelings. But at this point his imagination failed, for he was obliged to admit that he was quite indifferent to the other woman, his wife. His thoughts became confused, and in the end he realized that this other woman would have to die. This fantasy, just like his attack on his brother, he finds, is characterized by the cowardice that is so terrible to him. 16. As our conversation continues, I tell him that he must logically declare himself free of responsibility for all these traits of character, since all these reprehensible impulses go back to childhood and are effectively products of his childhood character, which live on in the unconscious, and he knows perfectly well that one cannot demand ethical responsibility from a child. Only as he develops does the ethically responsible human being emerge from the sum of a child's aptitudes. 17. He expresses doubt, however, that all his evil impulses have their origin in childhood. I promise to prove it to him in the course of the therapy. He cites the fact that his illness has been so enormously aggravated since his father's death, and I agree with him inasmuch as I recognize that mourning for his father is the principal source of the illness's intensity. His mourning has found pathological expression, so to speak, in his illness. Whereas the course of mourning is normally completed in 12 months to 2 years, pathological mourning like his can last for an unlimited length of time. This is as much as I am able to narrate of my patient's case history in detail and according to the order of events. It more or less corresponds to the exposition of the treatment, which continued for 11 months. Some compulsive ideas and how to translate them. It is a well-known fact that compulsive ideas appear to be either without motivation or without sense, just like the phrasing of our nightly dreams, and our first task is to establish their foothold and meaning in the inner life of the individual so that their purpose is evident, self-evident in fact. One should never be misled in the exercise of translation by an appearance of insolubility. The wildest and most peculiar compulsive ideas can be solved when one is properly absorbed in the task. One arrives at such a solution, however, by bringing the compulsive ideas into temporal connection with the patient's experiences, that is, by examining when an individual compulsive idea first appeared and under what external circumstances it tends to be repeated. In the case of compulsive ideas that have not acquired a permanent existence, as is very often the case, the work of solution is simplified accordingly. We may quickly become convinced that once the connection between the compulsive idea and the patient's experiences has been uncovered, those other puzzling elements of the pathological formation that we desire to understand, its meaning, the mechanism which produced it, how it is derived from the psychic driving forces that determine its development, can all readily be comprehended. I shall begin with a particularly transparent example of the suicidal impulse which so frequently occurs in our patient, which virtually analyzes itself in description. He lost some weeks of study as a result of his mistress's absence, as she had gone away to care for her grandmother who was seriously ill. In the middle of the most zealous bout of studying, the thought suddenly occurred to him, the command to accept the first possible examination date in the term would be tolerable. But what if one were visited by the command to slit one's throat with a razor blade? Straight away he realized that the command had already been uttered and was hastening to the cupboard to fetch his razor when it occurred to him, no, it is not as simple as that. You must go there 18 and kill the old woman. At this he fell to the ground, horror-struck. Here the connection between this compulsive idea and our patient's life is contained in the opening remarks of the account. His lady was absent while he was studying strenuously for an examination that would make union with her a more realistic possibility. While studying he was overtaken by longing for his absent love and the thought of the reason for her absence. And then there came something that in a normal person might have been a stirring of ill feeling towards the grandmother. Did the old woman really have to fall ill now, when I feel such dreadful yearning for her? We must suppose something similar but far more intense to have taken place in our patient, an unconscious attack of rage that, together with his yearning, might have been couched in the exclamation, "Oh, I should like to go there and kill the old woman who is keeping my beloved from me." There follows the command, "Kill yourself," as a punishment for such murderous, angry cravings, and, Accompanied by such vehement emotion, the whole process enters the consciousness of our compulsive patient in reverse order, the punitive command at the beginning, the reference to the punishable cravings at the end. I do not think there is anything forced in this attempt at elucidation, nor does it incorporate many hypothetical elements. Another, more long-lasting impulse to indirect suicide, so to speak, was more difficult to explain because its relation to the patient's experience was hidden behind one of these external associations that seem so very offensive to our conscious minds. One day during the summer holidays the idea suddenly came to him that he was too fat and must lose weight. He now began to leave the table before dessert, to tear out onto the roads in the August heat without a hat, and then to climb up mountains in double quick time until the sweat was pouring off him and he was obliged to stop. A suicidal intention behind this obsession with losing weight became clearly apparent on one occasion when, at the top of a steep incline, he heard a command to throw himself off, which would have meant certain death. The solution to this illogical compulsive activity was revealed to our patient only when it suddenly occurred to him that the object of his affections had also been staying at the summer resort, but accompanied by an English cousin who showed her numerous little attentions and of whom he was very jealous. This cousin was called Richard and was known, as is generally the case in England, as Dick. 19. He wanted to murder this man, Dick, for the jealousy and rage he felt towards him was far greater than he was able to acknowledge, and so, to punish himself, he imposed on himself the torture of this reducing diet. As different as this compulsion may seem from the previous direct command to suicide, they have one significant feature in common: their genesis as a reaction to a monstrous rage, incomprehensible to consciousness, against someone whose presence intrudes upon a love affair. 20. Other compulsive ideas, though also directed towards the beloved, reveal a different mechanism, however, and are derived from a different drive. During the period when his lady was present in the resort where he was spending the summer, he produced, quite apart from the obsession with losing weight that we have already mentioned, a whole series of compulsive activities relating, in part at least, to her. On one occasion, when he was with her on a boat and a sharp wind was blowing, he had to press her to put on his cap because the command had formed in his head that nothing should happen to her. 21. It was a kind of protective compulsion that bore other fruits besides. On another occasion, when they were together in a thunderstorm, he suddenly felt the compulsion to count to 40 or 50 between lightning and thunderclap, something that he was quite unable to comprehend. On the day of her departure he caught his foot on a stone lying in the road and had to move it to the edge because the idea came to him that in a few hours her carriage would be passing along the same stretch of road and might perhaps be damaged by this very stone, but a few minutes later it occurred to him that this was nonsense and he had to go back and restore the stone to its original position in the middle of the road. After she had left he was seized by a compulsion to understand that rendered him intolerable to everyone he knew. He forced himself to understand every single syllable that anyone spoke to him, as if otherwise some great treasure might elude him. He was continually asking, "What did you just say?" And when it was repeated to him he said he thought they had said something different the first time, and his dissatisfaction remained. All these products of his illness turn on an event which dominated his relationship with his mistress at that time. Before the summer, when he took his leave of her in Vienna, he interpreted something she said as meaning that she did not wish to be associated with him in present company, and this made him very unhappy. In the summer they found the opportunity to bring the matter out into the open, and the lady was able to prove to him that her words, which he had taken the wrong way, had in fact been intended to protect him from the ridicule of others. Now he was again very happy. The clearest reference to this incident is contained in his compulsion to understand, the form of which is as if he had said to himself, "After this experience you must never again misunderstand anyone if you want to spare yourself unnecessary torment." But his resolution has not only been generalized from that single occasion but has also, perhaps because of his beloved's absence, been displaced from her esteemed person onto every other poor wretch. The compulsion cannot have been produced only by satisfaction at the explanation he received from her, either, but must express something else as well, for it modulates, after all, into doubt and dissatisfaction concerning the repetition of what he has heard. We can track down this other element by examining the other compulsive commands the patient experienced. The significance of the protective compulsion can only be as a reaction, remorse and penitence, to an opposite, hostile impulse that had been directed, before matters had been resolved between them, against the beloved. In the light of accompanying material, the compulsion to count during the thunderstorm can be interpreted as a measure to ward off fears that signified mortal danger. Analysis of the compulsive ideas that we discussed earlier has already prepared us to assess our patient's hostile impulses as particularly violent ones, of the kind that express themselves in senseless rage, and then we find that this rage against the lady contributes to his compulsive ideas even after the two have been reconciled. His obsessive doubts as to whether he has heard correctly represent his continuing doubt as to whether he has in fact understood his beloved correctly this time, whether he is justified in taking her words as proof of her tender affection for him. The doubt expressed in his compulsion to understand is doubt as to whether she loves him or not. A battle is raging in the lover between love and hate, both directed towards the same person, and the battle is depicted graphically in the compulsive action, which is also symbolically significant, of removing the stone from the road she is to take and then reversing this act of love, putting the stone back where it was so that her carriage will come to grief and she will be hurt. We misunderstand this second element of the compulsive action if we see it merely as the critical rejection of morbid behavior that he himself makes it out to be. The fact that this too is enacted under a sense of compulsion reveals that it is itself part of the morbid behavior and is determined by its opposition to what motivates the first element of his action. Compulsive activity of this kind with two consecutive time signatures, where the rhythm of the first cancels out the second, is a typical feature of obsessive-compulsive neurosis. It is of course misunderstood in the conscious thought processes of the patient and given a secondary motivation, i.e. rationalized. 22 Its true meaning lies in its depiction of the conflict between two more or less equally strong opposing impulses, opposites which, in my experience to date, are always those of love and hate. They deserve our particular theoretical interest because they reveal a new type of symptom formation. Instead of arriving at a compromise, as regularly occurs in cases of hysteria, where a single means of depiction suffices for both elements in the opposition, thus killing two birds with one stone. 23 Here the two opposing elements each find satisfactory expression singly, first the one and then the other, though of course not without an attempt being made to produce some sort of logical connection between the two hostile elements, one that often defies all logic. 24. Conflict between love and hate made itself known in our patient's case by means of other symptoms as well. At the time when his sense of piety was reawakened, he devised prayers for himself that began to require up to an hour and a half to say because something always crept into the pious formulations to turn them into their opposites. If he, a bilim in reverse, were to say may God watch over him, an evil spirit would quickly slip in a knot. 25 On one occasion when this happened, the idea occurred to him to curse, thinking that a contradiction would certainly creep in then. In this notion the original intention, repressed by means of prayer, was able to force its way through. In his perplexity he arrived at a solution by giving up his prayers, replacing them with a short formula concocted out of the initial letters and syllables of various prayers. He then pronounced these so quickly that nothing could force its way in. He once brought me a dream that contained a representation of the same conflict transposed onto the figure of the physician. My mother has died. He wishes to offer his condolences but is afraid that in doing so he will break into the same impertinent laughter that he has already produced repeatedly in cases of bereavement. For this reason he chooses to write a card instead with the letters P.C, but these are changed, as he writes them, into P.F26. The conflicting nature of his feelings for his mistress was too obvious to have eluded his conscious perception entirely, even if we may conclude from the compulsive way in which he expressed them that he was unable to assess correctly quite how profound his negative impulses towards her were. When he had first wooed her 10 years previously, the lady had refused him. Since then periods of time during which he believed he loved her passionately had alternated, even to his conscious mind, with others during which he felt indifferent to her. When, In the course of his treatment, he was to take a step which brought him closer to the objective of asking for her hand. His resistance was normally expressed in the initial conviction that he was not really so very fond of her. This was, however, quickly overcome. On one occasion, when she was seriously ill in bed, a fact that aroused his extreme sympathy, he was looking at her when the wish burst out of him that she should lie there forever. This notion he interpreted to himself, with an over-subtle lack of comprehension, as expressing the wish that she should be ill all the time so that he might be released from the fear of repeated attacks of illness, which he found unbearable. 27 From time to time he found himself preoccupied in imagination with daydreams that he himself recognized as revenge fantasies, and of which he felt ashamed. Because he thought that she would place great value on the social standing of any suitor, he would fantasize that she had married a man of this kind, who was in government office. He now finds a position in the same department and enjoys greater advancement, so that the other man becomes his subordinate. One day this man performs a dishonest action. The lady falls at his feet, begging him to save her husband. He promises to do so and reveals that it was only out of love for her that he had taken this position in the first place, having foreseen a moment of this kind. Now that he has saved her husband, his mission is complete and he intends to resign his office. In other fantasies whose content was that he did the lady a great service, or some such, without her discovering his identity, he recognized only tender affection, failing to appreciate that the nobility he displayed, in the manner of Dumas' Count of Monte Cristo, was intended to repress the desire for revenge, and evaluating the origin of the emotion, and its purpose, accordingly. He admitted, incidentally, that from time to time he experiences quite explicit impulses to do some harm to the lady he adores. These impulses are generally subdued in her presence and come to the fore only in her absence. F. Immediate cause of the illness. One day our patient made brief mention of an incident in which I could not but recognize the cause of his illness, or at least the recent trigger, some 6 years ago, for the attack of illness that persists into the present day. He himself had no idea that he had uttered something of significance. He could not remember ever having set any store by the incident, which, by the way, he had never forgotten. Such behavior calls for some theoretical evaluation. It is the rule in hysteria that the recent causes of illness fall prey to amnesia in exactly the same way as those infantile experiences with whose help the energy generated by the emotion is converted into symptoms. Where it is impossible to forget completely, amnesia nevertheless gnaws away at the recent traumatic trigger and, at the very least, robs it of its significant components. In this amnesia we find proof of the repression that has taken place. As a rule this is not the case in obsessive-compulsive neurosis. The infantile preconditions of neurosis may have fallen prey to amnesia, though this is often an incomplete process. The recent causes of the illness, on the other hand, remain in the memory. Here the process of repression uses a different mechanism, which is actually more straightforward. Instead of forgetting the trauma, it deprives it of the emotion with which it is charged affektbesetzung, so that all that remains in the conscious mind is an idea content which is neutral and reckoned to be without significance. The distinction lies in the psychic event that can be reconstructed behind the phenomenon. The outcome of the process is almost the same in both cases, for a neutral memory content is only rarely reproduced and plays no part in a person's conscious intellectual activity. In order to distinguish between the two kinds of repression we can initially only make use of the patient's protestation that he feels on the one hand that he has always known something, or on the other that he forgot it a long time ago. 28. Thus it is not at all rare for people suffering from obsessive-compulsive neurosis and afflicted by self-reproaches, who have connected the emotion from this with the wrong causes, to communicate the right ones to their physician without the slightest suspicion that the reproaches have merely become detached from them. Astonished, almost boastful even, they may perhaps comment, "But I think nothing of it." So it was in the first case of obsessive-compulsive neurosis I encountered, many years ago, which opened my eyes to the nature of that illness. My patient was a civil servant afflicted by apprehensions without number, of whose compulsive action over the branch in the Park at Schönbrunn I gave an account earlier. he engaged my attention by virtue of the fact that, after visiting me for a consultation, he always handed me clean, uncreased notes. At that time there were no silver coins in Austria. When once I remarked that one could recognize the civil servant by the brand new florins that he drew from the public purse, he informed me that on the contrary, the florins were not new at all but had been ironed in his own home. It was a matter of conscience to him not to hand anyone dirty paper notes, they carried bacteria of the most dangerous sort, which might harm the recipient. At that time I already had some faint sense of the connection between the neuroses and sexuality, and so on another occasion I took the risk of asking my patient how he felt about this matter. "Oh, everything's fine in that department," he answered lightly, "I don't go short. There's more than a few good families where I play the kindly old uncle, and now and again I take the opportunity to invite a young girl on an outing to the country. Then I arrange things so that we miss the train and have to spend the night in the country. I do things very handsomely, I always take 2 rooms, but when the girl is in bed I go into her and masturbate her. Are you not afraid of doing her some harm when you use your dirty hand to work on her?" At this he exploded. "However, harm? What do you mean, harm? I didn't do any of them any harm, and they all liked it. Some of them are married already and it didn't do them any harm." He took my query in very bad part and never came back. I could only explain the contrast between his anxiety with regard to the paper florins and his complete lack of concern in abusing the girls in his care, however, as a displacement of the emotion aroused by the reproach. The intention behind such displacement was clear enough. If he left the reproach where it belonged he would be obliged to renounce a sexual satisfaction that was probably urged upon him by powerful determining forces going back to infancy. Displacement thus secured him a considerable gain from illness. Now, however, I must discuss the cause of illness in our patient in greater detail. His mother was brought up in a rich family to which she was distantly related. This family owned a large industrial enterprise. His father entered the service of this enterprise when he married and thus, effectively as a result of his choice of marriage partner, achieved a reasonable degree of affluence. Teasing banter between his parents, who enjoyed an excellent marriage, revealed to their son that some time before he made the mother's acquaintance the father had paid court to a pretty but poor girl of modest family. This, then, was the background history. One day, after his father's death, his mother told him that she and her rich relative